well, you don't know what will happen in this country. Look at the health sector. And when you look at the health sector in this country, I can't mention. Look at gender inequality, the stories that are being covered in the media. There are lots of things. And as an organization, we believe that handling some of these issues at this particular moment is very important. And it's helping us to try to understand them more and also work with young journalists, work with young people to see what they can do, what can they bring on table. We have different panels who are discussing these things. What issues are being tabled and how can we solve some of the challenges that we are facing today?
Speaking of these SDGs, Edgar, yes. we learned about goal setting, about the smart way of setting goals. And in there is the A, which is the attainable. Yes. Am I right there? So, yeah, Antonio, if you could maybe jump in on this, do you think these SDGs are indeed attainable within the set time?
Yeah, and before you finish that, because as you're speaking right now, Antonio, I need to inform you that we are remaining with 9 years. And if we have failed to get these goals for the past, I don't know how many years, how can you assure, or what is your take on us achieving them in the 9 years that are yet to come?
I cannot assure you because I'm not in government. I don't work with all these bodies that are ensuring that some of these things are achieved by 2030. But what I know is every individual has a role to play in stopping gender inequality. When you look at education, what are you doing as an individual? If you're a journalist, what is your role to make sure that there is better education? If you're talking about zero anger, what are you doing as an individual? So I believe as individuals in societies and communities, we need also to see how do we support governments to make sure that even the policies that they are putting in place work.
And of course, that's why we are here for the Media Expo 2021 to talk about how the media actually plays its part to be able, for us to be able to achieve these SDGs in the required time. We have Kaden and Tracy in the main auditorium, and I don't know if they're available. They could say hi to us.
Oh, hi, Daniel. How are you? I can hear you live and clear. Good morning.
And I can see you live and clear. Good morning to you, Tracy. You look smart, donned in that black and brown skirt. How's your morning today, and what do you have to tell Uganda for the Media Expo 21 Day 2?
Oh, thank you so much. I have a lot to tell Uganda this morning. I really do look forward to Day 2 of the Media Expo 2021, a very, very awesome day. It's going to be just yesterday. It was really, really a way more impactful day, and I can't wait to see what today has for us in store. But I'm not alone. We have Keenan. Keenan, can you hear me in the social media studio?
Yes, good morning to you, Tracy. I hope that you're having a wonderful time.
I'm having such an excellent morning right now. Well, I'm here with my producers who are just making sure that I have a comfortable time here in the social media studio. And later on, we'll be having some interviews here in this very place. I'm looking forward to that.
Kanan.
Yes, Dan.
If you could maybe talk to us. You have a very good chance, and a once in an entire lifetime chance to ask Antonio Kisembo a question. What could that be?
Pardon, could you repeat that?
You have a once in a lifetime chance to ask Antonio Kisembo any question you would like to. What could that be for this morning?
Yes, I would love to find out as an educator, because I'm aware that Antonio plays a very big role in the education system here in Uganda. What are his individual roles, or what he has given himself as an individual to play in ensuring that by 2030 we have attained the SDG that concerns education? So what are some of those things he is doing as an individual to see that come to life?
Yes, what I can say, an individual cannot exist without society, and the society also cannot exist without an individual. Yeah. So we work as an organization, and this is the Media Challenge Initiative. So we are creating a platform to see that we have debate, to see that we can discuss the SDGs. That's number one. And I believe what we are doing is actually helping create awareness about these SDGs, involving the different policymakers, the journalists, and their role. So I think that's number one thing that I'm doing as an individual, but like I did mention, society lives with individuals, so I cannot live without an individual. So as Antonio Kisembo, I'm involved in educating, and some of the things that we, like gender equality, these are some of the things that we are talking about in the trainings that we do. So as a trainer and as a lead trainer here, what we do is create platforms, but also have specific trainings that help different individuals who can actually push this agenda. I'm also involved in developing curriculum that help in advancing some of these causes. So doing that alone is actually helping push the agenda of the SDGs, so that by 2030 we have maybe a realization of some of the things that are in place. But also, remember, when you do a training, there's what we call a multiplier effect. Antonio is training here, but is training Daniel Ebale, is done training Dan. So what will happen, Dan will also reach out, train another person about the SDGs, for example, and you have that multiplier effect. So you're looking at me as Antonio as a trainer, but also that multiplier effect helps in making sure that the message, awareness, and knowledge is shared, and we can do a big
Antonio,
role.
before I do let you go, I just have one more question. We have MCI Radio, one of the fastest growing internet radios, not only in Uganda, but in the world. And we want to find out, is there any strategy, any way that you as an educator are planning to work with MCI Radio to ensure that we see the sustainable development goals achieved?
Yes, the first is to have this program running. As an organization, we have decided to dedicate some of our programming to discuss only and strictly SDGs. For example, on Thursday, we have that day, and the focus will mainly be on SDGs. And we want to see how young people are able to come and discuss the SDGs. So as we do that, we hope that we'll be able to create content from this expo, which content will continue to run. And as this content runs, you're creating awareness, you are sharing knowledge, you are sharing skills, which I believe it's a good thing to do. And policymakers, people who listen to these shows, will be able to understand that there is something that is happening at the Media Challenge Radio, and why not pick up on some of these issues through our programming, through the podcast that we hope to produce with the radio.
Thank you, Antonio. Before you let Antonio go, Kenan, we have one final question, and this is around how students are preparing for the grand finale on Friday for the newsroom competition. So Antonio has been working directly with the students, so you could maybe give us a feel, or give us, tell us what is going on down there and how is everything going.
Thank you. Those that have an understanding of how newsrooms work is you sit in the newsroom or in a room where reporters, editors, producers are, and their role there is to see the lineup of the day. And our focus is on SDGs for our newsroom. And we have 6 teams. We have 5 English news teams and 1 Uganda news team. Okay. So these teams have 6 to 7 people. And in the teams, you have reporters, you have anchors, you have producers, you have directors, mention but a few. So as an organization, what we have done is to provide with the teams all the equipment that they need, to support them that way, but also let them agree on the stories that they will be doing or covering through the expo. Okay. We have also identified different people that can support them to see that their news teams are in a good shape for Friday. And on Thursday, we have the additional reporting. If you feel you have sources, but they are not enough, you need to get more people to complement your story. You will have an opportunity to go out and do a story. But all in all is they are covering SDGs from the main room here at the Media Challenge Hub, and then go back in the newsroom, sit, agree as a team which story should run first, which story should run second, how are we going to do the live reporting, who is going to be our news anchor. So unlike the past years where we have been working with the universities forming news teams, this time around we have encouraged individuals to see how they can self-organize and form teams. So you have a person from Makerere University, you have a person from UCU, you have a person from UMCAT, you have a person from any other university mentioned.
That's interesting.
To see how they can work together from different universities, share knowledge, skills, and we
The networking that comes with
bit,
it,
but and the skills for me is the most important thing that I believe that is going to help us.
Kanan has something to
very
say.
important question in my mind.
Yes.
And that still is about MCI Radio. We also know that some of the participants, some of the competitors are submitting their stories in radio form. And we wanted to find out if these students are going to get an opportunity to come onto MCI Radio to try and showcase some of that skill, or perhaps to get a feel of the radio studio, one of the best internet radios currently in the world.
It is our plan, and we believe we'll be able to achieve that. So we have tasked many groups, 3 to 4, and what they are doing is they are producing a radio magazine. So we hope that they can gather all information that they need for that magazine and be able to present it here. So we'll have judges who listen to their program and give them feedback. But we also have individuals who are doing radio features. So they also have an opportunity to come and we play these features and be able to listen to them. We have people who are doing photography, and we have people who are doing AC. They are all in the newsroom. So it's not only news reporting and anchoring, but we also have these other bits that we are handling, and we want to see that we have a one-man, woman, journalist, so someone who is able to edit, someone who can record, someone who can anchor, someone who can do all these things. Okay. And I believe by Friday, we'll be able to see what you have been doing in the news.
And you will actually be on. Yes, Kanan, you're saying something?
I have a question. No, this is
Okay.
Tracy. I'm
Tracy.
trying to keep gender balance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I have one question for Mr. Antonio Kisembo. I want Mr. Antonio Kisembo to tell me in just 5 words the kind of Uganda he envisions for 2030.
Interesting and challenging, in 5 words. But this is what I want to see as an individual, especially through media. I want to see stories that are being told by the young people that we are talking about today, and they're able to do impactful stories now, so that by 2030, we'll have most of the things that we are discussing today addressed.
Okay.
That's the Uganda I expect, that me and Ayebare will be able to access good health. We'll be able to say there's no
You've actually used
anger.
more than 5 words.
Where we'll say we have good quality education anytime.
Okay.
Where time and space no longer limitation to access some of these things.
Tracy
I
comments?
also wanted to find out, on a lighter note, Edgar Matthew Karhanga, you have always talked about taking my job, and right now you are in MCI Radio studio, the space where I'm supposed to be seated.
Yes.
How does it feel like to be on one of the most important chairs in the country right now?
Well, it feels thrilling, I guess, but of course, I'm not taking your job anywhere because you do your job best. But then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to MCI Radio. Remember, you're streaming live. That is on Facebook, on YouTube, and on MCI Radio. The hashtag for Twitter is #MediaExpoUG. Now, this question goes to you, Mr. Kanan Arinda. Yesterday, we had a very long day. It was the first day, and we are talking about understanding the SDGs and how Uganda media is covering them, the best practices, gaps, and how media coverage should be improved. I want to find out your key takeaway from yesterday's session. What thrilled you most, and maybe what was something that left you a bit lagging behind? Kanan.
Well, one of the most amazing experiences for me was to get to sit less than 2 meters away from Aquaman. I found out that we have one of the most experienced, one of the most knowledgeable gentlemen in the world of aquatics here. And he was at the Media Hub, he was at the Media Expo talking about the SDG concerning aquatic life, concerning water, which was really important. And on top of that, I also got a chance to be customer X for the SDG concerning sustainable energy. So I'm going to be one of the first Ugandans to get a power bank that uses sustainable energy from an organization called ChargeCo. The CEO is none other than George Kamanzi, and he is such an innovator. He's an Elon Musk in the making, a Steve Jobs in the making. And I'm looking forward to also finding out from Dana Yebale.
Yes.
What innovations has he made as an individual to help humanity? Besides being good at speaking and maybe looking for stories around, has he helped the world in innovating in any way?
Yeah, Kanan, I mean, that's under not
It's a very
that one, but
tough
then-
question.
No, not a tough one, but Kanan, I've used my voice, I've innovated my voice from a small voice to a very big, huge voice. So, I mean, that's enough an innovation for me.
You were sure to say that you shouldn't say the voice, right?
The voice, you didn't say that. But Kanan,
Yes, Dan.
I know you for asking those hard questions you can't answer yourself. Today I'll get back to you.
No, I can absolutely answer. If you
No,
ask
listen
me,
up,
I can
listen
tell
up,
you what
Kenan.
innovations I've come up with.
Kenan.
I had a conversation with you just a few minutes earlier. Perhaps you can tell the world what innovation we came up with together.
Oh, right. Very good. Okay, let me take this honor to say Kenan proposed, PG-18, right? He proposed a reusable condom, more like a reusable pad. And I don't know, to me, I mean, Tracy couldn't really understand that.
Yes, allow me to defend that. I think that right now, the introduction of such a conversation would be really, really important. It would be helpful to society. It would be helpful to individuals that, have a hashtag Kisoro in them and maybe can't afford to always go to the shop. But if you have it in your pocket, you can wash with Omo and put somewhere on the peg and it dries and you use again next time. I think that would be nice. It's an innovation.
But ladies and gentlemen, let me cross over to Tracy if she can hear me. Tracy, what stood out for you yesterday in yesterday's discussion?
Can you hear me?
Definitely.
What stood out for me was, for example, the discussion on how COVID has affected the education sector. We students here, the journalism fraternity, and to sort of have that put into perspective by the press secretary to the vice president, Mr. Conan Businja, was a highlight to sort of see where the government is at in addressing this particular effects of COVID on the education sector. So that was, for me, very impactful.
Okay.
As well as, the different panelists and then the sessions, that were ongoing, the lightning talks. And I'm really, really looking forward to the session for today.
All right, I've been told by the producer that we are supposed to be starting right about now. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the MCI Media Expo UG 2021, where many students are showcasing what they've brought. And we are talking SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So, officially, let us start the discussion today.
Let's cross over to you, Kanan and Tracy, so we can get this started.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Welcome, welcome to the Media Expo 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, guests, welcome to the MCI Media Hub. Most importantly, welcome to Day 2 of the Media Challenge Expo 2021. We are getting started now. Attention on the screen for the production of a lifetime. Ladies and gentlemen, your Expo hosts, Kainan and Tracy.
Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to kick off with Day 2 of the Media Challenge Expo 2021. With us is MCI Radio, and they will be starting off our program. Dan Ayebade and Edgar Matthew Karuhanga, good morning to you.
Good morning. I would love to use his voice, but I don't think I can use it. But that's a fabulous voice. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Media Expo 2021. I'm with a Manchester United fan. He's called Dan Ayebade. Let's not talk about Manchester United. Let's talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, bro.
Yes, of course, today is not a Manchester United day. I see you're getting to me, but then you won't. It's an SDGs Day and the MCI Expo 2021, Day 2. And indeed, I also take this honor to welcome you. Thanks for making it yesterday, and thanks for making it today. You know, moving from your home to this place, maybe logging in online, and taking your time out to tune in to this expo and maybe watch the entire expo for Day 1, Day 2 is nothing we should take for granted.
Definitely. And of course, today we are going to be looking at various things. You're talking SDGs. Remember, we're starting with how COVID has affected progress of SDG 1 and how the media can help to end poverty. Remember, SDG 1 says ending poverty. What is your take? What do you think should be looked at this time around as we're talking about SDG 1, no poverty?
Oh, maybe before I go to no poverty, let me maybe take you back to yesterday, where we had very many sessions that took place right here at the MCI Media Hub in Kabalagala. And in the morning, we had a gentleman from the SDG Secretariat who actually mentioned, among the many words he said, that SDGs, the Secretariat as the SDG Secretariat are very ready to work with solo individuals and also media houses to be able to put across these SDGs, to be able to cover them, to be able to put this in the faces of people to say, we want to achieve this in this specified period of time. So the partnerships and the willingness to partner with individuals in media and also media houses and organizations is something I felt was so heartwarming.
Okay. Well, for me, I would think about the rhetoric of, do even the Ugandans and the rest of the world people actually know what sustainable development goals are? That is the question that I think the media or the fourth estate, since we're going to tell stories about sustainable development goals, is we have to also tell the stories for the normal people, because if we do this as the people who are literate and people who know these things, that means we're isolating a number that can actually work towards achieving the sustainable development goals by 2030.
Let's break it down like this, Edgar. What's your mother tongue?
Mtoro. That's my mother
What is
tongue,
this sustainable development goals in Rutoro?
I do not know.
So put across the point that maybe we need to break this thing down from all those maybe terminologies to our local languages for every other person, whether literate or illiterate, whether rich or poor, to understand that we have the same goals we are looking at, these same goals which are actually 17.
Yes.
When you go that on the 17th, they say partnerships, and yes, it's about partnerships. But there's also another panelist called Julius Muchunguzi from the PM's office, in the communications office, also mentioned that maybe the 18th SDG should have been about the media.
Wow. Of course, we have been isolated in this case, yet we are the biggest, maybe I would say the fourth estate, not the biggest, but we are the fourth estate. And that means our voice should actually be listened to. But then, Dan, I would also like to, if you're talking about yesterday, there is a prologue after lunch where we had a presentation from the Ministry of Environment. And she talked about clean water and sanitation as goal number 7. And it is something that I looked at and I'm like, yes, we need to actually achieve clean water and affordable water at the end of the day. That is something I raised. And I was asking about the cost. And she says they're talking to the different stakeholders to see how we can actually reduce the pricing of water. Because if you are to achieve this goal, that means you have to put it at a relatively low prices that each Ugandan can actually afford.
Ugandans, they water, eh?
Water.
And the youth who don't want to shy.
that is what you can say. But then I want us to delve into a discussion. Before we cross over to Kane and Arinda, let's delve into a discussion of today's particular topic. Today, we're going to talk about how COVID has affected the progress of SDG 1, no poverty, and how can the media help end poverty in this country?
It is a case of telling the African narrative, as always. Maybe sometimes we exaggerate it. Maybe they are the positives. I remember Bas Impindi, the CEO of Media Challenge Initiative, at one point when we were at fellowship in our year, he asked us a question. He posed a question: is the world getting better or getting worse? And it was a very heated discussion because I remember me in my kind of viewing it, I thought maybe it is getting worse.
Okay.
And if you talk about SDG number 1 of ending poverty, maybe the stories we're telling are stories which are actually showing that is actually to the extreme.
Yeah.
But in a normal sense, if you talk about the sense of solutions journalism, if we start telling the stories of people who are really doing things, innovations that Kenan mentioned, which are helping to move towards that goal of end of poverty in the entire world, then as media have played our role.
We have, but you've gone for the second part of the question. But the first part would ask, how has COVID-19 affected the progress of ending poverty by 2030? Because I'm looking at this from a perspective that COVID-19 has, first of all, created unemployment. Say, many people have run out of business. They're not working anymore. And when someone is not working, that means they're not making any money of their own. What is your take? How do you think COVID-19 has affected?
It is an obvious one. It's an obvious one for me, Edgar, because economies got locked, businesses got shut down, people ran out of jobs. That's been the story for the entire 2 years. So it is actually so obvious that, of course, we are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes.
And the question is, how do we move out of here? It's not about maybe us crying about it. It's not about us saying maybe we lost our jobs or we lost our businesses. It should be about how do we recover.
Yes.
And actually, if I also briefly take you back to yesterday, Conan Msinje, who is the Conan Singh, I think, who works with the vice president's office.
Press secretary to the vice president.
Yes, so I was trying to play down the fact that maybe the government has a role in this that we are in. I was trying to mention that maybe as individuals we've really also left it for the government. Partly I agree, maybe we've left it to the government, but I don't know how you see it. Which roles are for who?
Okay, so today we are going to be having Mr. Joseph Elunya. He is one of the panelists and he is from the Center for Investigative Journalism. Then Mr. Suri Muse, the regional lead of the UNFCCC collaboration. Then Anthea Paello, the intervention manager, business environment, a financial sector depending in Uganda. And the moderator will be Mr. Okot Ola. Let me cross over to Tracy and then ask her the same question that I asked Mr. Dan Ayebare. Tracy, if you can hear me loud and clear, how has COVID affected the progress of SDG 1, ending poverty in the world by 2030? Tracy, if you can hear me?
Yes, Edgar, I can hear you. There is no doubt that COVID and its pandemic, self really did distort the progress to us reaching these goals by 2030. I mean, ask yourself, the day they mentioned the lockdown, where were you? What were you doing? What did you have to move? What sort of priorities did you have to shift in order for you to sort of fit in the new narrative, Schools were stopped, businesses on a hold. So, of course, for you to sort of go back to the drawing board is not an immediate thing. Did you have money, disposable money in your pocket that day? Had you made sort of a budget for that, a contingency plan? So all those questions had to be answered by us and not as immediate as you would imagine. So it was families going back to the drawing board, companies doing the same, sort of restructuring. People lost their jobs, people lost businesses. Imagine you have a mall that you have to close.
All right.
You know, so I know for a fact that this definitely put a spanner in the works, to say the least. Okay. But we are also a very adaptive people. We are also a resilient group of people. Africans are known to be very resilient, so I am really looking forward to the bounce back from this.
Wow, resilient. Africans are known to be resilient. Dana Yebare, you are resilient.
Yes, you know me, I know, man. You know me better than anyone.
All right, I think let's cross over to Kainan Arinda. Kainan is in the social media studio, and I think he is with a lady called Shadia. And Kainan Arinda, if you can hear me, so this is your question. 30 years from now, what will you tell your children and kids about your childhood? That you hosted a morning show, or that you actually were part of a historical event that contributed to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals? Kainan Arinda.
Will it be about that you graduated from this studio to the main auditorium?
To the social media studio, by the way.
Whether that was a graduation or not is up for debate. But I tell you, I'll begin by answering some of the questions that you guys had talked about before. Yeah. First and foremost, I remember exactly where I was when the first lockdown was announced, and that was in my garden back in Mukono. I was digging, and it was quite the news for me.
Digging, eh?
You also asked whether the world is getting better or it's getting worse. When I see Edgar Matthew Karuhanga and Dan Ayebare in MCI radio studio, being able to host a morning show as wonderfully as you guys are doing, I think that the world is getting much better.
Sample space is Dan and Edgar.
Yes, pardon?
You sampled only Dan and Edgar, and then the world has 7 billion people and more.
Yes, when we look at the SDGs, we have things that we call identifiers, something that helps. I am super excited because 30 years from now, I'm going to be able to tell my children that as we are seeing the SDGs being realized, I played a role in that. I was part of that conversation. I was part of the MCI Expo 2021 that was putting that conversation forward. But as you mentioned, I'm not alone here in the social media studio. I'm with Shadia, and I would love to find out, Shadia, how are you feeling today?
Shadia feels good?
We cannot hear what Shadia is saying.
If I talk like this, would you believe that it's Shadia?
Not really, Kainan.
We would actually know that he's Kainan Arinda, definitely.
Technical problems, but I think we are fine
now.
Now,
Shadia is live, yeah.
You can hear me now?
Definitely, we can hear you, and you look smart, by the way.
Ah, thank you.
So nice to have another lady in the building. Welcome to the show, Shadia.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited.
That is not the look of excitement, Shadia. Are you really excited?
Yes, I am.
Why are you excited today?
Because I'm happy and today is a good day.
If you're happy and you know, say I am.
Social media studio.
Yo.
So Shadia, looking at 30 years from now, you are perhaps going to be a parent or even a grandparent by that time, who knows? And you're going to be able to look at these children and tell them that you are part of that conversation concerning SDGs. What does it mean for you to be one of the hosts here at the MCI Expo 2021 that is looking at the Sustainable Development Goals?
It is a very amazing opportunity. First of all, I'm glad that I'm here because I'm quite sure that there are a lot of people that want to be in my place right now, but I'm here, so I'm very grateful for that. About the SDGs, 30 years from now, when I close my eyes and I think of SDGs 30 years from now, I look at a big improvement in terms of be it technology, education. So I think we are heading for the right direction. So I think it will be a good scenery to look at and a good thing to talk about.
You're a radio presenter on MCI Radio, and you're now also a broadcast presenter in front of the television. And we are looking at one of the SDGs, which is in relation to gender equality. That's SDG 5. So as a woman in the media, where do you feel we stand right now in relation to SDG 5?
In relation to SDG 5, we are quite lacking a bit, but we are moving towards the right direction again, because I feel like women have now realized that we can do the same things as men do, and even much more. So I think we are moving in the right direction, and in not even 30 years, in just like 5 years or even 10 years, I think we are going to be in a much better place.
Well, Shadia, I know that later on you'll be having some of the students that are participating in the expo and you'll be interviewing them. I will be giving you the space and the time to feel comfortable. But for now, I want to find out from Tracy. Tracy, what is the environment like there at the front?
Well, Kenan, you have no idea. First, I've been told where you're seated later on, there'll be a 360 camera in that place, so you're about to be displaced. I need you right here. But well, you asked about the mood, and I don't know about you, but I know that there's more than 6 teams, if I have that correctly. There will be news teams that will be competing at this year's Expo Media 2021, and the mood is kind of exciting for me, who's, with the whole view of the 360. I see a lot of content coming up, being developed, being scripted, and the mood is very reflective in nature. They are tense, but very excited to be a part of the Expo, Media Expo 2021. Hello, Kenan, can you hear me?
Kenan and Rinda, I would like to pose this question to you, if I may. Kenan, how did you feel a few years ago when you were taking part in the MCI Expo? That was, I think, 2019. We were in the same expo. How did you feel back then? And because she talked about them feeling excited, and it reminded me of the goosebumps that you might have got on that day. Please clarify, Kenan.
Well, that was a very long time ago, because I'm an old man right now.
But 23.
It was an exhilarating experience for me. It was very fun, and I know that it has played a very big role in growing me as a journalist right now. But as I said, I'm an old man. I'm one of the old dogs in the media, and it's now the time for the younger generation to take over. And so right now, we're going to head in for some conversations with Shadia and some of the students that are participating in the expo. So that is what we're going to be going in for. Shadia, are you ready?
Yes, thank you so much, Kenan. So I don't think I introduced myself the first time, but my name is Shadia Nazua, and I am an expiring Media Challenge Fellow. So in the studio with me here, I have one of the amazing students who are participating in the Media Challenge Expo 2021, and please introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Solomon Chisache. I happen to be a trainee here at the Media Challenge Initiative.
Okay, so we have covered a day of the Media Challenge Expo, and I understand that you are in teams. You're working in teams of, I don't know, groups of how many. But my question is, how are you strategizing as a team to make sure that you take this home and win many awards, more awards than the other teams? So what is your strategy, and how are you planning to do that?
Well, we as a team have decided to focus on a few of the SDG goals that do reflect all we find so personal. Personally, I happen to have done law, so we focused on goal number 16, which deals with peace and justice, and we have a good story around that based on solutions journalism, and then we also have quite other stories. So we focused on 3 good stories that we are here to produce.
Okay, that is amazing. I don't know what other teams are doing, but as you can hear, people are being serious and taking this very serious. So we are going to move on to our next guest. We are having an amazing lady come into the studio who is going to tell us her name.
Hello, my name is Daisy Kabura, and I'm a trainee at MCI.
Lazy Kabura. So my question for you, Lazy, is the expo we have covered so far. One day of the expo we covered yesterday, and there were a lot of sessions we had about education, about even the introduction to SDGs. So what was your main takeaway, and how are you planning to use that as a journalist, not only to participate in the expo and win awards, but also your take home as a journalist and something that you would apply?
All right, thank you. First of all, that session about education, they told us that what have journalists done? What have you done? Okay, coronavirus came, it affected education. But how did you help people outside as a journalist? What did you do for them, for them to at least benefit in you? What have you done for your society? So I'm planning to help the society as a journalist.
Thank you so much. Switching over to you, Tracy and Kanan.
I think I just have, how prepared is the team? If I could ask Daisy, how prepared is your team to face off with the other competitors? What sort of new tricks does your team have, if you don't mind sharing?
How about if I mind sharing, because they might be stolen anyway.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Keep it to yourself. I think your competition is listening.
But at least they can give you some ideas. We are so cooperative.
Okay.
And we love arguing as journalists. Yeah. And we listen as well. So those are the few I can give you.
Shadia.
Yes, please.
Maybe this is done. If I could chip in, I have a question for Daisy. How does it really feel to work with different people whom you've just met, like you haven't known them for a long time, and all of a sudden you're a team?
Yes, that's what I told you. We love cooperative. We're so cooperative, and then when a journalist, as a journalist, it is all about having good vibes, joining people, and cooperating. So we combined our knowledges. We are studying together. By the way, we are learning together.
Yeah. So I have participated in the expo for a number of years, and I have gone through the experience, and it is hectic. It is a lot of work to do. It is just like pressure over pressure, pressure. So how have you managed to deal with that?
Yeah, so the pressure is there. That I won't lie, the pressure is there. But then when you want something, it's love, it's passion, it's love. When you love something, you go for it.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Shadia, for having those conversations. We will continue to be having them later on. And Dana Ebade and Matthew Karohanga in the radio studio. As a radio presenter, I want to give you, when you finish later, come, I have an award for you. You guys are really doing my job amazingly. I hope you're not going to take it off.
No,
we'll be
Kanan.
coming back to MCI Radio in a few. So keep in there, keep finding out what's going on, and we'll come back to you in the radio studio. For now, we're coming back to the main event space. Tracy, I know you've missed me so much.
Welcome back.
Thank you. And for the ladies and gentlemen in the main event space, how are you feeling so far?
I need to hear more excitement. How are we this morning? If you're happy and you know, say I am. You are? More excitement? If you're happy and you know, say I am. You are.
Kachai Kaoma, or the competition is tough?
Kayo, we need to also listen to the I am. We are not hearing it anywhere.
Well, I know what normally gets the youth very happy and very excited when they are feeling low and the energies are low is normally a wonderfully sung anthem. Yes. So I think we're going to stand up on our feet and we will sing our anthems and get started with our program officially. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request us to stand up so that we can have our prayers and anthems. Our Lord and our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for today. We thank you that we've been able to come back here for day 2 of the MCI Expo 2021. We thank you for all the information, the knowledge that we are gathering and taking in. And we dedicate the entire day into your hands. We know and believe that it will be wonderful. We thank you and we bless your name. We pray all this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen. You can take your seats. All right, so we're just going to do a very quick check-in again, guys. How are we feeling? Let me see. Which, by the way, we have news teams here, am I right? We have like teams that we put together. Is that so? Mm-hmm. Can I hear, are there like names of these teams, like these media houses? David, what is your media house's name? You're not excited? Or you've not yet decided? Okay. Wow. Okay.
Is there anyone with a media house name that we need to acknowledge? Feel free to stand and introduce your news media house. Anyone? Okay, I don't think. I think I've heard rumor. There is one. No? Not yet? Okay, but I'm sure you're working on it. Just, I would, I don't know, if I were in your position, I would want to mention it so that, you know, you patent it. No one should take it for now.
Kenan News if you had a media house, what name would you give it?
Oh, by the way, yes. I thought about that, and I want to call mine Statement Official.
Statement Official? Mm-hmm. That's the name of a media house?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay. I would call mine the Kalabanda Debrief.
Wanji?
Yeah. I think it would be quite an interesting name. So, you need a name that excites people. People are like,
First take us through Kalabanda. Exactly what's the inspiration?
Ndipresenta ku Kalabanda Debrief tugenda kubanga tubawa amawulire gaffe nga bulijjo, and the story, you can tell the stories that would be coming from Kalabanda.
Yes.
Debrief. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had such an amazing time.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that we were able to showcase were the different skills and talents that the young journalists have here. And one of those was an amazing and powerful poem.
Absolutely.
Remember, remember. Stay, pray, clay. Hey.
And say so.
Day, and say so. And remember. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to play for you a video that is showing us an example of what we're talking of here. We have a video that is coming up of Ishak doing a wonderful and amazing poem. Let's take a look.
Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. And remember to say so. Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. And remember to say so. We pray for no poverty. We yea and say screw you to hunger. We aspire to good health and well-being and raise the fire for equality education. We fight for gender equality, and we need clean water and sanitation as salutation to affordable and clean energy as we crave decent work and economic growth. There should be industry, innovation, and infrastructure for reduced inequalities because we want sustainable cities and communities. We desire responsible consumption and production to foster better climate action. We lay and pray for the life below water and work for better life on land. See, we all, us, all we've ever wanted is peaceful peace, justice, and strong institutions as we seek partnerships for the goals we set. And these are our objectives for sustainable development. The SDGs for change. Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. And remember to say so. How many of you here would consider yourselves journalists? Please raise your hands. Good number. And how many of you would consider yourselves as influencers? Please. Very good. See, we believe that journalism can make the world a better place, but the truth is, you don't have to be a journalist or influencer or an expert in anything to make the world a better place. You just have to be you. Yes, yourself. It's a decision you should make. See, I remember drawing stars and painting sun rays with a pale blue sky as a little boy. And these were symbols of the sustainable development goals that a little 5-year-old me framed. We live with these goals knowingly and unknowingly. See, they are an integral part of our day-to-day lives, and so we need to promote effective media coverage on the sustainable development goals. Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. And remember to say so. Thank you.
Wow! Well,
Yes.
remember, we will. A bigger round of applause, please. Say, pray, and
And it is getting hotter and hotter. In our studios today, we have the amazing Ishak Nsubuga, who came up with that amazing poem that you just watched in just a night. So, Ishak Nsubuga,
Yes,
what
please.
has been your creative process? And let's talk about this particular story. What was your creative process for this particular story?
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very glad. So with this poem, I'm very passionate about the 17 SDGs. So I wanted to highlight them and bring them in a poetic manner because I'm passionate about poetry as well. And then I also wanted to bring in, that fun beat of the say, pray, and lay low, lay, pray, and say so, lay, pray, and lay low, and remember to say so. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ishak Nsubuga. So maybe to add on to that, I understand you have been a poet for quite a long time. You've been writing poems since
high school,
Since high school. So what made you choose poetry to be your mode of communication to the audience?
So poetry has always been part of my life. For the longest time, I can remember, really, because it taught me how to be myself. It taught me how to speak. It taught me how to think, how to feel, how to do everything, basically. And I actually have a show on MCI Radio. So it's called The Word Lounge, and it also started as a poetry concept. Though with time, I'm very passionate about the arts, so I expanded it to be about the arts. But yes, poetry has been everything in my entire life. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to download the MCI Radio app and tune into the Word Lounge and listen to Ishak Nsubuga. Back to Kanan and Tracy.
Thank you so much, Shadia and Aishak, for that wonderful interview. Without much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome you to our first panel on how COVID has affected progress towards SDG 1 and how the media can help end poverty. And for our moderator this morning, it will be Miss Marcela Ariso, a very, very prominent woman, an MCI fellow here at the Media Challenge Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Marcela Ariso.
Five, 10, 20 years ago, a little girl like me would never dream of standing in front of very intelligent people, brilliant like yourselves, because I basically never knew that this would be a place for me to have a conversation. This was because many times at school, I would be asked, where are you from? And I'm like, I'm from Kaberamaido. So most of my peers didn't know until I was in A-levels, and then they would just ask, like, what do you use to go to your village? And I'm like, a ferry. And they're like, do you park the cars in the ferry? Do you walk in the ferry? It was just funny. But that aside, I'm truly honored to stand in front of very intelligent and highly dignified people like yourselves, holding very constructive discourse, such as speaking about how COVID-19 has affected progress towards SDG number 1 and how the media can help end poverty. I'm very glad to be having an extremely wide group of panelists that are going to be joining me, but I want to just give you a brief recap on SDG number 1. In my previous years as Miss Tourism TESA, I've traveled to refugee camps and slums and visited sites of disaster and mass starvation. And over again, I've come to one conclusion, that progress is possible everywhere, even in the most challenging environments. We live in a world of apparent inequality, where 1% of the world's population controls 50% of its wealth, and yet there is 1 billion people who live on about $1 a day, making daily choices between food and medicine, shoes and paying school fees to go to school, choices that defy definition of a life of a basic human dignity. Today we're going to talk about what's going on in Uganda, what makes such extreme poverty persist, but better, we're going to talk about what's changing that. I'll ask you to join me in rebelling in the idea that we can't stand alone, but we must stand together, and this is the right fight. In 1980, 1 of every 2 people on the planet was living in extreme poverty, and at that rate, it began to fall when world leaders began working through institutions like the United Nations and USAID communities to what seemed like an impossible goal to cut extreme poverty to half by 2015. Uganda has since achieved significant milestones in its fight against poverty over the past 3 decades, with poverty rates standing at 21.4%, down from 56% in 1993. As we speak, the COVID-19 pandemic has driven 25% of the citizens to a fallback of poverty, and a recent 1.8 million more people as the 2021 budget strategy was launched. With me present is a panel that I will introduce to you, and we shall put our hands together for Joseph Elunya from the Center of Investigative Journalism. Joseph holds a diploma in journalism, a Bachelor of Ethics and Development Studies, and a Master's in Monitoring and Evaluation. Joseph, please come up. He began his career as a news editor in Voice of Tessa radio station, and later joined the London-based Institute of War and Peace Reporting as a bureau chief. He also worked with Uganda as Africa's correspondent, Elunya, currently in the financial sector, deepening Uganda. She's an economist and an expert in competition, economic regulation in East and Southern Africa. One thing you didn't know about Anthea is she was the first winner of the Writism short story competition. Anthea is also a Mandela Rhodes Scholar and has a 5 years working experience in East and Southern Africa. Our final panelist, for the day is Okot Ola. Okot Ola is a young, handsome gentleman. Ola, please stand up. Ola is a co-founder of The Economist Misfit, a knowledge media publisher in his community. He has served in several positions, such as Fellowship Director, UN Millennium Fellowship, Makerere University, and today is also the convener of the Midini Convention Continental and Table. This is so much information. They'll introduce yourselves. Guys, let's start. Good morning, everyone. Hello, it's nice to see you all. Our online audience, you are very welcome today to our discussion about how COVID-19 has affected the progress towards SDG 1 and how the media can help that. So, Anthea, I'm going to just have a brief conversation with you all, Ola and then Joseph, and you're going to tell us COVID-19 has affected a lot of Ugandans. From the statistics, you can clearly hear 25% has dropped from where we had grown. What do you think possibly caused this from the start, the poverty?
Thank you, Marcella. And it gives me great pleasure to be here and to be with a lot of journalists, ambitious journalists such as yourselves. COVID-19, first, to truly understand the impact of COVID-19, you must try and understand where we were before. And I work for Financial Sector Deepening Uganda. It's a think and do tank, one of the leading institutions in Uganda that deals with the financial sector. We try to increase financial inclusion to the poor. And one of the studies we conducted last year on financial inclusion reflected that COVID-19 has resulted in a significant drop in incomes for a lot of the poor in the country. 40% of the poorest in the country have become even poorer as a result of COVID-19. And just to further understand what has been happening pre-COVID-19, that is prior to 2019, we realized that about 3 out of 4 Ugandans, only 3 out of 4 Ugandans were able to, had the means to live consistently. In other words, they were barely earning. What they were earning on a daily basis was just enough. They were not able to save. And so when a pandemic like COVID-19 comes in, you have not been able to save, and you're just living enough to eat day to day, it thoroughly and completely takes you down. And so we find before COVID, only 3 out of 4 people were living day to day. Following COVID-19, we find that a large percentage of people were not able to go to jobs. They were not able to get money even from their relatives because their relatives in Kampala have lost jobs. Realized that few people are able to get to trade. The few people were able to do different things in order to get the money that they were able to before. So there was a significant impact that resulted in a drop in the drop of their resilience or ability to live from day to day. So that is one of the key things. I just want to highlight another thing. Financial Sector Deepening has also conducted a study afterwards to try and understand. This is between April 2020 and September 2020, right when the COVID-19 pandemic started. What happened to different segments of people in terms of farmers, in terms of women, and we find that there are certain categories of or segments of the population that have been seriously affected. I bring this because as journalists, it's important to not just understand the general context of the population, but to know what the nuances are in terms of how the pandemic has affected different people, whether it's the women, whether it's farmers, and whether it's the youth. And we find that women were significantly affected by COVID-19, mostly because they did not have a means of saving, and also that farmers were not able to trade their goods, were not able to sell their goods. They lost a lot of income. And I'll go deeper into that, but I don't want to take the time of other panelists.
Thank you, Anthea. Joseph, I would want to look at you as a journalist. Now let's speak as Fourth Estate members. Many times you find that social justice stories are undercovered. I don't know what exactly the reason is. Is it that they're underfunded? Is it that they're not very important to society? Because when you look at poverty, when someone's poor, they can't access good education. When someone's poor, they can't access good health care, and that eventually affects the well-being of communities and the country's economy. So what would you have to say about that?
Oh, thank you very much. I am glad to be seated between two economists. And you know, they deal with figures, a lot of figures, just like you heard when she started. She's talking about figures. Poverty has risen from this to that. So I'll be trying to make meaning to those figures. I'll put it in a journalistic way. Because many times the mistake we journalists do, even among the audience here, the journalists here now, they're busy writing those statistics. And they believe that is news, and that's where we go wrong. Oh, back to what you asked me. We need to know that poverty not only exists externally, there's that external poverty that everyone sees, but poverty exists both internally, in spirit. So poverty exists in very many ways, and we need to address that. So poverty also, you know, it exists within the mind. Poor people struggle a lot with hopelessness, anxiety, talk of shame. You know, it's shameful to be poor, very shameful. So poor people struggle with all of that. And as a result, people have actually resigned to fate. Around the country, when you move around the country, the other day I was traveling between Soroti and Lira on that road. I stopped and I found there was a dancing competition where you dance. These are fathers. They're dancing in front of their children. They're dancing and then they're being rewarded with waraji. For the best dancer, a husband dancing. So that is how hopeless the situation is, how the population has slipped in. That's how bad the situation is. When you're around Kampala here, and especially when you live in Muyenga, you may not see poverty. But when you move around the country, poverty is very, very terrible. And like I said, it affects even the mind. Because of the hopelessness, there is even a belief among people in the country, the poor. You know, children grow up without any dreams. Unlike in the privileged communities, where a child grows up already thinking he's going to, with a mind, I'm going to be a pilot, I'm going to be an economist. In the countryside, the story is different. There are even people who believe poverty is inherited. They tell you, for us, the whole family, that's how we have been. Even grandpa was poor. So they believe poverty is actually inherited. Back to the question you asked me then, what is the media not getting right? What I can tell you is that many times, the few times you hear the media reporting about poverty are these dancing competitions where they've been invited and paid to report that so-and-so has won a dancing competition and rewarded with the waraji. Those are the times, you know, we make fun of the poor. So the few times you see stories being told in the media are those funny stories that mock the poor. We make fun of the poor. You hear in morning radio shows, they're laughing that in the other village, so-and-so won. They're laughing, they're mocking the poor. It's so deplorable. So the media the few times, and then also the few times you see these stories appearing in the media, maybe civil society organizations, ActionAid and the rest have transported journalists to cover their story. So they're basically covering the story based on what ActionAid wants, or based on, I'm just giving an ActionAid as an example, but they're giving it, covering the story based on the perspective of the NGO. What the NGO has taken them to cover, we have donated clothes to them. That is a few times you get to hear stories on poverty. But what needs to be done, we need to get down back to the basics and then report on the realities of life. Pick one of these guys and then tell the story. She was giving statistics on the number of poor people. And of course, many times journalists end up writing those statistics. But do we bother to go deeper and dig deeper and pick, let's say, one family which has been affected by the lockdown, by the measures that have been put in place to control COVID? Pick one person, let the person tell the story. It will touch these guys who live in Muyenga. It will touch these guys who live in Kololo. They may begin having that heart of philanthropy, and they may begin working towards making a Uganda where everyone has something, so that this SDG, we are talking of that by 2030, that we will achieve it. I see it, we are far from achieving it, and we'll never achieve it. And the media has also let down the population, because if the few times you see reports appearing in the media, it's full of mechanics, robotic kind of reporting. It's about figures which are very incomprehensible. When she was giving figures from this to this, and many times journalists quote that and they take it as and that's what appears in the news. Poverty has risen from this to this, but we need to come down. Marcella.
Thank you, Joseph. So what I would like to understand is Media Challenge has put up this expo.
First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for surviving COVID. Let us now focus on surviving poverty. So, first of all, we are a developing country, and not just in the sense of the words that we pick from, the centers where these things are discussed. For example, right now in Glasgow and all these places, the UN headquarters, we are a developing country in many senses. We are a developing country in the sense that we are still trying to grapple with a lot of issues, especially around tribalism, around equality for women, and all these things. And COVID was the great unequalizer. Just like education is a great equalizer, COVID really unequalized all these dynamics. And she made mention of some of these things. So we need to calm down and see how do we move ahead from this situation, but not based on a very conventional sense of things that we are getting from the world. We have to strengthen the lowest units of our society to be able to move away from COVID. As journalists, he has been critiquing the issue of statistics and being unable to break them down and use them effectively. And I think moving forward, we have an economy that is reviving. We have an economy that is adapting to unique challenges. The challenges of Uganda are not the challenges of Kenya. So it's really important that we adopt these unique solutions. For example, when we had no food during COVID-19 because of the issues she talked about, unemployment and all these things that happened, the government did not approach the distribution of food based on GDP. It didn't distribute food to the areas with the lowest GDP. In fact, it distributed food to the place with the highest GDP, which is Kampala and Wakiso. This is a very good example of approaching issues based on remote needs. Because some of these terms we pick, and journalists, you need to listen carefully, some of these terms we pick and used to apply to situations don't actually help. Because while Kampala has a very high GDP, it actually has the people with the least asset value, the people with no land. And we know that land is a very big cushion. For those of us who survived COVID, many of us went to the villages. And it comes with a garden, it comes with fruits, it comes with all these small things, it comes with a place to relax. So how do we move intrinsically to solve the problems of our society? And these are things that we need to look at a community level. So moving forward as we revive our economy and as to journalists, I encourage you, as he has been really emphasizing, and I wanted to talk about it as well, maybe we'll speak later, is don't just pick statistics. Every community is unique. And maybe there are no resources to cover these kinds of stories, but that is another, it's just a matter of alternative business strategies, of how journalists can cover the real meaningful stories about our communities. And this is the best way that we are going to come out to strengthen our economy. We are going to come out because journalists are supposed to be thought leaders. My background is law, but I think in this day and age, everyone is a media personality. As long as we're on Twitter, we speak a lot, but journalists have a certain platform, and I think this should be used to address our own unique problems. So this is my advice to you as we move on, and everyone in this room. Look back at your community, look back at your village, look back at your district, and see how do we solve these problems. Start
for reinvention.
Yes, COVID is a great opportunity for us. I always tell people that the world doesn't need, there's this problem that we think all of Kampala should look like New York. The theory of development in our heads. We say, okay, Kampala should look like New York, but the world doesn't need 100 New Yorks. The world needs Wakanda, and the world needs unique solutions. We saw the most powerful countries didn't have solutions for COVID. In fact, they went back to their primal instincts of refusing, hoarding vaccines. This means we are now on. Actually, the world is not saying become like us. The world is asking us to develop, to invent a new world for them that is better. And this is the hope that Africa represents for the world. So I think we need to indulge these unique situations and bring out this unique Africanness. And journalism is a very big part.
Thank you so much, Ola. I would like to go back to you, Ante. Much as we speak about reinvention, we have to come from a global perspective to a localized perspective to understand what are the long-term effects of COVID-19 to the people of Uganda, especially that now we are looking at SDG 1 and we're looking at the poverty levels have dropped. The poverty levels have gone back up, yet by 2016 we had a bit improved, and then now COVID-19 comes, and then more than 1.8 million people have gone back to the drawing board. So what are the long-term effects? I think that's my general question to all of you, so that's going to drive our conversation. Yeah.
So like you've mentioned, Marcella, COVID-19 has had such a devastating impact, and we're going to feel it for a very, very long time. But at the same time, it has enabled us to, I'm sure you've seen that there are a lot of studies that have come out following COVID. It has allowed us to try and study and understand the situation at hand and try to see what is happening and devise solutions around it. For instance, we are finding out now that a lot of people, we knew that before, that many people don't save. I'm not sure how many of you have some kind of savings account that you keep on a regular basis. But we know roughly, and I'm going to use figures again, we know that roughly about people on average save about 4,800. That's the median amount of savings people have, 4,800 shillings. That is not going to be able to take you if you have malaria. If you have COVID, that is definitely not going to help you. So we understand that there's a savings problem that is happening. We also know that a lot of people, when they do save, they save in terms of VSLs. They have their small community groups or their cooperatives where they save their money. And we also know that they have, especially in the rural areas, people keep money in terms of a cow. You have your cow. But because of COVID, people had to sell their cows. They had to sell their property. So how do we devise solutions that are sustainable? We know that it's not enough for people to be able to save just small amounts of money. They cannot keep borrowing, and then they can't borrow anymore because people know that you're not working, you can't borrow. So what solutions can we devise as a public sector, as government, as private sector? Are there certain products we can produce that make it easier for women, make it easier for youth, that make it easier for old people to save, to maybe have a small insurance plan? Is there a way that government can give social grants, just such as the temporary relief that was given? There are ways for us to think how we can devise and overcome not just the next crisis, but what is happening now at the moment. We understand the situation, we understand how things have become worse, but now it creates an important opportunity for us to devise long-term solutions that can increase resilience for the poor, for certain segments of the community, and eventually help us hopefully achieve the SDG 1 of no poverty.
The negative part of it, I see the poor getting poorer. People who used to be private teachers are these days taking care of, actually they are babysitting children at home. The situation is so bad. Families, on the social aspect, families have broken up. When you look at men usually come back home late, you just need to have a rest and get up in the morning and leave. During the lockdown, people were holed up at home, looking at the wife is asking for the one for the table, and he has nowhere to get it from. And as a result, there have also been those family breakages on the social point of it. And of course, when such a thing happens, it also contributes to poverty, because these are, maybe one parent was a breadwinner, and now the lady, in most cases, women usually go with the kids and that burden, and if a woman is not working, you expect her to slip into real abject poverty, in abject poverty. So, and this will go on for a very long time. And we are talking of SDG 1, that by the year 2030, we expect a world where poverty in all its manifestation is done away with. And I don't foresee that coming. On the positive part of it, when you look at, if you ask yourself where COVID found you, what were you doing and what you're doing currently, many people have actually were forced to adapt and look for alternative sources of income. Now, where the media should come in is to tell these stories. Stories of poor people, when they're the ones telling it, it's much more compelling. Poor people can learn from their fellow poor people. But when you get these inspirational speakers who tell you I began from a chapati, and those are the stories the media highlights, that the man started selling from chapati and now he's a billionaire. You know, they look so wonderful, but they are, in most cases, just fake stories meant to. So when poor people, the poor man's struggle, if you highlight it and put it in the media, another poor person will learn from it. So media should focus on such stories of struggles and should be told through people, not through statistics that a number of these people who were formerly, maybe a number of teachers, about 30% have started riding border borders and their lives have tremendously changed. We need to move away from statistics and go into realities and bring real life stories. Let's hear stories of these poor people, their coping mechanism, for example, how a family is coping up in this COVID situation. When you go down the countryside, in places like Karamoja, I usually like moving. I like moving around and seeing how people are coping. You go to refugee camps, you see really people are real struggling. And this is going to go on for so I took them to Teso. They asked me, you brought us to see poverty. I said yes. So that, you know, by the time they came back, their minds were changed. There is poverty. When you're in Kampala here in an air-conditioned office, you may never understand what poverty is. You'll actually concentrate on telling stories using statistics. But when you go down, you get a feeling how the common man is struggling. And it's going to go on for a very long time. To recover, it will take us time. The economists I can see, of course, with the economies have been going through, they're trying the modeling and all that, and on the recovery. But when you look at the growth projection, I think is 3 point current. Yeah, maybe about 3.2% projection. So it's going to go on for a very long time. I see we still have a long way to go. 2030 is unachievable.
Thank you, Joseph. So what I've picked from your conversation is my highlight is basically we should focus on profiling stories, actual stories about the people instead of writing creative, imaginative stories of how you'd imagine someone in Karamoja is, someone in Liantonde is, and what they're going through. But I would want to also say it's not all hopeless. I believe the people in the media that have been telling these stories about people profiling them and how COVID-19, how they've been able to reinvent and things like that. What has been your most admirable kind of piece of how media personalities maybe or people have been telling those stories? Apart from just, oh, they're just saying there's poverty and all that. But I believe there's also people that have been telling good stories about.
I am actually yet to see. I have not read one. Maybe perhaps after this, we are going to be reading stories. You go just down here in Kasokoso and see how how people are hopelessly living. Has anyone ever bothered to go and see? Because poverty right now in the urban has risen more than even in the villages because of these restrictions, COVID, people laid off. There are people who are actually sleeping in the cold in places like Kasokoso. But how many times do we read about that in the media? And the media, all the leading media houses around here, stories when told through, stories on poverty are very complex. They must be told from the side of the people who are affected. That's when it appeals. Because if we are reporting those stories, perhaps we'd call to action. The policymakers would attract the attention of policymakers. But in the media, I am yet to see stories on poverty. The ones I read usually are from the economists. Maybe the National Planning Authority is giving the projections, the statistics on poor people, and that's what the media captures. But on their own, to go and track down and follow up how these people are coping up, I am yet to see. But of course, after today, those stories will be there, I know.
Thank you, Joseph. I'll move to you, Ola, and then we shall have this as a general question. Which angles or narratives are missing or need better coverage? Because you're economists, you study how the economy is running, so you understand it more, and then you feel like there is under coverage for certain things like poverty or places that are being affected highly economically. What angles or what narrative are missing or can have better coverage?
Yes, thank you very much. So journalism has been more of reportage. I don't know if that's the right word, but it has been more of re-echoing so far, at least from the common man's view. I can give you an objective opinion of how I see the journalism in Uganda. It's more of re-echoing of statistics, re-echoing of narratives, re-echoing of certain statements. So I think what is missing is a journalism that thinks. The people that shape the world are thinkers. You know, the Karl Marxes of the world, these were journalists, but journalists that think. SDGs are not the first time. It's just our generation's version of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Because in 1945, after World War II, the world sat and mentioned all these SDGs. After a few years, they changed. After a few years, they put MDGs. Now it's SDGs. But you should know that these things are made in New York. But the terms that are put, for example, no poverty, it's only journalists that can give it its true meaning in the Ugandan context. It's only journalists that can make us say, this is what poverty is in Uganda, and this is how we can move forward. Because otherwise, if we all just go and read the conference notes from New York, it makes no sense. We have to go to Kaberamaido, we have to go to Gulu, we have to go to Kasokoso, and it's only you guys in whom we have the hope to do this. So how can we move to cover some of these things? One of them is investigative journalism. He's here. And I think it's a very powerful tool. My friends and I, we are not journalists, but whenever it's time for investigative journalism, we are always watching because it's very rich. It tells a story. The other thing is data. For the first time in the history of man, data was mainstream for over 2 years. For the first time, the first thing you see on TV is statistics. This had never existed before. But we all know that data has solutions to everything. I think all of you should be interested in environmental social governance, ESG type data, because right now the world is looking for this type of data. An investor today must have an ESG side to his business. My background is in the minerals world, and we have, if you go to Mubende, for example, there's extreme poverty living next to millionaires who sell this gold. And how does this happen? But we need journalists to go and say, okay, this is Mubende, this is what it takes to educate a child, this is what it takes to do health, this is what it takes to have some extra money for entertainment, to live a dignified human life. This is what it takes, and this is the data that can be sold to an investor, because people are looking for this information. Otherwise, an investor will just come, do his things, and go away. So data is going to be very key, but not just collecting data, helping the world use data is where your power is. And trust me, billions of dollars are going to fall into data this decade. So I think you should interest yourself with these growth market trends as journalists. The other thing, all this can be supported with alternative business strategies. Many people will say, but I need a job, but I don't have money to cover poor people and all these things. There's something called alternative business strategies. I think she's from finance. She can give us more insight. But there are many strategies that can be used to get money. For example, partnerships, grants, and all these other ways of getting money to be able to fund correct journalism. At the end of the day, after your journalistic career, it should be a story of your impact on the world. You don't have to just be living in a series of gigs until you're 60. I want you to reach 60 and say, I wrote about this, I covered this, and trust me, the money is there to do these things, but you need to be focused on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. That was very brilliant. I think my take home is writing, and I think social justice writing is lethal justice. I think it's the way to go. So I'll come back to you, Anthea, and then we finally conclude. What kind of narrative or what angle do you think journalists and our stakeholders should take as a way forward?
Thanks, Marcella. Just before I tackle that, I want to make the case in support of Ola for statistics. I know, and I want to marry the two. Joseph has been talking about the importance of telling the story, going on the ground. But I also want to emphasize the importance of marrying the two, the statistics and the story on the ground. More recently, you've probably heard on the news about 5 million people worldwide have died of COVID. You hear a number like 5 million, it strikes a chord. You may not know the 5 million people, but when you hear that, you understand the magnitude of it. And so there's a need to use research and evidence-based information to support your stories. So if you start from that angle, from a wide base of trying to lay the overview, trying to lay the groundwork, much like Marcella did when she started this panel, and then go down to the nitty-gritty. But this is what 5 million means. In Kampala, this is how many people had to go to ICU. This is how many beds were missing. This is how many people had to wait in the hospital room because there was no ICU. This is how many people did not have food. So you can go down to those nitty-gritty, into the tiny details. There's that need to balance the two. But then we understand that journalism, the resources may not be there sometimes to provide that context. You may not have the exact time. You may be very busy. You want to provide the relevant information almost immediately. And I wanted to propose that there are lots of think tanks, much like ours, that produce a lot of data, and that is what we are good at. We do research and we provide information, but we may not be able to to bring the story down like the journalists can. And in that way, we could partner in that we bring the information, this is what is happening, and then you can go to the other layer, to the other level. This is what it means for us. This is what it means in Kaveramaido. This is what it means in Serere, where I come from. This is what it means on the ground for this person, and this is what poverty looks like. So there is room to partner with the economists in the ground, with the different journalists, in order to bring out this story and to make the case clear for everyone on board. And then I wanted to add another, but then I am, okay, that's great. So I talked about data and using evidence research data, and then how we can partner between different think tanks and with the media, and then also how important it is, I said this in the beginning, drawing the nuances out and the different information. Again, we rely on the journalists to be able to bring the different stories out. Not just to focus, for instance, on Kampala, but to focus on the different areas and different districts, also the different segments of the population. Another area that is equally important is to keep everyone accountable. In terms of the SDGs, this is what the government has promised. Is this how far they've gone? What have they done to this extent? And so we rely on the media to give us this kind of extra layer, this kind of extra information. We cannot get it anywhere else. And just like Joseph has eloquently put it, you will not, people will not be able to understand that 20% moved from here and here. But if the journalists can put down that this is what government promised, and this is what it actually means on the ground in terms of 20 years ago, someone used to earn 20,000 per day, but that has actually reduced and now is earning only 8,000. Or it has increased. That makes an impact for us. And so these are just some of the ways in which we can make reporting on COVID, reporting on the impact on poverty more relevant for people.
Thank you, Anthea. That's very interesting. I remember reading an article and someone was describing very many thousands of liters of water. So I was imagining if a layperson was reading it and they really didn't have a basis of such data, how would they be able to analyze? So my take home is, if we're talking about thousands of liters, we should break it down and say, okay, it would count to maybe 20 jerry cans of water. Isn't that more relatable to a person? So that makes sense. Thank you. Joseph, so being an investigative journalist, how are you able to support these other journalists to be able to tell such kinds of stories, because you've been in the field before and you know it might be really dangerous for them, but they also need to tell these stories. How do you offer support to these journalists to be able to tell these solution-based stories?
Thank you very much. And drawing from what Anthea said, a collaboration between think tanks and the media, especially in terms of, because they have expertise in data. Data is very, very important. So journalists need training in interpretation of data, so that we do not only report on the figures, but we try and make meanings to the figures, if journalists can be trained on that. But a very quick one, if we, a very quick one, when you look at the way we've been covering, there are sectors we've neglected. For example, the citizens, all the senior citizens, they're estimated at about 1.4 million older persons. Some of them have been surviving on these social grants that they are given. About it's an equivalent of about $6.9,
25,000,
which is about 25,000 shillings. Imagine an old man, and many times you had asked me earlier on if media is not reporting anything good, but you have been seeing in the media what they're reporting, that today there is distribution of money to the elders. Then they put a photograph of an old man being rolled on a wheelbarrow, and that is news to them. But do we mind to dig deep and follow up this old man who has been pushed on a wheelbarrow, how he's going to spend that 25,000 shillings? Maybe before he reaches home, the man also rolling him on the wheelbarrow may take about half of it. And by the time he reaches home, it's already gone. Remember, around the countryside, most of these senior citizens have been left with the burden of taking care of orphans. They're the ones taking care of orphans. And then other push factors where maybe people live and migrate to towns, and they leave these old people with the burden of taking care of these children. And they're only being offered 25,000 shillings, the pain in it. The last time I read, they had not got it for like 6 months. And then that when you multiply all that, I think it was about 150,000 shillings for 6 months. Do we mind to dig deeper and find out how these old men actually spend this money, apart from covering that government has today given them the money? So indeed, we need training. Journalists need training in those areas, because there are areas that you may never get to be trained at universities. Universities focus on other areas, but these specialty areas require more training. And indeed, a collaboration between experts, the think tanks, would help much, so that we get this data, and then we are able to interpret this data and write stories that inform, stories that call to action, and not merely quoting the statistics.
Thank you so much, Joseph. We are behind time. I'm kindly requesting that we wear our masks. We are social distancing. Please wear your masks. Also, I just want to ask from the audience, do you have any questions? Because especially those from the newsroom that are going to exhibit on Thursday and Friday, would encourage you to ask questions here, because this is the chance that you have with your speakers in front of you. Could I ask Anasha to please, okay, yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Oyo Boaz from Kampala International University. My question goes to Mr. Joseph. And I want to ask Mr. Joseph that which role do you think reporting reality will play towards ending poverty? That reporting statistically, which you have actually criticized, has not played. How do you think this will attract more solutions for poverty than ever before?
Thank you. Can we have a second question? Oh, the many, okay. What do we do? Do we take questions in a row, or we answer each? Joseph, we just take them at once?
I beg your pardon?
Should we just take all of them at once? Okay, so we shall just take questions in a row, then we answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Arine Tuhana from Makerere University, and my question goes to Madame Anthea. You talked about situations where we talk about how public institutions should help out in solving poverty, all these different events, but it's actually been happening. Wealth creation has been there, pro-women, NGOs, events that are supporting that, but we are still in the same position we were in. So what can we do? And why are we in the same position when we have all these different activities and events going on helping in fighting poverty?
Thank you. Next question. There's a gentleman with a striped shirt at the back. Okay. It's okay, let her speak, it's okay. Please stand up, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Chimbo Christable, and my question goes to Mr. Joseph. You have told us that we should always focus on stories that call for action. So I would like to know that some organizations use the media. They use some images of maybe people who are poor to make money in the name of making money. So how can the media get rid of that vice?
Thank you. And finally, the gentleman in the back. Oh, okay. There's another person.
Thank you so much. Mine is a submission and then a question. In my view, I think the solutions to poverty are there. Quick solutions are there. For example, if we come here in Uganda, the Myoga funds, NADS, such things. But the implementation, the problem comes in with the implementation. There was a lot of corruption there, mismanagement of funds, and big names are involved in the corruption, in the mismanagement of funds. If we are to look at the Myoga funds, there was a lot of money in that project, and right from the top, money was mismanaged. Like, I'm talking in my view, and I hope nothing is used against me. Yeah, so I had a friend who was a data entrant in that Myoga project. And the more names you'd bring into the system, the more money you would get. So he told me some of the secrets from there. He said some names were, ghost names were created so that they get more facilitation funds and use that money for their own personal benefits. So you see, the money is there. The government is trying to end the poverty, but there is mismanagement. And as investigative journalists, now this question goes to Mr. Joseph, we must cover such stories, go deep, and play the watchdog role in favor of the public, of course. But then we have seen most investigative journalists being arrested. We've seen that. So I would like to ask Mr. Joseph, how do we confidently, as journalists, do that, do the watchdog role, without bringing problems to ourselves, our loved ones? Like, how do we confidently investigate without bringing problems to ourselves? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm requesting that if a question has already been asked, please don't repeat yourselves. Please, just 30 seconds, because we are running out of time.
Thank you so much. My name is Gloria Yorankunda from Makerere University. My question goes to Mr. Ola. We've seen that the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated the economy, and the poor are becoming poorer. More people lost their jobs. So what activities do you think both people in rural and urban areas can engage in to improve their standards of living and reduce on the levels of poverty? Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. 30 seconds. And then we have the gentleman here, and then we close after you.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to Joseph. In one of your submissions, you said that journalists make fun of the poor in their stories. Yeah, but of course not all stories. You've given me 30 seconds. I will violate a bit, please.
We are running out of time,
okay.
Sorry.
I had wanted to make a scenario whereby a story was done, a documentary was done that I was actually involved in a refugee camp, and literally I thought it would bring change into that particular camp, but the camp is the way it was, or even it worsened following that story. So my question to you is, what can journalists do more to engage NGOs and policymakers in fighting poverty? Because it's like the stories we do are actually songs that are sung. And
thank you. We're having a final question. Edgar, 30 seconds, please. Then we have the panelists answer them, have their final remarks, and we close.
Thank you, Marcella. This goes to Mr. Elunya. I'm proud to have worked with him. Mr. Elunya, you talked about the poor people telling their own stories. But my question is, aren't we at the same time demotivating them by telling them to tell their own stories, then it's poverty everywhere. Isn't this demotivating? I was thinking in my perspective that maybe we can tell stories, but not the poor people telling their own stories. I feel it's demotivating. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. You've been a lovely audience, many questions. As we give the panelists 5 seconds to prepare, I think I'll start with Anthea, Ola, then we close with Joseph. So as you answer the questions, I'm requesting, because of time, you also give your final remarks so that we move to the next program. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that question. So you are asking, why are we still where we are? Where there's so many initiatives that have been put in place, government is very active, Operation Wealth Creation, why are we still where we are? And what I'd say to that is that poverty is a big problem. It's not a small issue that can easily be tackled. It's a big elephant. And as they say, how do you eat an elephant? A little bit at a time. And so different institutions in different places are involved in different initiatives. Some are performing better than others. If you look at FinScope, that is a study that it looks at the levels of financial inclusion in the country, which financial sector deepening has been running for the last decade, should I say. What you find is that, for instance, in terms of access to a bank account, it's important to have access to some kind of an account, because then you're able to save for when something bad happens, like COVID, you have a little bit of money on the side. You're also able to borrow to put into your business. What we've found is that products such as mobile money have increased the number of people who have access to bank accounts or to a virtual account, a mobile account, from about, I'm going to use statistics again, from about 7% to 58%, which is not a small number. And so there are certain initiatives that are happening and that are working. And yet you find, even as bank accounts increase, we still now start to consider a problem that, okay, people have a mobile account, but other than sending and receiving money, are they using it to save? Are they using it? So there are certain problems that come, but you tackle it a little bit at a time. You put a bit of a solution, you see, does this work? This doesn't work, let's change direction. And so this is how we try to tackle the issue. And maybe just to complete as a concluding statement, to emphasize some of the points. For effective journalism, especially on COVID and on poverty issues, we need to be able to marry the two, using personal individual stories, but also using research and evidence-based information, and that this can be acquired by partnering with different institutions. Also that the journalism plays an important role in holding the government and even think tanks and private sector accountable for some of the commitments they've made to the community. And then the thing is that, again, to draw out the nuances in the stories, to not just tell the big picture, but to go down into different areas in terms of geography, in terms of population segments, to be able to tell the actual story on the ground. And it has been a pleasure to be here and to have such a good audience. Thank you.
Ola.
Thank you very much. She asked me how, we can improve poverty, especially rural and urban areas. And the answer to poverty is trade, not aid. So how do we jumpstart trading back in our villages? We need to secure markets. We need to secure, there's strength in unity. What are these units of society that we can bring together to get, a tractor, to get input, to get market together? She has spoken about financial services, very important. So the best way to improve rural Uganda, which is extremely blessed, we have the most arable land in East Africa. So almost everywhere in Uganda you can farm. This is great wealth. If you travel globally, you know that most people don't have land in this world. In fact, I think 21% of people have land. So it's really something to indulge deeply in. For the urban populations, it's a very deep problem, especially the urban poor. These problems start very deeply. It's not just that people wake up in Kasokoso. There are a lot of issues that are happening, especially back home in the villages, like land grabbing. These are the things that are pushing people out of their villages. And I have a very big sympathy personally for urban poor. I think they are the poorest Ugandans, even if they live in Kampala. And the country knows this, why they gave them food first. So how do we change this? These are deep problems. I implore you journalists to look into some of these issues and see how we can help these urban people who have now no assets. Some of them have nowhere to go in case of something like COVID or joblessness. How do you even help such people who are adults, they have no skills? It's an exciting topic I encourage you guys to look into. She talked about, someone asked about why money is not working. I'll just chip in very quickly. The problem is that the money that has been coming in like a myoga has been following a reward system rather than structures. And even if you are the ones given this money, it will be so hard to follow a structured system because this data is not there. And this comes back to you journalists as a responsibility. If they gave me 50 billion for a myoga and I asked you, okay, how can I help people in Mubende? And as journalists, you have nothing to show me, then I'll just serve to NRM or whoever is there. So we need this structure. There are certain things that are important in a human life: health, education, food, water, and dignity. Basic things that bring dignity to a human life. These are statistics I encourage you to enjoy, implore, explore, and see how, so that when such money comes, we actually have a base to give advice to the government or the people in charge. And we can actually, now, if I asked any of you to challenge the person who was in charge of a myoga with a better system, do you have the statistics, the data? Maybe you don't. These are things that you should be indulging in. So in conclusion, going forward, I believe media and journalism is going to have no space for mediocrity because we are very easily bored as a generation. We either want something very fun or extremely utilitarian, like extremely useful to me. So I encourage you guys to explore different things, explore data, explore thinking. Data is very fun when you master it. You can play, help us understand how to do things. It's really nice. And there's a lot of money in these things. But you need to focus, create coalitions, and see how to get that money to fund this work. There's something that we have all been saying, storytelling for impact. I don't know if it's being done here at MCI, but I think it's a skill that you just master. There are parts to a story that has both of what they have said, and these parts can be improved. By the time you write 10 stories, you've mastered what they call storytelling for impact, and you're able to write a very meaningful story. So thank you very much for having me today. It's been really fun, especially coming from I'm not a journalist, I'm a lawyer. It's really fun to come and see and interact with all of you. Thank you very much, and have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ola. I would also like to thank Media Challenge Initiative. Actually, they do storytelling sessions. It's part of a program that they run. Nice. So that's why you'll find most of the stories that the Media Challenge fellows are writing are really different. So I want to say thumbs up, Media Challenge Initiative. And finally, we shall have Joseph closing.
Thank you very much. This has been one of a very lively audience. And I love, based on the response, I love that. And I pray that one of you takes it up as a specialty to report on poverty. Back to the question, someone asked me about statistics and why I stress on that. Like I put it earlier on, by making these people talk, we basically are bringing the story, we bring the story to life. When you're only talking about statistics, the story, you're not giving life to the story. So bring life to the story, make it real and make it relevant. For example, if you just give a story that it has affected the entertainment industry, but if you followed up the life of that waitress who used to serve at maybe one of these hangouts where you young people hang out from, and then you follow her up, because it's been closed for about 6 months now, how is she coping up? Maybe she's a single mother. How is she coping up when her source of income has been closed? So it brings life, it brings meaning, it attracts the attention. Then very fast to someone who asked me about the use of images, where maybe these NGOs take photos and then end up using them for self-aggrandizement. You remember, if if your memory serves you right, in Mukono there was a story of a Dutch national called Honthlet. The guy who used to give locals pigs. He gives you a pig and then he names you after, he gives you his name. And then he photographs you carrying his name. That he was trying to uplift them out of poverty. The media did expose that, and that gentleman was stopped and he was also deported out of the country, thanks to the media. So media can play a watchdog role by acting as sentinels even on NGOs. Some NGOs actually get the money meant for uplifting people out of poverty, and they end up actually using that money. Another person asked me about the risks of investigative journalism. With investigative journalism, if you do not have documents, just forget about it. It's all about documents. You need to have that documents. It's the basis for you to call it an investigation. So it must be backed by documentary evidence. If you don't have that, if you don't have documents, forget about it. That is something else. It's not an investigative story. The lawyer here will tell you, when you go to court, it must be based on evidence. Do you have evidence? Is it, and of course, not what you may term as evidence may actually not be evidence. So you must also test your evidence before you write that story. To Edgar did say that telling people to tell their story, you know, that a very poor man is the one again telling his story to other very poor people. I am very lucky that I come from both journalism and the development world. And in the development model, there is participatory development model. Don't think that these poor people actually don't know how to get out of poverty. They actually, when you ask them, they have the best ways of how to come out of poverty. Not that programs, actually why programs fail, most of these programs come from maybe the World Bank and then passed on to the people. They are top, they use the top-bottom approach, but when we use bottom-top approach, it works. So I would tell you, these people, when we tell their stories, it appeals. Because by putting a story of one very poor mother who is coping up, who has just developed a coping mechanism, or someone who is actually at the brink of starvation because of the COVID pandemic, that story, when she tells it out, will actually call to the attention of policymakers. One of the ways of making policy is to dramatize the plight. And my colleagues here, I know they agree with me, to dramatize their plight, and it will attract the attention. Thank you very much. This is one of the areas I'm really so passionate about, but time, I would have loved to talk because really the poor need better. The world should be better for everyone.
Thank you so much, Anthea, Joseph, and Ola. To our dear audience online, you've been lovely. To our live audience, you have been active, and thank you for staying with us till now. We've come to the end of this, but please stay tuned. The next people coming will be introduced by the MC, but I'll just like to hit on it. The next topic would be, how do journalists help Uganda reach SDG 3, which is good health and well-being during the pandemic? I'm very glad to be seated where the next person who will be sitting here to moderate is one of my favorite reporters from NTV, who is with us here, who will be introduced to you, and that's Olivia. So thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Well, the excitement is very evident. Thank you very much, Marcella. Thank you, our dear panelists. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I just need to remind you to pay keen attention because you will need this information for your stories. You'll need this information for the competitions that are going on Friday. How are we feeling? Are we feeling healthy? Are we feeling Marcella? Are we feeling SDGs? Yeah? All right, so Just a very quick announcement. I don't know how many people have heard of something called MCI Radio, the African continent. With us are some of the presenters on the radio, and you can download the application online. It helps the media challenge so much. Those downloads really, really mean a lot. We're going to be going in for the next session, but very quickly, our guest of honor has arrived, so I'm going to just ask us to stand up as we welcome them. Let's stand up as we welcome our guest of honor. Yes, our guest of honor today is my co-MC, Tracy. Tracy, you can come forward. The standing ovation is yours. Yes, a round of applause for these very unique events that we have where MCs get to be guests of honor. Tracy, have you ever been a guest of honor before today?
With experience.
With experience. Where were you a guest of honor at?
Here.
Oh, okay. The only time I've been a guest of honor was at my first breakup. But we can take our seats. We can take our seats. Yes, so just we'll be telling you more about MCI Radio, but there'll be a reward, a small reward for the first two people here that can come to either MCs and show us that they have the MCI Radio application in their phone. Small reward for you. Please present us Temu Jawan. Ishak, I don't want you to come with your phone showing me you have the MCI app for my reward. Okay?
Yes, and just to add on to that, please don't forget our Twitter
handle. Oh, my
handle.
goodness. Wait, so we have our first winner here. My goodness. All right, we have two gentlemen here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but SDG 5, you know, gender equality.
Ladies, I'm not feeling you ways.
Ladies, all right, so we have two winners. The first lady to come here joins the league.
Yes. Yay! Awesome, awesome. I feel represented now.
So just very quickly, why do you have the MCI Radio app in your phone?
Well, as young people really want to listen to stories that are actually relevant to us, and MCI Radio does exactly that.
Wow. Oh, I love your voice. You have a beautiful voice. Why do you have the MCI Radio app in your phone?
MCI Radio is just so interesting. The presenters are full of vibes. It's just a whole vibe. Yeah, so that's why I downloaded the application.
All right. Finally, why do you have the application in your phone?
It motivates me like a young journalist.
Okay, it motivates you as a young journalist. All right, so there is a show on MCI Radio called Talk the Trends, and it happens between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. And so because you have the phone applications, but not just that, because you have reasons for having them, which are amazing, I'm going to give you an offer to be hosted on Talk the Trends next week, any day of your choice. You guys are going to be my priority guests, yeah? So I'm going to first clear all my schedules. I had like interviews with Jay-Z and Asha and all those. So you guys will come, we'll agree on a day when you want to come through, and we'll have you on MCI Radio.
Well played, Kenan. I see you didn't have guests, but well, you just took care of that real quick.
That is called propaganda, Tracy.
I think on that very note, please do not forget I Am Challenge on Twitter and Media Challenge Initiative on Facebook, Media Challenge UG on Instagram. The likes, the love, the follows, we love all that love. Please do visit our pages and show us some love.
I'm going to give you, Tracy, a task. You put me on the spot for not having guests. So the person here in this room who can show me their tweet with the highest engagement using our hashtag Media Expo UG by lunchtime, the tweet from anyone in this room that has the highest engagement, I'm going to send you to Tracy here. Tracy, you should have a reward for them.
Absolutely. I'm
May
looking
I have
for
my reward?
Yes.
Let's see which show you'll host them on.
Oh.
Anyway, Anyways, we're going in for our next panel discussion, and we will be discussing how do journalists help Uganda reach SDG 3, and that is good health and well-being, especially during the pandemic. So let's put our hands together for our panel moderator, Olivia Komnisha, as she comes to take us through it.
Awesome, awesome.
Yes. We usually give like a small bio of the moderator in a very short sentence. She's verified on her social media platforms, which I look up to.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olivia Kumgisha, and I am going to be your moderator for this session. How do journalists help Uganda achieve SDG 3? Do you know what that SDG 3 is? Health and well-being. Before, I know we are behind time, so I'd like to introduce my panel and invite them here. So if I read out your bio, please kindly make your way here. My first panelist, Benjamin Sensasi, I hope that's pronounced right, is the current health promotion advisor at the World Health Organization Uganda Country Office. Put your hands together for Benjamin. My next panelist is Linda Asaba, who is the current programs manager at the United Nations Association of Uganda Health Communications Alliance. She's making her way to the podium, please. Another lady on the panel is Carol Natukunda. She's a writer at the Africa Health Journal and Communication Specialist at the African Center for Global Health and Social Transformation. The fourth, who is joining us on Zoom, the Ministry of Health spokesperson and former Daily Monitor journalist, Emmanuel Ainebiona. I hope he's there though. Then lastly, a lady still, Eva Nanyonga from Rocket Health Uganda. Thank you very much for coming. Oh, okay. Could you use the other seat? So I'm sorry to disrupt your sitting arrangement. Carol? Okay. So I can also make my way there. Did I leave anybody out? Yes. David Mafabi. He's a writer with PML Daily. I didn't leave you out. It was intentional. I'm going to start with you. Thank you all for joining us. Now, on the 29th of September 2015, the former American President Barack Obama, who is also Abbas's uncle, said, "Today we set aside skepticism and lift up the hope that is available to us through collective action." He said this referring to the adoption of the new agenda. As you know, the 160 countries embraced the Sustainable Development Goals. And Sustainable Development Goal number 3 is about health and well-being, which aims at ensuring healthy lives, promote well-being at all levels, and seeks to address global improvements in maternal health for women and babies, among others. It has over 13 targets, and in there you're going to find addressing communicable and non-communicable diseases, mental health, name it. So as I introduce my panel, you realize they're the best people to be here and help us discuss this. And I'm going to get into right it. I'd like to start with David Mafabi. Now, when everyone was locked up in their houses during the lockdown, their only source of information was media, traditional media in here, because social media had a lot of fake news. Even the journalists that were doing these stories, I could say from a point of experience that they were not mentally stable. Looking at, they had this burden of trying to uncover and, unearth information about a disease that was very new. So I would like you to take me through, how did journalists report about mental health during the lockdown, but also bearing in mind that these people who are actually tasked to report about this were not mentally stable? If I could use that word.
No, we withdrew that word. So can I start?
Please go right ahead.
The number of people who died during that time. I want us to close our eyes and pray for them in just a minute or 3 seconds. Can we close our eyes? Enough. When you closed your eyes, what did you see? That is exactly what cements the role of the media in the world. Without you, the world would be like that. It would be like that. Nobody would know anything.
If I could interrupt, could you kindly use the microphone for everyone?
Actually, the world would be without any information if you are not there. That is what cements you. It's the one that makes you very important in society. But because you're very important in society, you are above, and therefore the mirror of society. And because you're a mirror of society above, Gugu Athiongo says, the higher a monk goes, the more it exposes its bottom. You are therefore exposed. When the COVID-19 broke out, there were a lot of things. And I want to begin this way. That if you've read a book by Albert Camus called The Plague, you definitely understand what we went through. Why am I talking about that book? I want all of you to be readers. A good reader is a good writer. A good writer is a good reader. If you are not a good reader, you're in the wrong profession. And I don't want you tomorrow to move and go and see something in the water at a distance and begin writing that I've seen a crocodile. Jump into the water. Find out if it's a crocodile. If you can't jump into the water, you're in the wrong profession. This profession is about evidence. It's about what is true. So during the pandemic, journalists played a very big role. I'm going to be so brief. The media played a very important role. I know I did myself, I wrote myself. I wrote stories about the pandemic. But one most important thing I saw was that the media was simply parroting out stories that had been told across the world. People would simply say, 5 people have died in this area, 10 people have died in this area. TV was also good at giving us statistics, but nobody explained to us how these people died. Now, where did we get this problem from? The disease was new. Nobody understood it. And because nobody understood it, we crammed and parroted out. We are not supposed to parrot out, please. We must explain to the people to understand. It's unfortunate that we, the people who are here, are going to speak to ourselves. We're going to speak to the people who are in the cities. We're going to speak to people who are in the towns, but we shall not speak to somebody who is in the village. Apparently, as I speak, I came from the village. I came from Mbale. But I want to tell you that in the villages of Mbale, people have never known about COVID-19. They will simply sit in the pot, at the pot, drink, and exchange tubes. And they're comfortable. No, you can't tell them to put on a mask. So that is very unfortunate that the rural areas are losing out. Why? Because you, the journalists, you're not targeting the rural person, you're targeting an urban person. The media, during the pandemic, played a very critical role. We criticized government about the beds that were in particular hospitals, and that provoked government to come up with a strategy of buying beds for the hospitals. Thank you so much. You did a very big role. You criticized and were able to buy beds, and some hospitals now have beds. During the pandemic also, media made, at least they made some explanations. They made some explanations. People understood the disease. Those who have gone to school, we understood, and we were able to make a contribution towards ending it. If they told you wash your hands, many families wash their hands. I want to tell you that the media, because of the media, I became a pastor in my home because I could not go to church. I became a pastor, therefore, at home. Then the media also made some short documentaries that were delivered on social media aimed at reducing the spread of the disease. I thank you so much for that. That was so great. I love people who are using Instagram, people who are using the modern media. You played a very big role. At least people who have got phones understood the disease. That was so good. But one most important thing is while we are using that, there was somebody who was missing out on that. So I don't know how we are going to get the level where we are going to reach that person who is the last person in the village. When COVID struck the world, it exposed contours of poverty. It's a journalist who wrote about that. We were able to see the difference between the rich people and the poor people. Poor people suffered. They could not go to hospitals to get into ICU, but the rich would go there. But one unifying factor was both of us could die in time. So that was great for me. COVID pandemic, the media made mass entertainment media. There's that edu entertainment. The people who sang about the disease. There are those who sang, there are those who produced poems about the pandemic. That was so great. I love that. For me, the media played a big role, even when they were not so equipped to play this role. And I want to say this, that new outlets were able to be developed to convey messages to the people down there. I saw somebody in the village walking and announcing, just using his mouth, that there's a pandemic in the country. For me, that was so good. That was key and helped change the society we're in. Apparently, people have not been washing hands. Now wash hands. There are those who claim that I'm washing hands, what am I going to eat? But now he can wash his hands without even eating anything. So for me, we should have looked at reporting with understanding. But unfortunately, we would get stories and report. Today, as I speak, I want to tell you that TV has almost gone out of the story about the pandemic. Why? Because they are producing statistics. Statistics are no longer there. So what are you going to write about? I want to say this, that if you're going into journalism to write about health, you must go with a converging lens. Don't go with a diverging lens. Don't go with a converging what? Lens. You must think like this. Once you think like this, you don't get... Somebody asked a question at the former panel and talked about how to cover investigative journalism, and was saying it is dangerous somehow. I personally have been arrested about that several times. The last time I did an investigative story, I was in Jinja in the hospital. I was admitted as a patient to just study how medicine moves out at night. I did that successfully and came out. If you're not willing to do that, to jump into the waters, better stop here. Please, that is, for me, the media played a very big role, and I want to stop there. I don't want to talk too much.
Thank you so much, David. Indeed, the media played a very crucial role. And I guess that's why at, the 2015 summit, that's why they deemed it right to have, the media as a stakeholder in the quest, to achieve the different SDGs, the 17 SDGs. But one of the things that journalists don't know, they actually don't know that there is an SDG media compact where journalists here are actually trained on how to report about the different SDGs and what role they actually have to play in achieving these SDGs, which is why I want to get to Benjamin. The World Health Organization is a crucial partner if we aim at achieving SDG 3. I'd like to understand, there's so many things, journalists have access to many things and access to different offices, but they don't know there are very many opportunities out there that they could take advantage of. How does World Health Organization help in, training journalists and, the language, how to tell these stories? Because one of the former speakers said, the previous panel, that journalists actually don't know how to tell stories. So how does World Health Organization partner with the different media houses to train journalists and, leverage on the different opportunities from your organization in the quest to achieving SDG 3? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I want to register our excitement and happiness to see that young journalists, young people are getting interested in the SDGs. The SDGs are the future of the world. They are giving us a blueprint of where we are supposed to be in 2030. And who are the best people to be involved in this than you? The future is yours on the SDGs so that we realize them by 2030. There's no point why old people should be the ones driving the agenda. They are left with a short time to live, comparatively, and it's you people who are supposed to be living the future. And the fact that you are getting in there, we are really happy and excited. Now, how does WHO get into building the capacity of young people like you? Because that's what I read from the statement from my colleague. WHO has got a very comprehensive program on communication and health promotion. Those two programs rely on journalists to achieve their objectives. One, we rely on you to pass the message to the people who want to understand what is it that we're dealing with. So that's why we build your capacity. Secondly, there's no way we can achieve SDG 3 and all the 13 targets that come under SDG 3 if we don't have the media. When you examine all those targets, they are about communication. They are about people knowing issues that we deal with in health and for them to be able to respond. So under that, we train journalists into what we do. We don't take you there to teach you journalism. You've done that in journalism school and communication school. But we take you to understand the basic concepts of public health. What are those issues that you should be focusing on? And we're very excited when young people like you come and we are able to give you this training. Secondly, in the health profession, we have a lot of jargon. We use a lot of jargon, and if somebody gave you a report right now from one of the organizations of health, it will be hard for you to understand. So we help break down the jargon for you so that you understand what we're talking about, what we want the people to know about. Like the previous discussion here, we do a lot of statistics in public health and in WHO, Ministry of Health. But these statistics are really difficult to understand if you don't break them down. There's what we call social mathematics. I think you people have heard about that. In that, we want to make the figures we present palatable to the public. How do you do that? When you tell somebody that we lose 230 mothers per 100,000, you know the maternal mortality rate. They will not understand that. You just pass over them, even young journalists like you. But in social math, I'm sure when you say these are women you can put in about 5 Kamunyes, and they all die in a day. So you are trying to tone down the language of medicine, the language of public health, to the common person. So that is also what we do in trying to build the capacity of young people, of young journalists like you, to be able to deliver your mandate. And we're very excited that you have come in. We are left with a few years to 2030, but there is a lot we can do, and I'm sure you are going to help us do it, and we achieve the goal.
Thank you very much. Journalists, you've heard the young journalists who are competing here. There are very many opportunities for you to leverage on at the World Health Organization. Now, one of the things the pandemic did, we were forced into a lockdown. And the lockdown meant no movement, staying indoors, and access to certain things, really like basic medical care, became hard. And if for anything, if we were struggling to access basic care in the lockdown, it doubled or even tripled. we saw statistics showing that maternal health, maternal, complications, neonatal complications, stillbirths were on the rise because pregnant women could not access hospitals. And, whereas in Kampala we had the luxury to move, you can be driven around, that wasn't the case in the villages. So when I was talking to Linda earlier, she told me she was pregnant during the lockdown. And I want to find out from you, was, the woman in the village, the woman up country, a pregnant woman, was she well represented in the media? And did the media actually bring out these statistics of how these women were struggling? And in any case, what threat does it pose to achieving SDG 3?
Thank you so much. I'm really privileged to be part of this amazing panel and meeting some of my colleagues, Ben. I want to start with the question around mental health before I run to the maternal health. Mental health is really what we feed our brain. And the media has a very, very important role in what we feed our brain. And when you talk about the media, it is not only the journalists. I am also a self-made journalist. Given, I have Twitter on my phone, I have WhatsApp, and, I can break the news. There's also that urge of wanting to be the news breaker that has caused a lot of fake news. You see something and you want to be number one to share it with your peers. You don't know that you're actually affecting mental health of person XYZ. There's someone that follows maybe Linda, and whatever Linda posts is the right thing. And Linda has not read or done enough research about that particular topic, but she's just putting it out there on either her status or on her social media page. You are affecting the mental health. And why did COVID-19 really stand out as the baddest pandemic we have ever seen? Do you know that cancer actually kills way more people than COVID-19 has killed? Do you know that? Do you know that, for example, tobacco use kills way more people than COVID has actually killed? Do you know that even if you don't use tobacco, you as a passive smoker, who allows the person next to you when you're out there taking your bottle of soda or your Guinness or something, and they're smoking next to you, you actually die faster than the person who is actually smoking? Have we looked at those rates? But because CNN and Al Jazeera have put out this pandemic that is killing so many people, we all run with it. We need to research our data. We need to make as much noise that we have made around child mortality, infant mortality, around cancer that are killing people, just like we have done for COVID-19. The media, you have a lot of authority. When you sit behind that microphone, do you know how many people you're actually impacting? Do you know the following that you have when you're reporting a story at NTV? There are a million of us that are actually just waiting on you to tell us what is happening in the world or in Uganda, because some of us may not have the access to actually reach out to these different places. So we need to pay more attention on the targets. Have you looked at the targets on SDG 3? There is something about NCDs. What is killing us most is lack of exercise. The government tried to put out physical exercise, and the media was one of the people that actually powered it down. Can you encourage us to move more? We are doing a lot of sitting. You get out of home, you drive to work, you sit on your desk at 5 p.m., you run back to work, you watch news while sitting. You have not even spent 30 minutes of exercise. WHO advises us to do 30 minutes of just walking around or taking the stairs. Coming to the jargons, under the Uganda Health Communication Alliance, we try to encourage the young journalists or the people that are interested in health to actually pick more interest in health journalism. You know, when you look at all the other areas, for example, entertainment, that is really sexy, and everyone wants to, be the first one to show what Kim Kardashian is eating or keeping in her fridge, or what hairstyle Mabel is doing, or, those things. But who wants to relate the hard jargons, just like Benjamin had said? We have platforms such as Media Dialogues. We have where we get you with these professionals, with these Benjamins of the world, with my colleagues here, to break this down. You sit down with them and understand. For example, let me take you back. We've been doing a project on tobacco control, and breaking it down, you know, when you talk about the figures, it feels like it is of those ends. But when you bring it down and you show someone that every day, 14 taxis, how many passengers are in a taxi? So 14 of them, that is, with the lockdown, that is 7, but initially there were 14. So 14 times 14, those are the people that die from the use of tobacco. Did you know that? Can you make that noise about it? So we need to make that much noise. Now, coming to your question about the pregnant women that were affected in the lockdown. I was privileged to be a pregnant mother during the lockdown. And many people were saying it has been a curse, it has been really bad. But actually, the other thing before I go to that, we have the media. If a dog bites a person, that is not news. If a person bites a dog, then that is news. It is usually the other side that makes news. I don't know if it's the problem with the public or the media that is bringing out this news. There have been success stories during COVID-19. As a pregnant mother, I was able to rest. I was able to have time to, follow my doctor's orders, not sitting in traffic jam because I have to be at office at 8, leave at 5, you know. There was that bit of resting. Getting into the accessing of medication, I will talk like someone who has been in the urban, but when you get, I had a friend who was in Mbarara, and she was also pregnant. She really had a hard time, especially accessing her gynecologist, because they had stopped them from moving. And the person didn't have a car, the doctor didn't have a car. So she would try and make an appointment, and at one point, she actually went and picked the doctor from his home so that he can get to the hospital. So it has, the effects of COVID, I would say, have really been different compared to where someone has been. But as a wrap, there is always a good thing that comes out of these things. And also, COVID is not the baddest thing that has happened to man, but it is that thing that has opened our eyes to the reality, to the things that we can, adopt. For example, like we call it the new normal. Many of us were hesitant, joining meetings on Zoom. We had to be there physically. But now we can, we're embracing social media. We're embracing different platforms. We're embracing, I know, organizations that are trying to set up websites now because now they know they can reach a wider audience and people can know what they're doing. So as journalists, I would urge you, one, you need to do your research. You need to know what you're putting out. Can you really defend it? Just know that you are affecting someone's mental health out there. And please, love reporting about health. Health, when you look at all the 17 SDGs, health is in there. You're not going to talk about poverty and you don't talk about health. You won't talk about healthy cities or, sustainable cities and you don't talk about health. You won't talk about peace and justice without talking about health. So really embrace health, and it is us to give out the information to our people. You have a very, very big command to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Very vocal right there. And one of the things you say, there's always like a good thing in something. And one of the things Media Challenge has done is to try and tell solution-based stories. And perhaps that's the foundation of this place. So getting to Carol, this is where I want to start from. We had so many stories. If you were sick, I had COVID at some point, and I was indoors. I never wanted to watch TV because everything that was there was negative. I always thought I could die the next minute. So how do journalists actually tell positive stories, solution-based stories, in line with health and well-being, without necessarily, causing an alarm? Yeah.
Thank you, Olivia. And I'm so glad to be here. This is my first time to participate in the Media Expo. And oh my God, the energy is way up. You guys give me hope. So before I really get into the question that Olivia asked about solution, looking at the solution.
You could get closer to your microphone. So.
I think that we have to feel for the practicing journalists, because COVID came and these journalists are not working in isolation. No, they've been hit by the pandemic. We have lost journalists to COVID I remember Felix Basima, may his soul rest in peace. And I think there could be many more that we lost to the pandemic. Journalists themselves got infected with the virus. They have families, they've lost people. So we really have to feel for the journalists and remember that they're not working in isolation. So as much as we want them to tell these stories, but what's the mental health of the journalists themselves? And the newsroom as we knew it is not the same. My colleagues were telling me, I'm no longer a journalist myself, maybe I just needed to mention a bit that I left the newsroom in 2019, so I haven't been practicing full time, but I have colleagues that tell me, look, we are working from home because there has to be social distance in the newsrooms. But then what does that mean for the newsroom as we knew it, for journalism as we knew it? And then during lockdown, it's very costly to have a media house transport journalists to the field. So just imagine how much the pandemic impacted on the journalism work. We always had to, if I'm going to Gulu, I have to take a bus to Gulu. And now the lockdown means there's no way to move. So that affects the way the stories are told. Getting back to the question of looking at what has been done, I don't want to believe that we are all getting it wrong. If you have so many mothers dying in childbirth, there must be that one health center that the childbirth that has not registered any deaths. And once in a while, I've seen stories where the ministry says, according to our data, this and this hospital, it's really once in a while, but it's a good story. So what have we done as journalists to get there and see what could be they doing right that we can, borrow? We can borrow from communities. If we're talking about, I know I've said this before at another forum, we are telling people to wash their hands. The SOPs, we must wash hands, but we are assuming that everyone has access to water. So how are communities dealing with this? Do we have community initiatives where people have, said, okay, let's maybe dig up wells, or let's invest in rainwater harvesting, and then look at the bigger picture of how this can help people achieve the, wash their hands, SOPs, and then again achieve hygiene. And this, in a way, also helps not just to get rid of COVID, but other hygiene-related illnesses like diarrhea and dysentery. Yeah, so the other bit is my colleague already mentioned something about not linking SDGs enough. I think let's agree that we cannot look at SDGs in isolation. They are all interconnected. If you're talking about no poverty, you're also talking about health, in the sense that I can't be healthy if I'm worrying about where I'm going to get the next meal. So it's having an impact on you mentally. If we're talking about education, the SDG 4 on education, it's also going to have a link to the SDG 3 on health, because it's well documented that the more educated, the better health choices. You have better planned families, you use contraceptives, and you plan better for your families. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Thank you very much, Carol. Like you can see, you can always find good in anything and choose to tell that. It doesn't have to be bad news all the time. Now, I'm going to cross over to Eva of Rocket Health. We saw an advancement in technology during the lockdown. Everything literally went tech. We had meetings on Zoom. We had everything literally done on social media, on using technology really. And Rocket Health started the telemedicine, where you would move from, where they would find you from wherever, do the testing, and avail medicine to you. So one of the things I want to see is what you're going to talk to us about is how do we use technology? How do we leverage on the fast-moving use of technology and how it's establishing itself in society to achieve SDG 3?
Thank you, Olivia. The pandemic has, like one of my panelists said, the pandemic has widened our eyes to very many things. The fact that there is inequality all over the place. And we have the technology, yes, we have phones which we can use to report on these issues and everything, but there are those people that, that do not have the privilege to have this smartphone. There are those people that usually have the small phone, the one that is not very smart. So how do we, like Mafabi was asking, how do we get, for example, to those people? There are technologies that, for example, Rocket Health has used to get to those people, the USSD, where you just dial a star 280 hash or send a message, maybe maternal health to 8080, and then you get a message that will inform your decision. Many things, many of these technologies have not been introduced to our populations out there. I think what the media can do is to highlight some of these technologies that we are using, that these companies are using to help that person that is deep in the village to also be involved in the COVID-19 story or the health story in itself. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, like you said, one of the catchphrases for achieving these SDGs is leaving no one behind. So if you want to leave no one behind, you have to consider everyone. You're not going to leave out someone who can't access, who doesn't have the luxury to access technology. The PRO of Ministry of Health is supposed to be joining us on Zoom. I would like to inquire from the tech people whether he's there so he can respond to this. Is he there? Emma, can you hear us?
I can hear.
Okay, thanks.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Thanks very much for joining us. Now, we kind of all paid attention to COVID, yet SDG 3 talks about, you know, ending or at least reaching a certain level in ending certain diseases, like the long-term illnesses. You could talk about HIV. Did we ignore these diseases? Because all the attention was paid to, you know, we paid attention to COVID, and every funds we were getting were averted to COVID. How then are we going to achieve SDG 3 if we are actually not reporting about people who are, you know, affected by HIV? Are the drugs actually there? We have communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases. Everything is still there. Did we forget about this? And how do we include everyone, you know, especially those other diseases, even when we are in a pandemic?
Thank you very much, Olivia, and I hope I am being heard. I would like to first and foremost congratulate the Media Challenge Initiative upon this milestone of organizing a session that will help the young and upcoming journalists appreciate the Sustainable Development Goals, which is an agenda we are currently working under. This gives hope that there are people who are concerned about the development agenda for the world, and most especially for Africa. I would also like to appreciate the journalists who have stood strong and tall and tough in this period of the pandemic and have maintained reporting all through, irrespective of the restrictions, lockdown, restricted movements. So allow me answer your question. we have maintained all the services, irrespective of having a major focus on fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. We had a pillar known as continuity of care, and this ensured that services like HIV/AIDS care, malaria prevention, attendance to these specialized clinics for hypertension, for diabetes,
Shall get back to you. Thank you very much. I think Emma, he says it in the first weeks of the lockdown. People were not really able to access some of these basic services, and the media played a crucial role to actually let the ministry know that there's a gap that needed to be filled immediately. I'd like all of you to respond to this question. We had an issue of fake news during the lockdown, which we really can't ignore. Because of technology, everyone wanted to consume news. We didn't know very much about the disease. Everyone wanted, to have information about the disease, and everyone turned themselves into reporters. Fake treatments. We had stories of people being vaccinated with water. How did the media respond to such fake news, and how better placed, can the media tell stories and verify now that we are in an era of technology where the fake news can actually travel more faster than the actual news? I'm going to start with you, David, and, shall go in that order.
Thank you so much. Like I said, that for you to have a good story about health, you should have done enough research. Health is a boring story. People can't read it. So in most cases, if you want people to read your health story, give it a human face. Make it a human story. And that will help somebody to read the story. And you read it from the beginning up to the end. When you just read something straight, somebody ignores and goes away. Now about misinformation, that there are a lot of things that came. And how were they coming? Many journalists today don't know that websites are there that are wrong and websites are there that are right. Many of them don't know. Somebody goes to any website and picks something and writes and says it's news. So we need to sieve, find out which one is a reliable and good website to get news from. Not all websites are good. Some websites give us wrong information. They give us disinformation and misinformation. So we need now to check, can we check this information? I usually tell my journalists that please get down there and talk to doctors. If you have got a story on the website, talk to a doctor. Ask him about it. Find out there are doctors who are in these particular areas. There are those particularly deal in these particular diseases. You ask him, will tell you this is wrong. But then you don't want to talk to a doctor and you want to publish the story. That is so wrong. It's very unjournalistic. So what should we do? Can we cross-check our information? By talking to people out here. Sometimes you will call and the person's number is not on. For my usual tell the journalists, wait, the story is not urgent. Like she says, in the past we used to say, when a dog bites man, it is usual. But when man bites a dog, it is news. For me, when a dog bites man, it is news for me. I can make it news, and everyone will read it. So I want you to be a type of person who searches into the unknown. Apparently, we're talking about the pandemic. It is not there. So what are you writing about? Should we just keep quiet? Should you wait for Minister of Health to go and make announcements on radio in order for you to write? Go down there and ask yourself, we are now vaccinating people, but why is there hesitance? Why? Why are some people resisting it? Have we given them enough knowledge? Do they understand what they're taking in? Sometimes people refuse because they don't know what they're taking in. Sometimes they don't want it because they have not told them what to do. So we need to do much now, do research, so that your information is not doubted. Get in touch with World Health Organization. Ask them about some of the things you find on the website. They will tell you, if they tell you it is wrong, drop the story. Why do you insist to use the story? For me, I love telling people that be an editor for yourself before the story gets to another editor. Because the other editor may be time bad and they may not read it. So be an editor for yourself and save this nation. Health is you. Health is everyone. We have a reciprocal relationship. We must be able to treat health, like she says about the jargons, understand them. Unfortunately, I grew up in a medical home. My mother would come and talk about hyperemesis gravidarum, and we never understood. But we go to school in primary and tell people hyperemesis gravidarum.
We're also confused now.
It looked so good. But then later on, when I asked her, I sat her down and asked, what does this mean? She told me a lot of things. So I now know when I'm writing health, I love health. I'm a fellow of health, and I've written a lot about health. So I know what to write. But unfortunately, you people, many of you don't know that it is a right for you to be healthy. You don't know that you have a reproductive health right. You don't know that even abortion is your right. You don't know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Research, research, and don't tire. Ben.
Yes, thank you very much. You've touched a very, very important topic. When you talk about fake news, as somebody who has been, actually who continues to be in the fight, in the middle of the fight, at times at the forefront, or at the front line as we call it, I have to tell you authoritatively that we have actually suffered with fake news, not only in Uganda, but even globally. Fake news at one time threatened to derail our very response to the epidemic. It was coming from many angles, from the established media, from social media, from people who are just anti-vaccination or anti-work that is done to save the population. So we really faced it rough from all angles. So what did we do? As WHO, we had to be proactive. We had to debunk the misinformation at every opportunity. Our communication units were briefed every day, equipped with the facts, and requested or required to be proactive, reaching out to journalists with the correct information. It has been a long struggle, and it still continues. We also had to prepare our communications people. There are not so many of us in WHO who do communication, but those who do it were given extra training. But even the colleagues who found themselves at the front line, he's a doctor maybe in Katakwi, he's a doctor in Kasese, is ahead with the outbreak. All of us became spokespersons of WHO. All of us had to make sure that we understand the epidemic. We read the epidemic so that we move forward with it. Which brings me to you, colleagues, in active journalism. Before I became communication officer, health promotion advisor, and all that, we worked in journalism. It's not for a long time, but for some time. But during that time, we used to cultivate sources. I think Mr. Mafabi here should know about that. So that you know, in WHO, there is a man called Benjamin. In case I need to cross-check any information at any time, I call him up and he gives me the facts. In UNICEF, there is so and so. In the Ministry of Health, there is Emma. So that at any opportunity, you are able to really put out the correct information. Otherwise, when you go and also continue passing on the fake news as it has come, amplifying it, it really puts us in a very difficult position in public health as we struggle to respond to the outbreak. So that's how we dealt with it, and that's how I would request you to go about it. Come for the correct information. We have it at any time.
I think one of the things the Media Challenge did during the pandemic, when fake news were really, really cropping up, they started a show called Debunk. It's actually on YouTube, where they verify, talk to all these different stakeholders, and verify the news and put it out there for the public to consume. So
actually, I have to thank the people here, MCI. Yes, the people here, Abbas and his team, came and helped us to debunk a lot of fake news. They were so proactive. We worked with them, and it saved us a lot. People started taking on our SOPs. People started accepting the vaccine. So MCI, we really must thank you.
that's what MCI does anyway. We can't be surprised. Linda?
Thank you very much. I was sitting here, I'm privileged to look at the back wall, and it's an amazing writing. Journalism can make the world a better place. And indeed, you can make it a better place, but it depends on what you are throwing out there. What do you want to give to the public? There is this syndrome that I'm seeing in media houses of, I think you're paid by story count. The more the stories, then the more the cash you get. I don't know if I can appeal to the media houses to change that a bit, because the more you push the journalists to getting story counts, the more the fake news will get out there. Because I'm going to have an appointment with Benjamin, and then Benjamin will be busy the whole week. That means that story is sitting. I need to get another story that is going to get me money. And then I have another appointment with maybe Eve. And Eve is in the field trying to negotiate the internet cables so that person X can get this amazing rocket health service. How am I going to make sure I have story counts out there? So if the media houses can also help us with that, I'm sure it will reduce on the fakeness of the news that is getting out. And then in addition to that, as a journalist, what brand do you want to have? Let it start from you. I know in journalism school there are things like you need to have reliable sources, you need to have, empathy, you know those codes that you're told in journalism class. Can you not leave them in journalism class and actually carry them with you? It's not about knowing them and putting on that amazing gown and getting the degree or diploma or certificate. It is about the work you do. That is why you see very many people would tune in when NBS had that segment of the COVID-19 segment before the news. So many people would be watching. You'd find people in traffic jam tuning in through that mobile app of theirs to just see that segment. So because they knew that was one of the reliable sources where they would get news about COVID-19 that isn't fake. So when you report something on your platform, do I look forward to reading from you or you? Do I know that you're going to give me news that is actually reliable? Have you verified it? Like Benjamin has said, cultivate your sources. Make sure you have sources in some of these places. WHO, Ministry of Health, and the different people that are doing health communication and whatever it is. There is something going around in line with SDG 3, that is the universal health coverage. Has any one of you picked interest in it? You are one of the stakeholders in ensuring that the universal health coverage is realized and made real in Uganda. But has anyone picked interest? Have you tried to look for the teams that are working on this? Benjamin is one of them. Ministry of Health is the stakeholder. So can you, like my colleague on the panel had said, can you try and do more, research more, read more, and we will deal with this fake news. Remember, you are affecting so many people's mental health with what you give them. So if we have Butabika and all the other rehabilitation centers full, thank you very much. You need to revert that by giving us the right news and the right information.
Yes, thank you very much. What do you want to be known for as a journalist? Do you want to be known, for spreading fake news? That's your choice. But still, even when it's your choice, you're affecting other people. Carol, I would like to get your view on that.
Yes, this topic actually reminded me of the late Magufuli, who at the beginning of the pandemic was actually telling the Tanzanians that there's no COVID. And it was so tense in the sense that even if you talk to a friend who is in Tanzania and you really want to get a picture, you wouldn't get it. I don't know, okay, maybe don't quote me on this, but I wondered, how do we as journalists speak truth to power if the scientists are telling us this and then you have a head of state coming up with his own beliefs and people following him because, well, he's the head of state. But what am I trying to say? We need to speak to not just scientists. We need to speak to specialists. These guys have areas of specialization. So if you're talking about COVID, probably the people you're going to look out for are the people at Uganda Virus Research Institute, Infectious Disease Institute, World Health Organization has people in these areas, epidemiologists, so that they give you the real picture and help you break down all these scientific terms. I believe that if we insist on getting people in their areas of specialization, we will get it right. Even long before COVID, there was a story I read in one of the papers about an HIV trial, and my God, the journalist just got someone from the... from my experience, these scientists are not forgiving. The moment you get it wrong, trust me, the next time you call them up for an appointment, they will not talk to you because it's their name. Me as a reader or a viewer will believe what you've presented, and then I'll blame this person for something they never said, or you quoted them out of context, or you quoted the wrong person, and they'll be like, how can so-and-so speak on such a topic? Yet they are not, specialists in this area. So let's get it right.
Get it right, get it right. Eva, get it right.
Yes, as journalists, I think you're the source that is most trusted in the community. It's very important to keep to know your sources, to verify the statistics, to verify your sources, where you're getting this information from. As a layman, I'm going to look at maybe your handle. If the handle is coming from maybe an NTV journalist, I'm going to trust that source. So you need to make sure that what you're putting out there is actually accredited. I mean, it's legitimate information, not something that you're getting off of social media, in the family WhatsApp groups. You can't do that as a media professional. We rely on you, like they said, we rely on you to get this information out there, to make health a priority, good health a priority, and that's how we will achieve SDG 3.
Thank you so much, Eva. I want to know from the tech team again whether Emma is still there. He could respond to fake news because the ministry was equally greatly affected by fake news. I want to know his perception and his take on how journalists covered fake news during the lockdown. Is he there? He's not? Okay, we missed that. We would have really.
Olivia, I thought I should just mention something briefly that keeps coming up, and I think the population has been following stories on health workers, some health workers refusing to get vaccinated. And so the question is, if you have scientists themselves who should know better, leading the campaign for vaccination, refusing to get vaccinated, is there something that they know that we don't know? But every time I come across such stories of, it's normally the cows, RDCs, complaining that health workers are not getting vaccinated, I feel like maybe we journalists are also not doing more. Can we reach out to health workers, ask them, because this eventually leads to fake news we are talking about. Can we go to the health workers and ask them, why aren't they getting vaccinated? Is it because they are overwhelmed with patient numbers? So if I'm at the health center the whole day or 24/7, what time do I have to go and maybe line up to get vaccinated? Are the vaccines being taken closer to these health workers? But also, can we explore this more? I've talked to someone who is a doctor before, and they tell me, human behavior is complex, So then would we need to talk to psychologists to help us understand? Someone might be a doctor, but they do something totally different. I might be a journalist telling you to follow this and that, but what I do is totally different. So can we break, I believe, breaking this further and trying to explore all areas will help us counter the fake news.
Yeah, I think that's a conversation that has really been out there, and most people want to argue that it's their right. I mean, they can choose to. They can choose to get vaccinated or not. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to justify what the medical practitioners are doing, but that has been their defense. There's no law that should put me in cells for refusing to be vaccinated. But please go get vaccinated. It's very important, and it's for you. One last question. Yes, if you have something.
So maybe adding on to that, and what journalists can maybe do. I think this is where their power of persuasion comes in as journalists. Let them get down to these communities and actually find out why people are not doing, responding to these vaccinations. The idea of coercing people is not very sustainable. You need to be convincing, right? And that is the job of a journalist. And I think that can help in that direction.
Okay, thank you very much, Eve. Also, if you have any questions, please get ready. I'll only take 2 questions because of time. Not now. I have one last question for my panelists. 1 minute each, and 1 minute means 1 minute. How the role of journalists in raising awareness about these sustainable development goals. We could be talking about sustainable development goals, but do the people in the public actually understand what this animal called SDGs is? How can journalists better report about these SDGs and raise awareness about the 17 SDGs? I'm going to start with you, David.
Thank you so much. That's what I was thinking about. There are many times when you talk about certain things and we end in the town, we think we have spoken and everyone has understood it. But I want to tell you that the biggest population of this country, for example, my grandmother, doesn't know anything about SDGs. I have bothered to go to the village and talk to her, but she seems to don't understand. Now, my mother, who has been a nurse, is plant trees in whose shade they know they're not going to be part of it. So that's what SDGs are about. They've done it for us. They're not doing it for themselves. For me, it is good. It is wonderful. But as journalists, what are we doing? Sometimes when I was starting here, I said, we must be so critical. Let's criticize the government's role. We hold it accountable for the SDGs. But sometimes we fear. When somebody raised the question after the first panel, I saw fear. You should not fear. You should criticize these fellas, because in your criticism, be positive and let government respond. Sometime back, I wrote a story about environment. There was a clan, the president gave land in the Kapchora, in the Bennett, Mount Elgon region. He gave them land without understanding, without going there to find out what would where. So I wrote, after 2 days, the president gives land to Rongo people. And I explained the Rongo people. And I explained the Rongo area he had given out. That area is a water catchment area for that, and he had given out. So he withdrew. Apparently, when I go there, I say that is the man who made the president to refuse to give us land. But what am I saying here? That you should not fear. Let's take them on. Every story you write about health, bring in the issue of SDGs. Bring in that health issue. Our government of Uganda is committed to this. It is committed. You need to talk to remind them that, please, you are committed to this. You signed an agreement to this. Remind them. Let them come out and talk about something that is going to save this nation. I want to end here that you as media, you are free. You are freer to create awareness. That is your role, basically. And I say the society believes in you because you are up. You are not down. I don't know how you feel when they tell you in the university that that is the man who is doing journalism. Many of us are so proud. We walk with our heads high. But is that how we walk in society? Do we have the internal preparation and the moral justification? When somebody points the finger at us, can we defend ourselves that we are at that level? And I added that when a monkey goes up, it exposes its bottom. You have exposed yourselves. Do what you're expected to do.
That's how much power you have as journalists. That's how much power you have as journalists. And my take home from what you said is try to bring in the aspect of the SDGs in each story that you tell. Because in any case, every story you tell affects, or is aimed at achieving the SDGs because it's a web. So that's my take home from him. Ben.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Yes, what can you do as journalists as we move forward on the SDGs? One, please understand the SDGs. What are they? What do they intend to achieve? At what stage are we? What more can we do to achieve them by 2030? That's number one. Number two is you might not be able to, actually you can't even take on the entire SDG agenda. For instance, we told you that in SDG 3, we have 13 targets. So that's a whole health area. The whole health of Uganda is covered in there. Can you just pick maybe one target and become a specialist on that? Look at them, they're 13. From maternal health to accidents to infrastructure to HIV/AIDS. Pick one target and be a specialist on that so that you write on it authoritatively. Number three, understand the audience. These were taught in journalism school. It still applies when you come to the actual world. Understand the people you're communicating to. What is your message? Don't just write stories for the sake of writing. Have a purpose when you write. And don't forget the 7 C's of communication that were taught in public health school and which are still relevant when you come outside this side. Next, I want to emphasize the point of sources. You must have sources when you come out to work as journalists, sources there that can give you the information. Finally, please read and read and read. Mr. Mafabi here talked about it. You won't get this right unless if you read. Read. I also want to deal with somebody who comes to WHO to inquire, and he displays some real level of knowledge. I'll take you to an expert who I think can give you information. That expert will be very impressed if you come and you are really knowledgeable on the subject you want to write about. So please read your books and read them again. Thank you.
That's very important, reading. And one of my producers usually says our generation has a problem of reading. We don't want to read. We want to get things easily. I'd like to join Emma. I'm told he's back online. Okay. Emma, can you hear us? That I don't think we can hear him very well.
The internet, this on and off. I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Now we can
I
hear
can
you.
get you very well.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Even now?
We
Thank
can
you
hear.
very much. I would like to first comment on the previous discussion, which was on fake news and
That's
misinformation.
exactly what I wanted you to talk about.
Disinformation. Yes, it has been a challenge to us as a Ministry of Health communication team, and I think it's largely affected the pandemic response, but some media houses have really played a great role to ensure that they report accurate and factual information. And any journalist who aspires to make an SDGs, we should emphasize to ensure that we research stories. And even the sources you go to, as Benjamin stated, will better appreciate you when you are well researched with facts and you're able to challenge their information. And as a ministry, we have made avenues, we have a toll-free line, we have a website, we have social media handles, we have the public relations office. Whenever you need the right information, you approach us, we give you the appreciation of the debunk initiative. This largely also played the role to help us counter the misinformation. Because the only way you can counter misinformation is ensuring that there is no delayed response. When misinformation is put out, because they are anti-vaxxers, they are people who are COVIDiots or denial, people who are in denial. So we have to ensure that once they fabricate and manufacture fake information, we are also on this side readily available to collect the factual information. On the discussion of SDGs, on how journalists can report SDGs, first and foremost, do many journalists understand the SDGs? Do they understand why we moved from the Millennium Development Goals and how Uganda were doing? Under the OPM, there is an office that monitors the implementation of these Sustainable Development Goals, and working with various development partners like UNICEF, World Health Organization, UNDP, and also the National Planning Authority. They produce a report understanding of this sustainable development. Every story you report about, if it is an investigative piece, if it is a news analysis, you are able to input how the SDGs, for instance, the one on health, is being implemented, or any aspect as far as they are concerned. But this will always require you to also cultivate sources, as they have said. I really find it sometimes challenging someone who claims to be a journalist and has been reporting for over 3 years, and you don't have a contact of an obvious source. So let's always also be on top of our game, cultivate sources, and this will help us to report better on the sustainable development goals, but also counter misinformation and disinformation. I beg to submit and thank my rest of the panelists who are making great points. Thank you.
Emma, before you go, if you could give us your parting shot, because your network, seeing as you're traveling, could be not reliable. So if you could give us your parting shots, but would be amazed to still have you on the panel online, just in case we don't get you.
Thank you very much. I will continue listening in. I've been getting the rest of the panelists loud and clear, but I would like Mafabi to practice what he preaches. let him not put the mask around the chin as a necklace, yet he's supposed to be an example. Because when you're talking with your mask on the chin, you're sending a wrong message out to the public. So let's also, as journalists, practice what we preach. I wanted to correct that, not having the mask as a chin. But my parting shot is that I would like to appreciate the media challenge and all the partners who have enabled this discussion, the expo. I really am passionate to ensure that the journalists get to understand the concept of the Sustainable Development Goals, and also to ensure that we put our hands together to support their work. I'm always available to ensure that the journalist has a factual story. This discussion is so important that I've made a journey to Pondwe, a journey of stopovers, because I'm eager to understand the appreciation of journalists as far as these Sustainable Development Goals. So I'll be one of the most journalists is following up a story on Sustainable Development Goals. I will contribute to ensure that you get the right sources. I will ensure you get the right information in terms of documentation. I will support you to ensure that we guide you on whether to go, or the places to go. With Benjamin, we have also had ideas of story brands. If you pitch a good idea, Ministry of Health working with our partners like WHO will be able to support that kind of pitch, the story pitch, if it is good, and it's going to bring out the Sustainable Development Goals. So that work to ensure that mostly on SDG number 3, we provide some support to journalists who have tangible ideas that will impact the society. I would like to thank everyone who has been joining this conversation, and also to say I proudly associate with the Media Challenge Initiative, having been among the pioneers. When Abbas came to us when we were still students at Makerere University, we welcomed the idea, and this idea has impacted very many lives, and this is the one to say in this world. Thank you.
Emma, before you go, you say you proudly associate with the Media Challenge. So you're part of the community. And maybe what you don't know, this is not fake news, but the thing is, I am the president of that community, and I'm glad to know that you're behind me. And we appreciate your support to this entity, and we shall keep coming back to you. I would like to proceed with Linda. We're talking about how journalists can create awareness about SDG 3, but also the other SDGs.
Thank you very much. Like I said in the start, the journalists can do a lot, especially in making this world a better place. And that is what the Agenda 2030 is focusing on, to try and make the world a better place. One of the things that I think the journalists can do is localizing the SDGs. When we talk about localizing SDGs, it is not just translating them into a local language. It is bringing them down to what a local person, Linda, can understand. For example, when you're talking about good health and well-being, and you go down in there, just like Benjamin had said, look at the indicators, look at the targets, and pick that particular one thing, and try and make it local. For example, when you look at, I know one of the areas in SDG 3 is ensuring that the FCTC, that's the Framework on Tobacco Control, is actually implemented in most of the countries. I don't know if we know about the Framework of Tobacco Control. Do we know about it? Uganda is actually a signatory, and we recently ratified it. So one of the things in there is how do we how do I say it? How do we reduce this so that David's grandmother in the village understands it? People don't know that they're making contributions to realization of SDGs or failure to realize SDGs every single day. For example, I was seeing people having breakfast in the morning, and someone picks 3 slices of bread and only eats 2. Do you know that you're actually contributing to failure to realize SDG number 2? You go to the washroom and you find someone has let the tap flow. You washed your hands and you just moved out. Do you know that you're also contributing to failure to ensuring that person X down in Kansanga can also access water because you're just letting it flow? When you look at a clean environment, and look at climate action. Many of us, when I was coming in the morning, I saw people driving and throwing kavera outside their cars. You're driving and you're throwing it, thinking there's a KCCA woman who's going to come and clean. But you know what that one kavera can do to blocking that channel that is probably trying to take, that you're going to fall in tomorrow when you're moving and it has rained and it is blocked. So each of us is making a daily contribution. When you go to KFC and instead of asking for a healthy salad, you ask for a bucket of chicken, do you know that you're also contributing to failure to realize SDG 2? Like this daily life we do. Someone wants to take you out and you're saying, Olivia will say, I want a pizza. Why don't you ask for a mango? Why don't you ask for a banana? Can we try and make eating healthy? Like when you read SDG 3, it is something around what is causing NCDs is the failure to eat healthy. Who follows Kasenene? Dr. Kasenene tells us we need to eat healthy, we need to exercise. If a journalist says, how are you going to tell the community that, you know what, chicken, okay, when you're eating, you know when you go to KFC, the best part of the chicken is the crispy skin. Do you know that the chicken actually has 80% of the chicken fat is in the skin? And you know that it is not good for you? Do you know that you are not a lion to be eating meat every now and then? Do you know why cancers are increasing? Do you know what is put in, what is put in all? Okay, we're looking so beautiful in here, and you have lipstick on your lips. Do you know what is in that lipstick? Every time you take your tea, do you know that you're sipping part of those ingredients into you? And then 15 years down the road, you are complaining of a given disease that you don't even know where it came from. We are making contributions daily. So journalists, localize this. Localizing doesn't mean only changing to local languages. It is bringing it to my level so that I know when I'm in the village and I'm probably farming and I find kavera and I just throw it to the other person's garden, I am affecting the realization of SDGs. Thank you.
Yes, the very important thing she's saying is make stories relatable. Make stories relatable. How do I tell a story and, everyone, despite of, which class they're in, but they can actually relate to that story. That's the localizing. I think that's what I understand when you say that. And then she touches the aspect of feeding, and you all made noise about meat. We are trying to achieve SDGs by 2030. Do you still want to be alive as we make this world a better place? It's up to you. So whatever you choose to eat, we shall be enjoying a better world while we don't know where you are. Carol.
Yeah, just to add on that, my boss, Professor Francis Omasa, likes to say that health is made at home and it is only repaired in hospitals when it breaks down. What that essentially means is that exercise begins with you as an individual. How you eat begins with you. Walk, jog, and do all those things. No one is going to, the government is not going to force you to wash hands, but you must wash hands if you have the facilities. So, and that is what primary health care is all about. I would urge journalists to pay attention to governance and accountability, because as I mentioned earlier, if we are talking about hygiene, the government has to provide an enabling environment for people to be as healthy as possible. Yes, the primary role is for the individual, like Linda mentioned, but also there must be community health structures in place, leaving no one behind, which is what SDGs are all about. And then packaging our story also matters. We can't tell the COVID story in isolation. It has impacted on the household incomes. And build your case. Tell these stories and build your case to show that health has an impact on the economy and SDGs. So someone mentioned earlier, have we forgotten about other diseases and health topics during the pandemic? What are road injuries like death? That's also under the SDG 3, the NCDs, life expectancy. What is it like? Monitor trends and compare and contrast. When the government releases a report on say the demographic and health survey, it is released every 5 years, or the household survey. To get a story, don't just say Ugandans are now maybe richer or poorer without comparing. Look at the previous report and then compare the current findings. I think some stories also we need to read more. Like it's already been mentioned, maybe I'll have to email Abbas and his team some of the resources that could help you understand and break down this better. The African Center for Global Health, for instance, has published a report on showing intersectoral collaboration. What essentially means is that our national development plans in Uganda show there's a willingness to interconnect for different agencies to, plan in the way the same way SDGs are interconnected, is the same way our national development plans are. But when it comes to implementation and budgeting, it's a whole different thing. You hear finance complaining about this. If say the health ministry is saying we need more health workers, where are the finance people? Where the budget? What are the budgets saying? So I think it's up to us as journalists to challenge this and come up with better stories. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carol. I think she tackles accountability. Don't be afraid to reach out to these people. Emma talked about, going to OPM and ask for this information. This information is actually there, but we don't look for this information, and you don't expect information to look for you. So read as much as you can, but also seek information and don't tire. Eva, you are our last speaker here, so we can get to the attendees.
All right, thank you. I'll speak to the localization issue, but on the technological note of it. I think it's very important for journalists to know which tools to use when reaching out to different people. We have different age groups. You'll find that some are more leaning towards the audio versions of things. Some like video better. Many of our young people are very visual. So you need to know which media to use for which audience that you're trying to target. And remember, with the SDG 3, we have to target each age group. We need to communicate with a specific technology for each age group that we are targeting. If it is Mafabi's grandmother back in the village, we need to get her to get her information on that radio. I'm sure she likes to listen to it, and we need to know that not all these other technologies, all technologies are dead. They're still alive. We need to utilize them as journalists, even though we are trying to target the 13-year-old on TikTok. We need to also make sure the 8-year-old on the radio gets this information. Yeah. And the other thing is, to add on that, to restructure the way that we do news to fit in other media. For example, getting some TikTok skits in there or some tweets out there. So we need to look into that, and then that will be a way of leveraging these technologies as news sources to help achieve SDG 3.
Okay, thank you very much, Eva. She talks about knowing your audience. Yes, please clap for her. Knowing your audience. We are glad we know our audience, and you are our audience, and we hope you've actually been listening and understanding what we are talking about. I'm going to take only one question because I'm out of time. Please come forward. Someone can pass the microphone to that gentleman. Keep it short, snappy, and straight to the point. We can still hear you, no worries.
Particularly, how are you at the United Nations Association working toward eradicating HIV/AIDS to foster development in Uganda?
Yes, please respond to that.
Thank you so much, Ismail. At the UN Association of Uganda, we work with young people in different education institutions. And one of the ways we have, we are not only looking at HIV, but we are looking at NCDs, we are looking at the different, for example, cancers, tobacco control, nutrition, different areas. What we've done is focusing on this generation that is way more exposed to contracting these diseases and being victims at an early age. And we have, made them champions. We have young people trained in these areas. For example, HIV, we have champions in there that go spreading the word, because we realize that young people learn more from young people, because you kind of like are in the same bracket. You appreciate, for example, we were doing a social media training recently, and we were looking at the audiences. So if I got my brother Benjamin to go on TikTok and make us an educational video, how many people will actually follow the video or pick the message? But if I got my sister Olivia to make a video on TikTok about HIV, you need to know the likes she will have. So we are getting these young people, one, to get them grounded in these different issues, including HIV, nutrition, tobacco control, cancers, all those other areas, in these different institutions. Because we know when a young person is grounded in an issue, it spreads like wildfire. Did you know that? Yes. So instead of leaving everything in a conference room where you sit with these amazing policymakers, ministers, and everyone, we carry that information, take it to this young person, and we are sure this young person will tell the mother, will tell the sister, will tell the boyfriend, will tell the neighbors, will tell the border rider who takes them to school every morning, will tell their driver, and the information will go on. And before you know it, we are approaching the specialists in this particular area, and things are actually changing. For example, in line with HIV, there was an issue around the condoms, where they're only being put in, I think, hotels. Is it encouraging people to go into these lodges? There is a debate going on in having how do they call it? Having different, because young people are scared of going to buy these condoms. Yet we know the young people are sexually active. And if they're scared, they will definitely go in their life and they will contract this disease and increase on the country's burden. So we're trying to see how do we make this area of, getting to some of these I'm talking about condoms, but there are other contraceptives and all these other things that are in that bracket. How do we get them to the young person without really being ashamed about getting them? Because we know that information is power and it opens up really different spaces. I hope I'm answering your question, Ishmael. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda and Ismail, for asking that question. We could go on and on and on. This is I have a very amazing, passionate panel who are very passionate about the topic, and we could go on and on and on, but I don't want to kill the vibe for you. We still have other things coming up. So I'd like to end it here, but remind you that we can't lose the hope right now. We still have a few years to go, even when the pandemic has kind of derailed and, deterred our focus. We can still get on track, and it's up to you, it's up to me, it's up to us to get together and help the world achieve SDG 3 and all the other SDGs. And your power as journalists, more so young journalists, you hold so much. You can create awareness, you can set the agenda, and so many people will learn from you. So don't sit on your power, don't sit on what you can actually do. I'm going to throw the ball to the studio. I'm told there's something happening there. Is there someone in the radio studio?
Can you hear me, Olivia? Yes. Okay, I think that is a technical problem. Olivia, thank you so much for that insightful discussion. But before you go, Olivia, I would love to just pick your mind on what has been your key takeaway in that session that you've actually moderated.
Like I said, all my panelists were really amazing. I could pick one, at least one of the things they talked about. They talked about research. Research as much as you can, because you don't know your audience. You don't know how many people you're going to reach out to. Read, and don't tire. Know your audience. Eva talked about it. You can't come to Mafabi and, use TikTok to deliver a message. But if you came to me with a video on TikTok, then I would definitely get your message. So it's been an amazing discussion. Lots of take-homes. Even me, I'm a young journalist, so I was moderating while learning.
Wow. Thank you so much. I'll surely make sure to send you a TikTok video so that I can really give you the right information. Thank you, everyone who has been tuned into that particular discussion. My name is Edgar Matthew Karuhanga.
And of course, Dana Ayeval is...
Gentlemen, I was going to introduce you, giving you all the credentials.
Please, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Ayebare is my big brother. That is the first thing. The second thing, he's a journalist with the MCI newsroom. Then he is also a sports fanatic, and he is a supporter of Manchester United. Dan Ayebare.
Yes, and I'm glad that you guys have stayed around for this long, up to this time when we are preparing ourselves for lunch. But before then, we need to really talk to you guys.
This is called a moment of desperation.
Yes, but we need to talk to the guys and know how they feel right now. Kanan, can you, maybe the ushers out there, can I talk to one of the guys out there who is part of at least one newsroom which is compiling a story for Friday?
And if it's possible, that person, we should see him on our screen right here, the technical personnel. If it's okay, you can do that for us, so that we start giving them the conversations.
Yes. Dan Ayebare. Let me start by wishing you my condolences as Man U fans. But in relation to the teams, they are going to be using this time, because we've just come from a panel, and so they are using this time to collect their data and their information, so that they can organize it well. And come Friday, it's going to be an amazing competition. It's going to be fun and really, really exciting. So instead of asking the young journalists what they have found out from the session, let me start with you, Dan Ayebare. What have you picked?
Why are you laughing before I even answer? You don't trust me?
Yeah, no, I trust you, but you don't. There's a way you looked into the camera, the same way that I used to look when they would ask me about parallelogram.
Oh.
So you have the same face right now. But yeah, what did you pick?
Okay, a lot that I picked. One, the takeaway for everyone here should be reading. I've been saying this all my life, all my journalism life, that of course you can't write if you can't read, like one of the panelists said, if you can't read, you can't write.
But the question would be, why are journalists not reading? Because your primary goal, your primary role is one, to just read and then disseminate information to the people.
I don't want to say that we are lazy, but we are. Sorry, I said it. No, man.
I don't think that you should speak on behalf of people.
No, I'm saying my generation, and then I can, if I could really, let me ask Tracy. Tracy.
Yes,
I said we are lazy, and then you wanted to take yourself out of it. Are you?
I
don't know whose spokesperson you are, but you're doing a shoddy job. No one is lazy.
Okay, 5 books you've read last month. Then we can say you're not lazy.
I'm not a good reader.
And then you cross back to the lazy folk.
It's not being lazy. I'll tell you this. What I got from that particular session is maybe books are your sources, right?
Yeah.
And maybe mine are the raw people on ground. And I'm thinking, if, like she said, if you can identify your sources, verify your sources, and then you have a story. There's really not too much, to hide there. You have a source, you have verified that this source has very factual, information, then you publish that.
Okay.
I want to find it from you, Karuhanga.
Yes, man.
As a member of the Media Challenge Initiative community, you know that we're trying to ensure that we create a style of journalism that does not necessarily compete with that exists, but rather creates its own space. So do you mind sharing with us currently, what story are you working on, or what story would you want to work on maybe in a few weeks?
Before he answers, you asked the wrong person. This is a debunker. This is a fact checker.
Yeah, it's a new form of journalism as well, right, Kanan?
Yeah, it absolutely is. So what are you debunking?
Now, we have a lot of stories in store in terms of what we are debunking, but we are looking at different myths about different diseases. These days, we want to do what we call health fact checks. Now, one of the things we want to fact check, or we are fact checking, is vitiligo. Vitiligo is a disease that is peculiar to very many human beings across the world as to where it comes from, how it comes about, and why it actually attacks, and how to actually treat it. So I don't want to preempt what we are going to give you by the end of this week, but one thing you should know is that vitiligo is going to be fact-checked for you, and you will know everything and anything about vitiligo.
Just for the people that might be tuning in and speak good English, I know that you didn't really grow up in Brighton like I did, but
yes.
Did you mean vitiligo?
Yes, and for the layman person who went to...
Vitiligo?
I would call it vitiligo because our nursery schools differ at the end of the day.
You might as well say the right word.
In Kanan's voice, vitiligo. How you want me to say it, vitiligo?
Kanan.
You're going to be fact-checking vitiligo.
You're talking with a man from Fort Porto and expect him to speak perfect 100% English, and that's why you're judging him from...
So for him, we're supposed to be asking him about the song we had yesterday, Akafes Ninkarora.
Yeah, those are sounds of Z256.
Vitiligo is a serious issue.
Yeah, yes.
I think that one of the biggest celebrities that we identify with this disease is Michael Jackson, the late Michael Jackson. He is allegedly someone that suffered with vitiligo through his lifestyle, and people were talking all these things about using bleaching agents and going for plastic surgery and everything like that, but he was trying to cover up for vitiligo. My question is, why do you choose such a story? Are there a lot of Ugandans that are currently suffering that story? Why do you choose that particular story to look into it?
It is because this particular story is something that is unique. It's not something you find with everybody, and it's a peculiar disease that not many Ugandans know where it comes from. So that is why we look at vitiligo, as you like to call it, and bring in the facts so that each Ugandan, because when you look at the people who suffer this disease are actually, looked at in a weird way in the society. People look at that challenge as something that is maybe an outcast thing. So that's why you want to bring the facts on board, that maybe this thing is a health problem, and let's give the truth or the facts to the Ugandans out there. But then, Kanan, I would love to cross over to you, ask you a question as well. As you know, the Sustainable Development Goal Plan by 2030 is just a plan to achieve the biodiversity framework, which is living in harmony with nature by 2050. And one of the key things that we are talking about is ending poverty, as we had in the first session. Kanan, do you think this is actually a realistic goal? Because Mr. Elunya, an investigative journalist, said it is not practical and we cannot achieve this goal by 2030. Do you think we can achieve this particular goal by 2030?
Of course, when looking into such matters, we begin by getting into the actual statistics and maybe looking at what we define as poverty. Now, globally, the definition for poverty has been living below the dollar in a day, and the dollar here in Uganda is about how much? It's like
3,500?
3,500. So poverty means a person is living somewhat below 3,500 shillings a day. Now, I might not have the numbers off my fingertips right now, but we know that a very big percentage of Ugandans, especially here in this country, are probably in this situation. And you find it hard to access basic needs and other sustainable development goals if you can't even afford 3,500 shillings a day. So whether or not we can achieve it by 2030, I believe that it's a very hopeful state of mind to have, but I also believe that hope is what starts the movement, because if you do not have hope that it's
It feels like you are wishing. Is it a wish that you're making as Tracy is going to come in, Kenan?
No, it's not a wish. It's being hopeful. It's being hopeful, and that hope can drive you to actually achieve things you didn't think that you could achieve.
Okay, Tracy, you had something to say?
No poverty as a goal is one thing. And speaking about it is one, creating awareness, advocacy, lobbying. All that is not going to work if we can't move from just mere talk into actions. We need to see these sort of statements actionable. And for me, what I find is the biggest challenge is that gap between the rich and the poor. It keeps growing bigger, by the day. And so when you come into Kampala and you look around and you're saying living below the dollar, we have people that live
less than 50 cents.
Exactly. So there's a lot of a lot of talk, and I don't see the actions to sort of bridge that gap between the poor and the rich. And if it keeps growing, then we are talking totally two different languages.
As Daniel would come in, I want to pick some. You've talked about the steps that we should actually put in place. But then, what are these steps? Do you mind elaborating more on some things that we can do as a society, as a country, to maybe start the implementation process of achieving no poverty by 2030?
We live in a country where the minimum wage is not understood. It's not defined. So people are talking about these things. The parliament is not enacting laws like these, whereby, you have a minimum wage of the country, you know the hours you work, you know what you're supposed to earn, and then, start from there, things like that. Okay. All these laws must be passed if we're to do something about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Kenyan, first of all, if I go to what I want to say, I love your socks.
Yeah, the socks are really peculiar. Do you know how British wear? The British always have a way of combining colors, but there will always be that color that you wonder, how did he actually add that color into the dressing code? Because it literally kills everything. I see the African heritage, then the blue pants, and then there is that vitiligo sock.
Unfortunately, Karuhanga, you are re-emphasizing the misconception that men are colorblind, because you cannot see that the patterns on my African kitenje are actually matching the colors of my socks.
Dan, do you see any yellow in the kitenje?
So what color do you see?
It's a bit of white, right?
Karanga, you don't see anything that matches yellow on my kitenje? Is that something you want to say on the air?
You don't have to look for the matching. The matching always comes out automatically. Yeah. You don't have to be so critical about it.
So, Karanga, question for you. Question for you. Have you moved out of Uganda before?
Definitely I have.
Where is the farthest you've gone?
Rwanda.
Rwanda is yeah, that explains a lot. But yes, Dan, you're going to ask me something.
Mine is about, okay. We were talking about telling stories and how we tell them. And one of the panelists, Mr. Elunya, said the poor people should tell their own stories. Mm-hmm. And Edgar, in particular, was not satisfied with that submission.
Yes.
Maybe it's understandable from a solutions journalism background. What's your take on that, Kenan? Should we, the poor people, tell the story, or we should look for the stories that really give hope?
What do you mean by the poor people?
The ones you mentioned, the ones who live below the poverty line.
Okay, so people that are living below 3,500 shillings.
Yes.
And you're saying, okay, so we're discussing whether or not they should tell their own stories. First and foremost, on what platforms are they telling those stories? Who is giving them those platforms? Secondly, where have they been taught to be able to tell their story well enough that people are going to pay attention? Because you might wake up and say that you want me to go and tell my own story in China, and I don't even speak Chinese. So before you rush into saying they should tell their own story, who has taught them how to tell a story well enough that people are going to pay attention? Because we also don't want people to come, spend their time telling the story, and at the end of the day, no one is listening. You know?
Okay. Yes.
I work on radio, and sometimes it's very discouraging. If you think or feel people are not paying attention to what you're saying, you'll be there. I run a show that is for 2 hours, and before we reach the level that we've reached right now, of course, you start from somewhere. You start from one person listening in. You start from 2 people listening in. But you can get discouraged. So what happens if you've been trying to tell that story, moreover, when the stakes are high and no one is paying attention? So before we look into the discussion of whether or not they should tell their own story, let's ask who has given them the platform and who is teaching them how to be able to tell those stories. I come from Chireka Banda. That's where I've spent most of my life. And I've been able to witness some of these things with my own 2 eyes. Poverty, like that inability to be able to raise even 2,000 shillings a day to sustain yourself. I've seen that with my own 2 eyes. I've seen how that not only impacts the person's financial situation, but all around, even the confidence.
Hey, Kenan.
Yes.
I'm sure you haven't seen poverty. You grew up where?
Chireka Banda.
Chireka Banda. And Chireka Banda. Chireka Banda. Have you seen poverty?
I have seen poverty. I have been in a situation where I myself cannot even raise that much money. It's hard to believe, but it is true.
If you've seen poverty, I don't know what Dan Ayebare has seen. Dan, what have you seen?
Don't make fun. Let's not make fun of poverty, but the fact is there are people who are really suffering out there, like me, where I grew up. I won't lie that I grew up in poverty as a person, but then I've seen these people. I've seen people who can't really afford shoes on their feet. I've seen people who can't afford a roof over their head. And of recent, I think that's when, in my real village, of recent, that's when...
Your real village?
I come from Kabale.
Are you sure that's your village?
I'm breaking it down, sir. Yes, from Kabale, then you go back to...
As a journalist, you need... I think, Dan, as a journalist, you really need to start diving deeper into the dictionary.
Okay, editor, I'll do that next time.
A village is a community where you are from. And Kabale is not your village. When was the last time that you...
Come on, I was breaking it down, editor. Editor, please.
Coming. You start from the district, then you go to the county, then to the sub-county,
yes,
the parish, then the village.
Be patient, editor.
Be patient.
My village is something called B10, Banda.
Your village or your...
That's my community.
Your village or your hometown?
Small community. Now, what you're referring to is the hometown. Kabale is your hometown because that's where you originate.
No, let me drive this point, Kenan. Leave alone the Kabale part of it.
Your village might be CPS.
Okay, you're talking about yourself maybe, but let's not go there. But then, yes, the point is, I have seen grass-thatched houses in my village, like even up to now, where there are a few right now, but then they are still there. People are living in grass-thatched houses. Yes. People still, maybe for the shoes on the feet, people can afford. I mean, in my village. People can't afford a proper meal. The families usually don't have gardens to till their crops and stuff like that. Yes. So the real poverty we're talking about is down there, but the truth is, poverty is real, and the question is, how can we as media indeed come in to tell that story and improve the status quo?
And then that is what brings me to our next discussion.
Yes,
Tracy.
On that particular. the original setting of the African society was communal in nature.
Yeah.
And when we moved from that to the gated communities, we sort of had a demarcation of sorts. So you have a neighbor who has no food, but the other neighbor's dogs are eating beef.
Meat.
So that's terrible. When we were growing up, we never used to count how many people are going to eat lunch. They sort of made this one big, ginormous saucepan, because you never knew who would come or who you have to give. But these days, you're like, we are 3 people, and then the leftovers, I don't know what happens to those. So, but the communal sort of living had an echo at the back of your mind. Mind the situation your neighbor is in, and sort of get them from that. You have people with square miles, of land, unutilized and still very, raw. Yet you have a neighbor who has nowhere to grow food. What sort of structures, what sort of, systems are in place to make sure your sister's keeper, your brother's keeper? If we may not approach these sustainable goals in a manner that's foreign to us, how about the initial systems that were sort of in place to make sure, your friend, your neighbor has a plate of food, maybe not 3, but once a day. So for me, that is really key, going back to the drawing board and saying, you know what, this is how we used to approach things, and some of these are still relevant to date, if you ask me.
Okay, thank you so much, Tracy. I would love to also say thank you to our online audience. Thank you so much. You are streaming live on Zoom, on Facebook, on YouTube, and on MCI Radio. I want to point out what Dan Ayeba had to say. Dan, you talked about the rural areas and people living in grass-thatched houses.
Yes, please.
But then that brings me to what Mr. Ola said. He says that the poorest people are the ones who are living in the urban centers. These people who have very good roofs over their heads, but they're actually broke at the end of the day. Maybe let me pick Kainan. Kainan, to first throw more light about it. Do you believe in what Ola said, that the urban poor are the poorest? And they're the ones suffering the biggest rates of poverty in this country.
I don't know if it's because I look the most impoverished amongst us that you keep throwing these poor-related questions to me. But I'll take them on because, again, I've grown up in these communities, I've grown up in these kind of situations. And maybe it's a bit of an overstatement to say that they are the poorest, because whenever we make those kind of statements, of course, we have to back them up with statistics. But what I know for certain is that, yes, people are living behind gated communities, but they are dying inside there. People are living under huge houses and huge roofs, but they cannot make those 3,500 shillings in a single day.
Kainan, someone is showing you something.
A love letter?
Is it a love letter?
Oh my God.
We have praying eyes, guys.
So, what Kenan is saying, if I could chip in there, well, it was a very big statement for him to say the poorest. The point is, we are not the poorest, but the truth is... are
you among the urban poor?
No, I won't say that I'm among the urban poor, but the point is, what we portray out there, what we want to think we are, the truth is not what we are.
It's a facade.
Yes, because we are here.
And we are living in a world of social media where everybody publishes
the
what
highlights.
They want you to see. They will never show you the hunger. Someone can buy data of 2,000 and not buy food of 2,000.
I can't show you my commando. I can't put it on social media. I wait until I go for, what do you call it, the other word, pizza or pizza,
Pizza,
whatever.
and then when I go,
so, and then
I'll do this.
Did you just call a pizza visa?
So, the thing is, we like to show the better side of our lives, and yet
but what I mean to mention, Edgar, is that I was telling you before we got on air that maybe take an example of your relatives in the village right now. Maybe they are a little old and they have had enough time to work, but let me give it random to you. Do you think you will accumulate what your parents have accumulated by the time you reach their age? Or maybe we shall be in this city, like they're saying, we think we are living lavishly, but then there's nothing we can show for it. Do you think we really have a way out of this, especially for the youth who are in the city, who are posting on social media, whatever the highlights are? They'll show the good clothes. They won't show you. They won't show you when they buy commando. That kind of life.
Yeah, our parents achieved what they achieved in other different scenarios. They had different times and they had different opportunities.
That's
We're
true.
talking about people who didn't even have electricity, people who were ravaged by war. But over time, they've made it in life. And then we have come in a situation where things are all calm. That is what I would say. We've grown up in an environment where when you listen to one bullet, it is something that is abnormal. Yet for them, that was their daily meal. And I'm thinking there are more opportunities now with the growth of internet, with the growth of the digital spaces, with innovations, and being a global village. There are more opportunities. So I'm thinking by the time I reach my parents' age right now, I think I'll be better. But it all comes down to consistency, persistency, and how innovative you are.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, Kainan.
What is your individual set SDG, for example? So we have the SDGs and we have the timeline of 2030 to make sure that we've achieved them. So as Edgar Matthew Karuhanga, what is your vision 2030, for instance? What do you want to have achieved by then?
My vision would be
Married with 3 kids.
Married with 3 kids. No, that is your vision, by the way. But 2030 I will have a child, but it won't be 3. Yes, but I will have a child. But back to SDGs.
I have a question, guys. Okay, this is in relation to good health, no poverty, and sort of sustainable cities. Do you think Uganda's population is its downfall or its not downfall? What's the opposite?
In relation to?
In terms of the no poverty SDG, do you think our population and its growth is actively impacting or positively impacting this particular goal?
Should I go first, Dan?
Please, you can go first.
I think it all depends on how you look at the population, under which lens you're looking at the population. Because as people look at more population as competition for social services and resources, I look at it as human capital, human labor. I'm looking at brains of people who are innovators at the end of the day. So it depends on the lens you're looking at it from. When you look at it from a perspective that there are growing numbers and you're going to have a growing competition for social services that are actually not also adequate, then that is how you're going to go with. But me personally, I look at this as more human capital, more brain-trained individuals, people who are going to create solutions and innovations to the various challenges that we are facing today. I don't know what Dan thinks.
Maybe this is my thought. You guys out there, Kenan and Tracy and Edgar, can disagree if you want.
Yeah.
But the truth is we the people, the humans, really play an important role concerning where we are right now. I'll give you a simple example. I wake up with 2,000 in my pockets, for example, for an urban youth. I'm not telling my story, but a typical urban youth.
You're telling my story. That is my story.
No, I don't wake up.
Sometimes I wake up with 2,000. In fact, sometimes you wake up without...
Kenan, I've never woken up with 2,000. It's not my story. Let's continue. I'm a ghetto youth.
All right, so Dan, tell us yours.
So now, I'm just giving you an example anyway.
To make it more like...
No, anyway, what I'm saying, there is a 2,000 in your pockets. There are 2 choices.
That's your story.
That's your story, right?
If you choose to think it that way, if you choose that,
that's your story.
You can choose to think of it that way.
It's your story.
It's your story.
Okay, I wake up with 2,000. Maybe you can fill up here. I wake up with 2,000 shillings in my one-room with Kazigo. And then there are 2 things on my mind. My phone without data, and then a stomach which is empty.
Yes. What do you choose?
That was for you. What do you choose?
For me, I choose food automatically.
So
make money to make money.
I won't make money if I'm dead, if I'm unhealthy.
Tracy, what do you go for?
Load that phone and make
Tracy's going for data. Now let me tell you, sometimes you go for data and all you're seeing are just TikTok videos and things like that, gentlemen and lady.
So my point is, Kenan.
Yes, Dan.
My point is priorities of especially the youth, which is the biggest percentage. You said 72 point what?
79%.
Whatever, above 70. But with the youth, our priorities are wrong. If you could wake up and then you have 2,000.
You you guys, as you go on with the conversation,
Yes.
because I'm going to leave you with a question. My co-MC.
Where are you going? Is it the
Are you going
paper that you got?
the physical school? It can happen under the tree when the teacher and the learner meet. Some people have reached a level where they can do their own self-learning, but not everyone can do self-learning. Please go ahead. At the same time, there are so many ways of continuing learning without a school. We have seen models of TV learning, radio learning, and we have seen e-learning through the internet. These are different ways of continuing learning.
2 minutes to the top of the
However, the schools are very important in places like Uganda for systematic learning. Because of the limited opportunities of learning that I have described outside the physical school, the school is very important for learning, but really important for the socialization of young people, for their protection, and for their upbringing. When schools went closed, there was discontinuity of learning for sure. But more harmful, there was no enough protection systems in many of the societies for young people, especially very young, vulnerable girls.
Say, pray and lay low, lay, pray and say so, pray, say and lay low, and remember, remember, remember to say so. Say, pray and lay low, lay, pray and say so, pray, say and lay low, and remember, remember, remember to say so. We pray for no poverty. We yea and say screw you to hunger. We aspire to good health and well-being and raise the fire for equality education. We fight for gender equality, and we need clean water and sanitation as salutation to affordable and clean energy as we crave decent work and economic growth. There should be industry, innovation, and infrastructure for reduced inequalities because we want sustainable cities and communities. We desire responsible consumption and production to foster better climate action. We lay and pray for the life below water and work for better life on land. See, we all, us, all we've ever wanted is peaceful peace, justice, and strong institutions as we seek partnerships for the goals we set. And these are our objectives for sustainable development. The SDGs for change. Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. And remember, remember, remember to say so. How many of you here would consider yourselves journalists? Please raise your hands. Good number. And how many of you would consider yourselves as influencers? Please. Very good. See, we believe that journalism can make the world a better place, but the truth is, you don't have to be a journalist or influencer or an expert in anything to make the world a better place. You just have to be you. Yes, yourself. It's a decision you should make. See, I remember drawing stars and painting sun rays with a pale blue sky as a little boy. And these were symbols of the sustainable development goals that a little 5-year-old me prayed. We live with these goals knowingly and unknowingly. See, they are an integral part of our day-to-day lives, and so we need to promote effective media coverage on the sustainable development goals. Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. Say, pray, and lay low. Lay, pray, and say so. Pray, say, and lay low. And remember, 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 remember to say so. Thank you.
Wow! Well, remember, remember, and remember, we will definitely remember that for a very, very long time.
like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the Media Challenge Initiative Home today. So clap for yourselves. It's a great day to be here. We've lost a lot of people to COVID-19. We should be grateful to life, but also to the fact that we could meet again. So for us, we don't take that for granted. I am particularly excited for the Expo theme this year because our belief here as young journalists or as an organization is that we want to use journalism to make the world a better place. The SDGs are definitely meant to make the world a better place for each and everyone on Earth. And we thought it prudent that this year we should really focus on Sustainable Development Goals.
The Sustainable Development Goals in Uganda have a secretariat called SDG Secretariat, which considers the media a very important partner in our sustainable development journey. And indeed, over the last 2 years, we have had very close engagements with media across the country to raise awareness of the Sustainable Development Goals. In coming up with the SDG framework, the world's leaders were looking for sustainable solutions to the challenges that we now see more clearly than ever before. So the government has a primary role of implementing the agenda, but the government cannot do this alone. So meaning that all people at all levels have a role to play. And as a fourth estate, you have an opportunity and a professional responsibility to play a significant role in supporting the monitoring of SDGs implementation.
What the media gets to do is we continue to highlight the challenges that are happening because when we report and because we report, that's how the policymakers get to know what's happening, but it's also information that we give to you. If we tell you that schools are going to be opening and you're required to vaccinate and you should have double vaccination, and we keep reporting this is the number of teachers that are vaccinated and other teaching staff, and this is the gap that is remaining, it keeps the conversation going and it helps.
The things that we found was that in this country, when we talk about soft skilling, we don't think of soft skills as an intellectual skill, right? That we think of, so when we talk about skills, we think of plumbing and wiring and that sort of stuff. That's how we define skill, right? That things like critical thinking, problem solving, communication, collaboration, which organizations like the World Economic Forum say are crucial to the future of work, right? And the fourth industrial revolution, right? Which are supposed to be what our education system propagates. Because we don't think of them as skills, we don't even have a policy for their transfer in our education system, right? So where they exist is not because of a policy instrument that guarantees and forces for them to exist. So they exist, say, in international schools or in schools whose leaders have an understanding of things, right? And why this now becomes a problem is that we continue to leave school without developing these skills. Now, all of us, when we are faced with problems like this, we don't know how to solve them. So we revert to our old methods or wait for the problem to pass and then we go back. So schools close. School owners, because they are not trained to think critically and solve problems, just sit around. Parents don't know what to do. Government officials don't know what to do. The media doesn't know what to do because all of us are products of this system, right? So, and until we solve that problem, until we learn, until our schools, right, are teaching people to think. Someone will say government failed us. No, as a parent, you yourself, you failed your cousin, you failed your niece, you failed your daughter, you failed your son, because there is so much we can do to improve how we get our children to learn. No wonder some of them have sat home for 2 years and they are more green, others are pregnant, just because we didn't do what we had to do as parents, as teachers, as community leaders, opinion leaders, as teachers, as journalists. And that is why we get it wrong, because every other time we blame the government. Let's begin looking for solutions. And the solution is with us.
Many teachers are not coming back to this profession. And I can tell this for certainty. Why? Because even if you look now at how many teachers have been fully vaccinated, the number is very low. The government made it very clear. No job, no teaching. But if teachers, they know the schools are about to open and they don't want to take the full vaccination, it simply means they are not coming back to school. So go out there, speak to as many teachers as you can in different parts of the country, do a poll. Tell the decision makers what kind of teachers gap they should expect when the schools reopen. They need to plan now. We are talking about so many things that the schools used to do to some extent. Now we are facing an issue, a disaster, a crisis of teenage pregnancies in this country. We need you to do whatever is possible to educate the parents and the teenage girls and boys about this crisis and how to protect themselves. They shouldn't be waiting only for the school.
Tell a good story. Tell a good story. How do you get people to understand better? How do you sensitize people? How do you get to this educational effect?
We have made up a statement, which is climate change journalists are climate leaders. And for us, that is our belief as an organization.
Climate change is real, and it's a responsibility for all of us to mitigate climate change.
As young journalists, stakeholders from UNDP, Office of the Prime Minister, our partners, you can take that. We want more investment into journalists. We want more engagement of journalists in the national strategic plans for adaptation and mitigation. We want them fully involved, not just as reporters, but as leaders in that area.
Is what touches people, is what inspires people.
They see refugees like someone who can be begging on the road.
They bring only one side of the news. They should do more research about it. I've seen a lot of pictures, newspapers, refugees. Their pics are always the worst. I don't like it. Capture the good side of me. If you've seen something bad in me, yes, fine. Capture the good side of me.
We are blessed to be a part of the 2018 Media Expo Reporting on Refugee edition. And tonight, we will know how to report stories on refugees politely.
The refugee protection and management in Uganda is being praised globally.
But the refugee response cannot work unless there is a strong partnership from many actors, including the media. And that's why I'm glad that the theme of this expo focuses on the importance of accurate and good reporting and accurate journalism to create a supportive environment for refugees in Uganda.
And from 30th November to 5th December, we will host the Media Challenge Expo under the theme, Keeping Journalism Alive in Times of Uncertainty. Join us on this journey to build and inspire the next generation of journalists. This will be the first virtual edition of the Media Challenge Expo, where over 6 days you can tune into engaging panel discussions to find solutions to critical issues in our media industry.
As COVID-19 continues to claim lives of millions of people, the economic crisis will hide. The media industry has not been spared, a time when the fourth state is needed the most to tell the people what is happening in the country. Tonight, we are discussing some of these challenges and how the media industry is able to come up and stand still to make sure that you, our viewers, get the knowledge that you are supposed to get. Good morning and thank you so much on board. You are welcome. My name is Rahim Nwali.
Welcome officially to the 2020 Media Challenge Expo. This theme is keeping journalism alive in times of uncertainty. It's a hard time.
We are MCI, we are better and never like this before. Got you.
We have made up a statement, which is climate change journalists are climate leaders. And for us, that is our belief as an organization. And that is what I hope that as you go away from here, as young journalists, stakeholders from UNDP, Office of the Prime Minister, our partners, you can take that. We want more investment into journalists. We want more engagement of journalists in the national strategic plans for adaptation and mitigation. We want them fully involved, not just as reporters, but as leaders in that area, because we believe that better understanding of the subject matter will lead to better reporting and will lead to better responses and resilient communities.
Okay, there has been a lot of challenges, and still there are challenges. One, there's the negative attitude, more so from the men, not allowing these women to plant trees because they say that the land is theirs. We know very much that the land is theirs, but the trees will help us all In case, for example, when there is food, we cut the branch, we use for we started in Osukuru. Then the people of Magola sub-county they came and said, you are doing something great. What can we do? How can we join? I said, you come. This is what we want. And they are now growing trees as a business, that group of Magola. If you are going to Toro, you reach mile 10, that the tree growing as a business is just at that center. You will find it. They are growing as a business, they are selling the tree seedlings, and they are building houses. They are paying school fees. One has educated a child up to university.
Allow me to start by thanking the CEO of the Media Challenge Initiative, Mr. Basim Pindi, and his team for the great work they are doing to improve media professionalism, particularly targeting the journalists of tomorrow.
The media informs, educates, but also interprets climate change. Let's make it simple so that the man on the street can, associate and understand their role in the collective efforts to deal with the challenges at hand.
If you want people to feel connected, tell a good story. A good story is what touches people, is what inspires people. And I think that is, following what Media Challenge Initiative has been doing over the years with the training programs, I think they are producing a whole generation of young journalists who are not just good at their technical skills and at their fact-checking skills, but who are becoming extraordinary storytellers.
We are blessed to be a part of the 2018 Media Expo Reporting on Refugee edition.
This is the second expo we started last year. Just a little bit of background of why this story is here. I and my colleagues Simon, Antonio, Ivan, we were journalism students, and the struggle was the failure to break into the media industry. I went personally to ask for an internship, and I was told that I needed to know someone inside for me to get an internship. Last year, we had 26 young journalists come out of this competition. 26, 14 out of the 26 from June this year until now have already gotten jobs. They work as news anchors on prime time, they work as news reporters, they work as writers in different media houses.
So much going through. Sometimes you just want to do something, but you don't have how to lead. So what Media Challenge is that we give me a platform and exposure. And when I say a platform and exposure, this is what I mean. That I need to be able to express what you want people to know. And that exposure brings them to different media personalities that in real life we do not get the chance to meet. I really wish the students right now participating can use this platform to use as many journalists as they can, be able to reach out to the different investigative journalists, to the photographers, to the writers, because it opens your mind to so many things. You get to know, what should I do here? How do I do this? How do I approach this story? So for me, the biggest challenge was just kick-started when I am here. I'm super excited, but also this day I'm here to see other people taking part of that village.
Ladies and gentlemen, Media Challenge Expo 2018 has officially begun. A round of applause for that.
Focusing on women in media, and we had a lot of conversations here talking about how can media best cover women issues. What are the sensitivities involved there? And us as journalists being able to put ourselves on the chopping board and assess ourselves and say, how can we do better? This year, we switched to focus on refugee stories. And if you're following the global trends of migration, you know that the media does a good job to tell stories.
And for that, we have to come out the breaking news syndrome. We tend to, just follow what is trendy, what makes good headline. What the global media is focusing on is a news, and if your news is not a breaking news or doesn't qualify as a breaking news, it's not good enough. We really need to come out of the syndrome, and you have the power to make a news breaking news.
The refugee protection and management in Uganda is being praised globally, and reason being that in Uganda we've permitted refugees really to live humanely, to live freely, to not be encamped, to work, to study, to access social services, and generally the government of Uganda has decided to do what we call integrated service delivery. So as government, when we are doing or delivering services, we not only serve Ugandans, but also refugees. Where refugees are living with host communities, these services are delivered in an integrated manner.
We found that newspapers during this 6-month period reported a total of 377 stories on refugee issues in Uganda. Online media reported a total of 441 stories on refugee issues in Uganda. We tracked and found 606 posts on Facebook about refugee issues in Uganda. Twitter, on the other hand, was the biggest platform where there were conversations on refugees in Uganda, with a total of 2,976 tweets posted during that 6-month period. We also analyzed YouTube and found that there were 66 posts that were done on YouTube. Now, among the refugees, we noted that there was equal balanced sourcing from both males and females. In terms of sentiments, as I've already alluded to, across all the platforms, a positive sentiment was the highest. So most of the stories were in support of the refugees and their dignity at life. We noticed that we need more detailed reporting, especially feature stories, and run more stories on front pages, as well as running more refugee stories as main stories, so that they get more prominence. We also are recommending for more stories on the lives of refugees as people, not specifically the issues that they are facing, so that we get to understand them more as human beings. We're also recommending more empowerment for journalists to better understand and report on refugee issues, which I believe this effort that together you are doing is going to explore.
Let us not simply focus on the fact that these refugees are here, they need help. Let us also focus on why are they here. And they're probably fleeing violence and war at home. So if we can report that with the same urgency, with the same importance, and try to also think of how do we get out of this situation of violence, we would be contributing to changing the plight of these refugees.
Refugee protection and management is a mandate of the central government, specifically within the Office of the Prime Minister, which we closely coordinate with international partners and as well as other ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure that persons who flee here are given protection, they are settled, and they are able to live like you and me humanely.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, are we ready? Zap, zip, zap, zip, zip, zap.
Think about a topic in your community, yeah? And how can you, which topic can you really do? He said gender-based violence, and then he gave us a question. So you get that question, go to your phone recorder and record 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
Are you able to highlight? Yes, absolutely. Well, go now, after highlighting.
5 steps of creating engaging short videos. One is ideate, that you cannot tell a story without an idea. Find an idea. After finding an idea, plan.
Well, the training has been so nice. I don't know how to describe it basically, because I don't think there is anyone who can offer this training free of charge.
As far as this training is concerned, you know, particularly today's training has been so nourishing to me. Why do I say so? You know, personally, I've never taken a chance to use smartphones. And I use a shabby phone. But today, I got inspired that if you want to remain abreast with the increasing level of technology, you must always get a smartphone.
Now I got to know how I can use the media, how I can use my phone. Basically, it was so good because we just buy phones expensively, but we don't know that this phone actually can change the world, can change us, can change everyone around us.
Those sections have learned how to edit video, whereby I can tell the story and send online. At the same time, how I can create writing narratives by use of word doc. That's what I learned today.
Using a smartphone, which initially I didn't know.
Yes, as a refugee, I grew up in the refugees camp, and the story has always been negative. We should know that these negative stories also kill our esteem, it kills our confidence and the children out there. So as media, I would like the media to drop their word refugee as a burden, because we're not burdens like we have learned here. We're not burdens. We have things that can change the hosting communities. So I want the media to cover us through our eyes.
I've been reporting, especially, I've been dealing with gender-based violence reporting, particularly in Ajuman district, in those settlements like Nyomazi, Baratuku, Ailo 1 and 2, Boroli. But I think there's something that was lacking. What I used to do is simply rush to the field. Sometimes after an event has happened, speak to few people who may be victims, who may be culprits, who may not be true witnesses, and so on. So, but I've got to learn today that, that is not the way. We must always do more on the positive side.
And when I get back to my community, the same thing I've learned here, I'll also excel to the community, where they should tell their own story, they should excel their story, they should not be cowards, and they should not even cut their voice into raise their voices. I'll be the voices of the community, and the community will also tell their story, whereby everybody will be at the position to see when to go to their own life.
Tell a good story. Tell a good story. How do you get people to understand better? How do you sensitize people? How do you get to this educational effect? Just throwing facts at people and throwing data at people is one thing. But if you want people to connect to a topic, if you want people to understand the urgency of a subject matter, if you want people to feel connected, tell a good story. A good story is what touches people, is what inspires people.
That climate change is real, and it's a responsibility for all of us to mitigate climate change. Many a times we tend to ask where government is, the question of government, where are you, and trying to find, to fault take others and pinpoint others, forgetting ourselves. So it's a responsibility for all of us to be mitigating climate change and ensuring that we can be able to protect our environment, because we are able to live, we can't live without the environment, and yet it can be able to live without us. There needs to be more women engagement, because it was very clear that the women are the most consumers of all the adverse effects of climate change, the most, because they are engaging with the environment, they are trying to produce food, and yet they just utilize, but they don't have as much access in terms of owning the land. And it is the land that we're talking about in regard to protecting the environment, but also in regard to destroying the environment, which could bring about and escalate climate change. It is our sole responsibility, and that this is real, but also understanding that some of the causes or some of the issues that have brought about climate change and the actions that we've taken can be reversible. We could deal with afforestation, we could deal with reforestation, we can plant trees in whichever space, however small it is, and make sure that we reverse the adverse effects that are being caused mostly by the North, but also by us in our different communities.
The reliance on public financing, on taxes, to pay for public services, to undertake initiatives like tackling climate change. The challenge is so big, but the amount of resource envelope that is available to deal with the challenge is so small. And therefore the importance of voluntarism. Cultural institutions and faith-based organizations, they are dominated by volunteerism. And you find people who wake up every day or once in a while, go to the palace of the king. They are extremely very happy to go and work in the palace because on a voluntary basis. But when people are asked to go and work at the sub-county headquarters or district headquarters, they need to be paid, one, transport to take them there, but also they also need to be paid for their lunch, and then they need to be paid an allowance that they have been doing government work for government. And so we have a huge opportunity within cultural institutions and faith-based institutions in appealing to the voluntarism spirit of the human being. And that has a lot of results than we can see that we are able to deliver in traditional institutions. Then we have the other element of our cultural attachment.
A good afternoon to you all.
As we know, most of our clans and
Good
tribes
afternoon.
in Uganda
Who can
have
do a
lot
better
of their
accent
roots
than me?
in nature. In Uganda here we know that every clan has a totem. I don't know what your totem is.
If you can do a
For me,
better
mine is
accent
Uganda.
than me. Mind you, I'm trying to
Yours
sound
is
as
identical.
Ugandan
So
as
in
I
that
possibly can right now.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
Guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, we need honesty here. Huh? Don't clap for him because you ate chicken next to him today. On a scale of 1 to 10, we're going to rate you, huh? So remember, I'm trying, right? Like, I'm really struggling to sound as Ugandan as I can, right? Because we're going to go to my home country, which is Brighton, yeah? And we're going to sound as British as you possibly can, okay? And then these guys are going to rate you between 1 and 10. You're going to actually face the other side so that there's no politics here, okay? All right, so, yeah, just sound as British as you possibly can.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
Go on.
I am so glad and so thrilled to be here with all of you. It's an honor to be standing next to this awesome gentleman. Yes. And of course,
Ah. Okay, how many? All right, so guys have voted. You did 2 out of 10, which was... Okay, one more person, then we'll get into our talks. I want someone who can sound as Ugandan as you possibly can. Someone, like, I'm going to try. Let me try to sound as Ugandan as I can right now. Yeah, you can? You first put the laptop down and come here. You have to sound as Ugandan as you possibly can, okay?
Kale, you boy. Kale, you boy calling me here just to talk to the people. Banang.
Okay, no, the drill is that you face the other side and then we see on a scale, actually, man, you got, no, actually, don't turn at these ends. All right, so on a scale of 1 to 10, again with our hands. Everyone you're giving 10. How many? Okay, the EC will announce the results afterwards. All right, so we're going to go into our next session, which is the lightning talks. And I'm going to invite our very first lightning talker. And his challenge is to sound as Nigerian as he possibly can. So we'll be rating him during his presentation to see how Nigerian he can. Anyone, very quickly before he comes, who can try a Nigerian accent? So that will, yeah? You're pointing at it. Yeah. You can try. Okay. You're going to sound as as Nigerian as you possibly can, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready? Yeah. All right, let's listen in to...
How you guys doing now? Abi, come on now. You doing fine now?
Yeah. Okay, so for this one, not everyone is going to go. We only have one person who will vote. You done. You turn behind. So how many do you think you got?
5 out of 10.
You don't even believe in yourself. Like you should say like, you say 11 and then other people reduce.
Okay, 1,000.
1,000. You were given 5. Anyways, our next speaker will be doing on the challenge for the entirety of his speaking. And he'll be talking to us on SDG number 10, that is reduced inequalities. And that will be none other than my dear brother, my dear friend, Caleb Okereke. You can come to the front, my brother. Yeah, so lastly, before I leave, you're going to try and sound as Ugandan as you can. All right? Yeah. You say anything, don't say how are you. Say a sentence as Ugandan as you possibly can. That's a good start, by the way.
No. Today has been so stressful, Bambi. Manange.
You did well with the words. For the accents, we will see after you're speaking. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Caleb Okereke.
Good afternoon. My name is Caleb Okereke, and I am founder and managing editor at Minority Africa. Today I'll be talking to you about SDG 10, which is reduced inequalities, and just generally about how we as journalists and media professionals, can work towards the advancement of this SDG. I would particularly like to start by sharing the story of Sunday and Yasado. Now, around 1:30 p.m. on November 1st, 1949, Sunday was part of a group of miners who were working in the Eva Valley, a coal mine, and that afternoon, they were singing songs of solidarity as they called out their British managers for horrible working conditions, as well as cases of racism and physical abuse under their management. By the end of that day, by the end of the singing, 51 men had been injured, and 21 men, all minors, were shot dead by the colonial police force. They were all men like Sunday who had come to work in the coal mine to have a better life, surviving desperate conditions to, mine the coal that fueled colonial Nigeria. Their names were Livinus Okechukuma, Okafor, Ageni, Moses, Naji, Unwahu, Simeon, and many others, right? All of them Igbo like me. I really share this story not to point out the violence of colonialism, which we all, I assume, are on the same page on by now. But I share it, however, for two reasons. The first of which is that it points to a distinctly unequal and capitalist world with a vast divide between the laborer and the one for whom the labor is done. I share it more, though, because of the surrounding coverage that came with it after that event, right? Now, British-controlled media in 1949, when that happened, censored the story. They didn't cover it, and when they did, it was done from a lens of a strike, right? It was being described as a strike, a rebellion that had to be quelled. These peaceful protesters, by the way, were described as an insurrection, people that were disturbing the peace of society and had to be quieted. But a strike or a rebellion connotes a level of privilege and bargaining power, right? A strike preempts a belief that little is being done, perhaps, but not enough. It relies on an assumption that there's a potential for the striker to be listened to, right? Yet when people like Sunday rebel against towering oppressive regimes, they are not striking, they are surviving. And when they are killed, it's a massacre. But the form a story takes, right, depends entirely on who is telling it and who tells stories. Who tells stories? If not journalism, the philosophical term as othering, right? And the journalists that I now call the other journalist. Now, other is in quotes. Othering primarily functions with the mental and sometimes even physical removal of a person from realities or struggles they do not feel connected to. It's a typical human response, to be honest, but a dangerous one for a journalist to possess. The dictionary defines it particularly as viewing or treating a person or group as intrinsically different or alien to oneself, but also sometimes how we view them as a threat. We've seen this in how journalists cover the climate crisis in Uganda, refugees, the poor, persons living with HIV, and other vulnerable populations. Refugee influx chokes East and Horn of Africa. One headline in a major paper reads, right? And a 2016 report by ACME, for instance, also revealed that Ugandan newspapers offered more space to male politicians and portrayed women negatively in their coverage of the 2016 elections. And a 2018 qualitative research study analyzing media coverage and social media engagement by Ultimate Media Consult, and which was in fact launched at the 2018 Media Expo, reviewed that most media stories did not give any prominence to the lives of the refugees, and that male authors dominated the coverage, which is retrograde to the most affected community in refugee settlements, women. Now, there's a similarity in all of these patterns of shared, which is the phenomenon I like to call othering. Other people, right? You say, other people go to church and I don't. Other people, I don't know, wear makeup and I don't. Other people drink and I don't. Other people. Now, it's a sense that as long as they are not one of us, then what happens to them can be justified. It relies on the intricate human fear of being conquered or displaced. And journalists are human, so by nature, we are not immune to othering others. Yet it's crucial for us to understand that the lives and survival of people are contingent and not just on how you tell a story, but also on how you gather a story, right? and that our reporting can, beyond perpetuating inequality, also help to sustain it. The language you decide when framing a story, how you describe migrants, how you describe refugees, how you describe persons with disabilities and other vulnerable populations. When you say you want to tell stories to humanize a person, but your reporting doesn't bestow humanity on a person, people are already human by nature, right? I'm co-founder, as I said earlier, and managing editor at Minority Africa, and we are an online publication covering minority rights across the continent using data-driven multimedia journalism. And what working in my newsroom has taught me, among other things, is the power of language and rhetoric as journalists in creating others, and how oppressive institutions continue to weaponize our intricate human worry of being replaced, displaced, or removed. And so our knee-jerk response to this is to displace others. SDG 10 is reduced inequality. It demands a much fairer world on many fronts, right? It wants to reduce income growth inequalities, eliminate discriminatory policies, and ensure equal outcomes for everybody. This is only possible when media and journalists like me and like you disengage ourselves from the principle of the other. At the very foundation, journalism requires empathy from you, right? Your ability to place yourself in contexts or situations that might be foreign to you. Inequalities will be better reduced when we have a media that is capable and that comprises of journalists that are able to transpose, to put themselves in situations they might not be familiar with. Now, I'm not a musician, and I know there might be some musicians here, but I know of a very popular concept in music called transposing. And transposing helps to ensure uniformity, if the musicians agree with me. It helps players not relearn fingering even when they switch instruments. And what transposing does is, say you play the guitar and you switch to another instrument, maybe a piano or something else, right? Transposing helps you to be constant and objective and allows you to be able to function at the same level with this new instrument, even as you transcend, scenes that might not be familiar to you. I think of how this can be a crucial skill for journalists to have. We cover different stories every day, sometimes one bit, but even within a bit, there are several intersections, right? And I and you, must definitely be able to move from one context to another, from one story to another, from covering one inequality to another, without the compulsion to other people. We must be able to, like musicians, transpose. And it's important for us to know that the stories we tell about ourselves, the beliefs we hold are and should not be rigid, especially for journalists. There must be a space for learning new information, right? For designing media that functions on the principles of belonging rather than ordering. Media that would correspondingly create equitable futures. Now let's do a small exercise. If I told you that when I look out the sky right now, the day bright as heaven, that I think of it as 7 p.m., would you believe me? If I said right now it was 7 p.m.? Yeah, I didn't want you to believe me either. But if I showed you, or if I came up here with facts and said that I had 6 different year-long studies showing that we have a disappearing night sky and the daylight is now infringing on the night, would you believe me then? Yes? No? Still no? Still yes? Well, I think it doesn't matter what your answer is, but what really matters is the fact that as a journalist, you have to be open to considering new information, right? You have to be open to the fact that, multiple realities exist, and that convictions don't always require data. These convictions that we speak about, they're sometimes just a gut feeling. I'll share a quite personal story. Now, in my grandfather's last days, he was a journalist, by the way, but before he passed away, he started to speak about many things. One of them I remember vividly was, he said, in our ancestral home, he said there was a tunnel that ran right under our home and all the way to Egypt. Now, my grandfather was comparatively healthy, brain and body-wise. He was incredibly smart and very well-traveled. But when he would tell me the stories at first, I would immediately dispute them and disagree with him and say, of course, there's no tunnel in this house. It's a bungalow. Where is the tunnel? And even if there was, it can't get up to Egypt. Where is it going to pass? But I think at some point, I realized that why was I bothering? How do I know it's not true, right? He is really seeing a tunnel, and he's sure of what he's saying. But also, why do I have to dispute what seems very real to him? I've never been 87. Would I see a tunnel when I get there too? Maybe. I guess my point of this, of course, is that multiple realities can exist and be possible. And SDG 10, reduce inequalities, begins from journalists like me and you recognizing that. It begins in many ways in rooms like this, right? At talks like this. But there's also a requirement and an onus for you to take these talks out of these rooms and put them into your daily practice, right? And desire that maybe I will not be the journalist who orders people, right? I want to be the inclusive journalist, or the belonging journalist, or the equal journalist, or the I will search for more wholesome stories journalist, and that my worldview is not set in stone journalist. Now back to Sunday and the 21 miners who were killed in Iba Valley in 1949. Sunday deserved a media that represented their struggle fully and truly, right? They deserved to have had their stories told as what it was, a massacre, not a riot, not a protest, but it was just people who were killed by the colonial forces. And the only way I think in which an equal future is possible is if we have a media that represents equally, is if you and me, and each one of us in this room, storytellers, journalists, photographers, vibes, just become cognizant of how our work contributes to reduced inequalities and a future far more equal, far more representative than what's currently obtainable. And I will close with a quote from one of my favorite Nigerian writers, who's called Innocent Ilo. And they said, to be erased in the present is one thing, but to be erased in the future has a dead tone of finality to it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Before you leave, we're going to open the floor up to any questions. Are there any questions for our speaker? Yeah? Don't ask him how he sounds like that. Any questions? Wow, you like his shoes. Wow, Caleb, you were very articulate and people have picked and learned. My only complaint is in relation to the SDG of inequality. Hashtag beardless lives matter. But man, the inequality here is too much. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for sharing with us. We're just going to encourage you that if you have any questions, please reach out because this information will be very key for you in your stories. Let's give Caleb one more round of applause. We're going to have our next speaker, but before that, I just want to find out who is ready for one small little question that I have. One small little question that I have. Who is willing? Yeah? The one who laughed the loudest. Shadia. Just one small little question. Yeah? Do you mind standing up a little? Yeah? Yeah, it's not a hard one, I promise. You have a nice laughter. So, do you no, don't scare Shadia. You're going to make the question harder than it appears. So Shadia, just very quickly, from primary school, what is climate?
Change in weather. Change in weather.
Climate is changing weather. You know how you go to clear? Thank you. A round of applause, guys. You know how that every single session, there are certain things that are always repeated in such kind of sessions. There is no wrong answers. Some answers, though. Ishak, you wanted to help Shadia. What is climate?
Okay. Yeah, so in my primary school, we used to define it as the average weather condition of an area for a long period of time.
Yeah, it is wrong. It is wrong. It's right. Well, here to help end that confusion, yeah, here to end that confusion, but also do us better and talk about SDG 13, which is climate action, is none other than Alex Taremwa. He is the co-founder of Last Drop Africa. Alex, you are welcome here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You guys have been such an amazing crowd all day. I've been watching online from my shanty town in Chihuahua. It's been amazing. Thanks, Caleb. Thanks, Olivia. Those were amazing presenters. My name is Alex Taremo. I work at the Aga Khan University, Gorgeous School of Media and Communications, but I'm here in my other shoes as the co-founder of the Last Drop Africa. I do it with my friend Edward Nimsima out here on his iPhone doing iPhone people things. I'm here to speak to you about SDG 13, the opportunities and failures, if you will, of our media coverage of the same SDG. We're in 2021, 9 years short of the end of the global goals. And if you ask me where Uganda is in coverage of that particular goal, I would say not far. We still have quite a bit to go, as I will deeply elucidate in my presentation. So the Last Drop is a media non-profit. It's recently founded, so you won't find it anywhere on Google or on socials. This is our official first engagement, and I hope you can bear with us. So I saw my, yes. Do I get one of those sliding things? Perfect. All right, so a brief history of this particular goal. I was born on June 16th, 1991, 19 years after the first UN scientific conference sat in Stockholm to discuss the US Senate and explained what would later become the actual agenda of climate change that we have now. Until then, in 1988, no one had known what climate change or global warming was about. And that year was to be the beginning of the hottest ever recorded year in history, 1988. That was around June. Since then, climate change has been on the agenda, both media, politicians, and these conferences like the one happened last week at the COP26. But before that, in the same year, 1972, the Apollo 17, a spaceship of the American National Space Organization, took that picture from space. It's the first colored picture of planet Earth from above. You can see Africa somewhere if you look around. They called it the blue marble against an expanse of Earth. If you look at this picture now, I'll show you at the end of my presentation, you'll have reason to worry. So Hansen, I was telling you about him. He made a very important point. He said by the year 2000, there will be visible signs on planet Earth that show that greenhouse emissions are a key factor in causing global warming. But of course, you know, our politicians, no one believed him. They went ahead and published a paper with 6 scientists at NASA and clearly explained all those protocols that he was explaining, and also recommendations that he was putting in place, including reduction of CO2 emissions. But we are here maybe 30 years later. I'm 30 years now, and there's still not much has happened. This picture was taken by NASA as well, over Africa, showing you between 2006 and 2007, the kind of heat waves that were going through Africa back then. I am from Ankole, in Kazo district, north of the Great Ankole Kingdom. We are in what they call the Ankole Masaka Cattle Corridor. But before it became a cattle corridor, our forefathers were grazing their cows in peace in that neighborhood. But now, around 1991, where I was born, they were beginning to migrate to a municipality of Buganda called Bulemezi, where Nakasongola is. If you go, you see those long-horned Ankole cows. And that's how it began dawning to me that this phenomenon called climate change was actually an actual thing. And since then, I have interested myself in learning and appreciating what this is about, and have been doing some, stories of my own over time. Like that one. I did that. That was my first ever published story. It wasn't a story, it's a letter. I didn't even know it was published in the Daily Monitor in 2012. But one of my friends, Dr. Brian Semoju, when he was doing his PhD thesis, he did a climate paper, and he was doing content analysis, and he sent me that screenshot. That's how I knew that even before now, I was really heavily invested in climate change. So before 2016, when Uganda ratified the Paris Agreement, we didn't have a particular law that governed how countries in our end of the world would conduct themselves in climate change, climate action, and sustainability. But we ratified all these protocols, the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, but up until now, Parliament just passed in April this year, the first ever law in Uganda that is going to sort of govern how climate change works. The law hasn't been signed by the president, by the way. The law is supposed to create for funding of projects of young people like us who have ideas that can mitigate the effects of climate change. It's supposed to give us some sort of governance structure and give government a mandate to, first of all, call upon their people to govern themselves in as far as implementing these laws are concerned. I grew up, like talking about bush burning in 2012, I was seeing it and I'm still seeing it now, and no one is literally doing anything about it. Uganda is listed number 12 on the countries that will be hit hard by climate change worldwide, not even to mention that we produce less than 3% of the global CO2 emissions. And there's a clear shift in rainfall. Back then we'd have 2 seasons a year. Now we are lucky to have 1 season of rainfall, and if we have it, if you live in Kampala, you see what the effects it has. Floods, displacement. Last year, about 25,000 homes in Kasese were displaced when 5 rivers broke their banks because the glaciers on Mount Rwenzori are disappearing at almost threefold. They were at 7.5 kilometers in 1905, and now they're less than 1 kilometer. And for some strange reason, most of us are comfortable in our houses. We sleep, we wake up, eat breakfast, and go up our business, as if nothing has happened. So the media in this country is by and large failing us, or we are failing them. To begin with, this chart is a sort of metric to measure how many stories come out of Africa, or even the world, in as far as climate change stories are concerned. Globally, we're not even ranked. This ranks 15 newspapers in Africa, and none of them are from Uganda. This is just Daily Nation in Kenya and the New Times in Rwanda, and none of those. They ranked 25,000 stories, but then the sample was about 206 from 15 of them. And out of those, the earliest story to ever come in a newspaper was on page 7 of a newspaper on page 7 on climate change, mind you, a very global phenomenon, but it is tucked away on page 7 at the earliest. This other graph on the below shows an earlier report done in Uganda by the African Center for Media Excellence. They did a survey on how media covers public interest affairs. And as you can see, climate change is somewhere tucked at the bottom on less than 4%, environment and natural resources, far behind politics, business, people power, and foreign affairs, as if there's anyone who loses a kidney when any of those happen. But if someone doesn't eat for a day because their plants couldn't grow or their produce couldn't match up, it's a serious problem. So here are the opportunities for us, especially for us journalists in the room. Climate change is by far the only phenomenon in the world whose problem and solution we know. It's not like we have to look for. We know the cause of climate change and we know what we have to do to solve it. Unfortunately, there's nothing happening to solve that. Media attention, for those of you journalists in the room, has to shift from the politics and the people that be, because they don't really care, to the people in the villages, the ones who are suffering most out of these climate changes. They can't grow food. The poverty in rural areas is going through the roof. And the dangers from food wastage, because they throw away food quite a bit, is causing almost 80% of the emissions in the world. Even in America, food wastage causes more emissions than the airlines combined. But the young people in the room who have solutions to most of these problems. And we, the media, can help those young people to bring those solutions afore if we give them space in the platforms that we run, in the newspapers, on televisions, on social media platforms. Unfortunately, we're not doing that either. We are giving the same spaces, the same politicians telling us about the same grand plans they had between 2016 when the Paris Agreement was rectified until now, and yet we can see for a fact that there's clearly no difference between then and now. Actually, the billionaire businessmen, as you can see right now, are having space fights. Everyone is looking for a plot on Mars, on somewhere. But what's going to happen for you, a one-taremo and me, who cannot even afford to fly in a plane? When will you get the money to get on a spaceship to go to Mars? If the planet that they are spoiling for us, we are doing nothing to solve. So what can we do about it? The first thing, of course, is to accept that these guys don't have our best interests at heart, and we have to do this work ourselves. So we have to get started. If you drink water, where are you going to throw that bottle? We've been wearing the masks for 2 years now. Do you remember where you put your first mask? I highly doubt. We all wear condoms, I'm sure, to avoid ABC diseases. Can you tell me, for a fact, where you put that last condom? And do you know where it went? It starts with you, because if that condom, that mask ends up in a drainage channel somewhere in Nachivubo, you can't complain if you find floods in the middle of Kampala. You are part of the problem. Thank you. Secondly, is partnerships and collaborations, like the one we have here. This conference is brought to us by several other players, and I'm sure we can get quite a number who are interested in this particular SDG to bring it to fruition. We have 8 years to doing that, and I can tell you the amount of forest cover Uganda has lost is close to 63% since 1986. The amount of wetlands we have lost to industrialization, rice, sand mining, we can't catch up. Yet the government of Uganda is saying that the only way we can do that is by restoring these. Do you see an actual plan from your government to restore wetlands and forests? When was the last time you planted a tree? When was the last time you cooked with charcoal, though? Not very far from now. When was the last time you burnt fuel? When was the last time you used solar? Some of these things are things that we can do. And also to appreciate that without climate change, we can't have zero hunger. We can't have good health when we're breathing not clean air. We can't have clean water when the desertification you can see between the Sahara and us. Look at the only space with green in Africa. That's the belt that we're in. not even the Horn of Africa, and not even the South. And it's predicted by the end of our decade, this is going to have gone by a massive 25%. Now, where are we going to live? That's a question for me and for you. So if you're telling your stories, think about the next generation. And if you're drinking your water and using your mask, when you're depositing it off today, think about them as well. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions? You guys are like super attentive and picking everything. Are you sure? Are you scared? Don't be scared. Yeah. All right, let's give Alex one more round of applause. Thank you so much for your time. I, for one, am quite concerned, Alex, by that picture that you shown, because the way Africa is looking browner and browner and browner, it's concerning. It's like it's bleaching or something. But as is custom, we're going to invite our next speaker. But before that, as is our custom, just one small question. And Jaban had actually volunteered. So I'm going to ask a question. This is not from me. This is actually based on our last speaker's words. So this is not coming from my own head. Jaban, don't look at the phone too much, bro. Huh? Please stand up. So, how are you feeling, first and foremost?
I feel good.
You feel good? Okay, so this is not from me. This is based on our last speaker and a statement that he mentioned somewhere in the middle there, because I was paying like super attention from beginning to the end. So, based on what he just said right now, just two questions. The first question is, yes, just two. The first question, yeah. The first question is, as an African, what comes to your mind very briefly when you see a picture like the picture we've just seen at the end?
First of all, I'm scared.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir. First of all, we are listed number 12, saying as a joke. Like, it's something for the big powers for us to do. For them to do for us, yeah? So we should actually proactively come and start doing things like growing trees or being here. Just listen to people who know things and learn from them.
Wow, guys, let's give him some encouragement, some round of applause. No, before you sit, I have another question, and yeah, question number 2, and you really have some insight. I hope that your response and answer to my second question will be as lengthy and as expounded as you've given us for the first one. So the second question is still based off what our previous speaker, Alex, just mentioned, somewhere in the middle there. Please make it as explanatory as you've just done for the first one. So based on what Alex mentioned, where did you dispose of the condom you last used? As expository as you answered the first one.
I need to be honest, I do not remember.
You don't remember?
Something as recent as the condom, I don't remember.
You just threw out of the car like a bottle of water.
Simanjeri.
Yeah, okay. It's okay, your answer has not been as exposed. Anyone wants to answer that question? Or you want to? Oh, Caleb. No, Caleb is one of my speakers. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more speaker that will be coming forward to talk to us in our lightning talks. But I just want to do a quick check-in. How are we feeling right now? You feeling? You feeling sick? Good. How are we doing at the back? My fellow backbenchers. You're doing good. You guys, wow, okay. Our next speaker is here to talk to us about SDG number 11, and that is sustainable cities and communities. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Madame Pamela Akora from KCCA Urban Planning Architect.
Thank you. Since everyone is feeling sleepy, don't worry, I will not make you sleep any further, I hope not. So my name is Pamela, and I'm an architect. I have been, I think, at KCC for 9 years. So as a result, I have worked in a number of departments, but right now my specialty is on public projects. Yeah, so was my presentation. So today I just want us to have a conversation and have sustainable for years. What Alex is pushing for is not too far from mine, and basically 20 years down, 30 years down the line, how do we ensure that the environments that we live in are also there for our kids and also for our grandkids. So what SDG 11 is about is basically safe and affordable housing, efficient transport systems, urbanization. It raises issues about cultural and heritage sites, for example, in our case, Kasubi tombs, the effects of natural disasters, like Alex has talked about, reducing the environment impact on cities, safe and inclusive green and public spaces, strong national and regional development planning, and then also cities for inclusion for everyone, resource efficiency, and then lastly, support least developed countries in sustainable and resilient buildings. And I think that is what this is attempting to do to address the last point. So I just want us to have a conversation about our city, Kampala. When people talk about Kampala, what do you see? What do you associate? As the media, what do you capture about your city? Do you capture the nice and fancy buildings only? Do you capture the nice green spaces only and choose to focus on that? Or do you capture the messes and our struggles also as a city and that? The reality is, when I look outside the window, that is what I see. And when I drive into the city, that is a different picture that I see. But as a media, what are you representing? What is your story? Is it the truth? Or is it just what the world wants to hear about us? And so, I mean, cities are very important. As for you, it's important to realize the place of a city. But it's not just for us, the professionals, it's also for lay people like you, you know? And we also have to deal with the question of where is the city, where is it supposed to go? So it's no secret that our city's population is going to double in the next 40 years, which is scary. So your traffic jam is basically going to double in the next 40 years. So hopefully, maybe we'll have cable cars then. So we have to rethink how we're going to approach things, and we have been forced to rethink and approach things in a holistic and sustainable approach. So for me as an architect or any other built environment professional, and also you guys as the media, what is your place in this direction where we need to drive our city? So we need to deal with a shift. First of all, for us as architects, our struggle is dealing with a shift that design has always been a luxurious profession. It has only been for those who can afford it. It's just like art. Art is, you know, we boxed it in this thing of, I must be able to afford a piece of art. Now, we have to move away from that shift. And this is also where I'm pushing you to think, when you're telling your story also. Tell a story for everybody. Don't tell a story for the nice, fancy, and glossy city that we want to see and forget what is right outside your window. You know, tell a story for everyone. And this has forced us to rethink certain things. So for example, planning in our case, cities have previously been built just on buildings, but there's a need to shift away from just the building, in this case, to how your building relates to the street, how your building relates to the neighborhood, how it relates to the park outside your window, and think about public spaces. So we have to think more holistically in our approach to design in dealing with or moving towards achieving what SDG 11 is calling us to do. Also in terms of architecture also, we have now been forced to think of ourselves as packaging our city as a tourist attraction. When you go to, people go to Europe, people go to Dubai, people go to, for example, Sydney, you know, to see the buildings. But what is it? What is our story about Kampala? Huh? What am I getting onto a plane to see? Now we have an opportunity to let buildings speak that for us. And in turn, you as the media also have the opportunity to help us package what the world can see about. Okay, thank you. So also, did I turn it off? Yeah. On our end also, we have to think about planning for all groups of people. But then, on your end as a media, what do you package? Today, I was having a coffee right across the road, and there was a lady in a wheelchair who, fortunately, there was a ramp. Fortunately, she could afford to sit at a table and enjoy a coffee like me. Fortunately, there was a parking slot for her. When I walked into your building today, I was out of breath as I climbed the stairs. So we have been forced to think about all groups of people, children also. So when you guys are telling your story also, who are you showing? I rarely see, when you see pictures of people at buildings, they never want to show you the person in the wheelchair struggling to climb up the grand stairs we like to put. You don't want to show us children running into these spaces. So you need to realize that while we struggle, you need to help us. When you show us that image of the lady in the wheelchair, it will speak volumes. And tomorrow I will be forced to design for all people. So help us also to become better people by the stories that you're going to tell. Then in terms of growth also, it's no secret, Kampala is struggling. The wetlands are being built on, green spaces are being taken over, and unfortunately, the demand on resources because of our growth has infringed on what we should be enjoying. So we also, in terms of our end, we've had to reconsider the quality of spaces and life in the city. What kind of city do we want to enjoy? And just like I said, we are struggling to shift away from an architecture for those who can afford it to an architecture for everybody. When people hire me as an architect, I like to look forward to designing the nice and fancy buildings. But how about the people right across, right outside your window? So that is what we have to deal with also. And sorry, I think the slide of public buildings as public spaces. Also, again, the threat about climate change. When I think about my building material, when I think about all the timber that is being used, am I equally planting trees, you know, on the other end? And then also involving people, participatory planning in design, involving people as we, you know, we design. Architecture has always been a very egoistic profession where you think it's about me and less about the other person. And this is also the thing I encourage you guys as media students. When you're telling your story, who is this about? Is this about you? Is this about your ethos? Is this about your ego? Or it is about the other people whose story you actually need to tell? And so the next slide. Yes, and at the end of the day, for us, we're all in the same boat. You know, the city is for all of us. It's not just about me as Pamela. It's not just about your government. It's not just about us who are privileged to be at decision-making tables. The city is also about you guys in this room. The media, you're very much part and parcel of this city. when we were seated in our houses during COVID, we probably would not have known what was going on outside our gates if it was not for the media. And that is the power I need you guys to realize, okay? During the elections, when the rest of us are afraid to run out of our houses and know what is going on the street, it's only the media that helps us see what is outside our gates. Now, whereas in my case, I know that good architecture makes cities comfortable, accessible, and attractive. And it's about functionality, appropriateness for place and time, sustainability. It's about consideration, for cultural, geographical, and, topo realities of where we live. Now, for you in the media, what is this about for you? What is, when you tell your story, what is it about? What are you going to be passionate about? And that is what I need you to think about. If you may forget everything else in this presentation, but I want you to take that. And you have a very critical role in helping us tell the stories of our city. Let us tell the stories that we want to hear, us who are in decision-making spaces, but also what the world wants to hear, but also what is actually being experienced on ground. That is very, very critical for us. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Before you leave, just are there any questions for? Oh, there's it's a very sharp question here.
So far is that rich neighborhoods exist side by side with slums. I think almost every wealthy neighborhood has a slum just right by it, and it's something I've seen like similarly in Lagos as well, and it doesn't really always end well. I remember in 2019 during the xenophobic attacks in South Africa, people got angry in Lagos, and because then they started like attacking not even the rich, but the middle class, because they lived in slums nearby. So I think my question is, in Kampala, is this something like that should change? What would be the ideal inclusive city? Is it one in which like that connection is that visible, or like what's the combination of something like this? What would you say is the ideal?
Thank you very much. So, in dealing with this conversation about inclusivity, it's nice to think about the city as having the nice, glossy buildings. But then again, there's a need to deal with the realities, and some of these are the social realities, okay? I don't know. Most of you may not have been born yet, or may not have much knowledge of the Nakawa Naguru housing estate and the history of that estate. So let me just give you some history. In the 1950s, 60s, at the peak of the colonialism, when the colonialists came, the British stayed in Kololo. But where did their workers stay? Their workers actually lived in that estate. And these are the social realities we have to deal with when we think about our city. This is a situation that is not only unique to Uganda, as he's mentioned, it's in Lagos. I have seen it in South Africa. I have seen it in Europe. It is typical. But then again, what do we do about it? We cannot pretend that this problem is going to go away. It is not going to go away. I live in Bugolobi, and right across me, when I'm driving in the evening, there are tons of people walking towards Kitintale, Chinawataka, Luzira, Kasokoso areas. Most of those people walking are our workers, our cleaners, our maids who are not living, who do not have the same luxury that we have, and they have to walk home. So I believe that how we can do this better is, again, Nairobi has probably attempted to do it. Johannesburg has done it with its own challenges. I believe that it is the government's role to find housing, to provide housing solutions for these people. We have to deal with the fact that we need them near us. If your maid takes an hour to come to your house, you'll probably fire them. So by default, they live near us. So I think that we need to think about feasible housing solutions, for them, decent housing solutions next to us. And then we're probably able to have more comfortable environments for them, have schools in their neighborhoods. Think about transport, how can they connect from one area to the other. So we need to have conversations that reach an extent of, and ask your maid, how would you like to live? How do you cook in your house? Do you even have a kitchen in your house? So these are practical conversations for us at the decision-making table that we have to teach ourselves to have.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together one more time for Madame Pamela. My producer keeps sending me these ends and I keep going the wrong direction. The party is still going on. The party has just gone and started. Woohoo! Who's excited? You guys are like goats that they've milked for like 5 hours. And I think they are standing. Come on, who is feeling like SDGs? All of you? I don't be sure. Huh? Ishak? First stand up, Ishak. Ishak, you're a man that's full of energy. You have, first come, quickly here. Ishak, have you ever heard of something called elevator pitching? Yeah?
Hello,
elevator pitching?
no.
So I'm going to give you 1 minute to pitch your show. You have a show on MCI Radio, and I'm sure that you'd love to get some listeners in from here. Today we have some important people, Madame Pamela, Caleb, Okereke, and you want them to tune in. So you have 1 minute to pitch your show, and I hope you get us listeners and people to download the app. Are you ready? All right, don't do a poem. Okay, we're going to start right now.
All right, hello everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ishak Nsubuga, and I'm a voiceover artist and radio host with MCI Radio. I have a show called The Word Lounge where I host different artists or creatives in terms of music, dance, poetry, or any form of creativity. I give them platform, and we talk about art on my show. We talk about the flows in the art industry in Uganda, in the arts industry, and we also talk about the remedies that can be used, to fix it and everything. So on my show, that happens from Monday to Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you.
You need a breath? Well, I tell you that you've done a very, 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 very amazing job, and I think that I'll be able to tune it into your show. You say that it's going to be running from 4 p.m. all the way till 5 p.m., and you say that it's called the Wild Lounge, and you normally have guest artists coming over to do exactly that, and I think that it's amazing, and we will have more listeners, hopefully. All right, thank you very much. That is Ishak. He has a show, by the way, on MCI Radio. Seriously, you can download the application today, and we are on track to becoming the leading international, internet radio here in Uganda and in Africa. So your downloading of the application, sharing the links out there really does help us so much. So we actually have, the party is continuing on. We have some sessions that are still, yeah, welcome back. It's all right. So you have some information for us, right?
I hope you had a wonderful session. I know I had one on investigative journalism. And right now, there's one more session that is starting that side, and that's on photojournalism. If you're interested, please make your way to the TV studio, where the lady there has some very impactful things to share with you. And for now, if you're here in the main arena, we'll share the video of the highlights of today.
Thank you very much. We have come from far as the Media Challenge Expo competitions, and this is, once again, to remind you, the 5th edition of that. It is the first Media Challenge Expo that we are having at our new home.
I am particularly excited for the Expo theme this year because our belief here as young journalists or as an organization is that we want to use journalism to make the world a better place. The SDGs are definitely meant to make the world a better place for each and everyone on Earth. And we thought it prudent that this year we should really focus on sustainable development goals.
We want sustainable cities and communities. We desire responsible consumption, production to foster better climate action. We pray for the life to no water, for better life on land. These are still goals. In Uganda, the Secretariat, which considers the media very important partner in our sustainable journey.
What the media gets to do is we continue to highlight the challenges that are happening because when we report, that's how the policymakers get to know what's happening. But it's also information that we give to you. We tell you that schools are going to be opening and you're required to vaccinate, and you should have double vaccination. We keep reporting this is the number of teachers that are vaccinated and other teaching staff, and this is the gap that is remaining. It keeps the conversation going and it helps everyone to know what's supposed to be done.
Someone will say government failed us. No, as a parent, you yourself. You failed your cousin, you failed your niece, you failed your daughter, you failed your son. Because there is so much we can do to improve how we get our children to run. No wonder. Some of them have sat home for some years and they are more green. Others are pregnant just because we didn't do what we had to do as parents, as teachers, as community leaders, as opinion leaders, as teachers, as journalists. And that is why we get it wrong because of the other time we blame the government. Let's begin looking for solutions. And the solution with us.
Is about acquiring knowledge. And it can happen in a physical school, but it can happen outside the physical school. It can happen on the laboratory when the teacher and the learner meet. Some people have reached a level where they can do this.
But also many of us think, regardless of whether we're doing a study and everything, we still think in our mother tongue. So let's try that as well.
We have come from far as the Media Challenge competitions, and this is once again to remind you the 5th edition of that. It is the first Media Challenge Expo that we are having at our new home.
I am particularly excited for the Expo theme this year because our belief here as young journalists or as an organization is that we want to use journalism to make the world a better place. The SDGs are definitely meant to make the world a better place for each and everyone on Earth. And we thought it prudent that this year we should really focus on sustainable development goals.
We want sustainable cities and communities. We desire responsible consumption, better climate action, and pray for the life to no water, and work for better life on land. These are still development goals.
In Uganda, the Secretariat, which considers media very important partner in our sustainable development journey.
What the media gets to do is we continue to highlight the challenges that are happening because when we report, that's how the policymakers get to know what's happening. But it's also information that we give to you. If we tell you that schools are going to be opening, you're required to vaccinate, and you should have double vaccination, and we keep reporting this is the number of teachers that are vaccinated, and other teaching staff, and this is the gap that is remaining. It keeps the conversation going, and it helps everyone to know what's supposed to be done.
Someone will say government failed us. Say no, as a parent, you failed your cousin, you failed your niece, you failed your daughter, you failed your son. Because there is so much we can do to improve how we get our children to learn. No wonder some of them have sat home for 2 years and they are more green, others are pregnant, just because we didn't do what we had to do as parents, as teachers, as community leaders, opinion leaders, as teachers, as journalists. And that is why we get it wrong, because every other time we blame the government. Let's begin.
Naye nga mu studio siriimu nzeka nakoze n'omukyalo omulungi Hajjat nsaba weeyanjule.
Amannya gange nze Naziwa Shadia.
Alright, Naziwa Shadia. Weewaawo wemba ndiyise bulungi. Omanyi abasiraamu tera obaamu n'engeri gye muyita amannya.
Yeeryo Shadia Naziwa.
Olunaku lukugendedde lutya olwaleero?
Olunaku terubadde lubi ng'olwejjo olunaku lubadde lulungi era nga neesunze okuba nti tugenda kudisikasinga ku biki ebibaddewo ku lunaku olwaleero.
Weewaawo tukyali mu bufu bwe bumu olw'ensonga ezo zennyini ezakkaanyizibwako okubeera nga ebiruubirirwa eby'eggwanga 17 era ng'olunaku olwaleero tusimbye amakanda ku kiruubirirwa ekisookera ddala ekyokubeera nga tugoba obwavu okubumalirawo obwa buli ngeri. Olunaku olwaleero lwakedde lulungi era nga bwe kiri nti ekiruubirirwa ekisooka kye twabadde tugenderedde ate ng'omuzungu agamba ng'onaagoba obwavu osooka oyiga n'obeera nga okuuma obudde. Abantu leero obudde babukuumye era nga ensonga nga bwe bazisengese olunaku olwaleero nkiwa buli muntu asobodde okubeera nga azitwala mu maaso. Njagala tutandikira awo obutalwisa muwuliriza waffe ku ki ebibaddewo mu kiseera ye oyo yakatweyungako kati n'oyo abaddewo nga weewaawo olulimi Olungereza si bye bintu bye bimukoleranga so njagala tutandikira awo. Ekiruubirirwa ekisooka gwe munaffe atakimanyi kyekyokubeera nti nno obwavu obwa buli ngeri buggwaawo mu bitundu byonna era nga kyekiruubirirwa ekisookera ddala ekyakkaanyizibwako ekitunuulidde okubeera nga gwe munnayuganda oba omuntu yenna atuwuliriza akaseera kaakati nti obwavu lufuuka lufumo mu bulamu bwo. Naziwa Shadia, awo nnyini we njagala tutandikire. Gwe biki ddala by'otembeese era by'oyagala by'oggyeeyo obeere ng'obituwa?
Ku nsonga y'obwavu mu session yaffe yasoose twabuliddwa ebintu bingi mu session zonna ezibaddewo ku bwavu, naye kyensinza okufunamu nti ffe nga bannamawulire kyamakulu nnyo oba nti bwe tuba tuterenga stories n'eno tetuterenga through abantu abatamanyi what poverty is, kubanga buli omu alina definition ye ey'obwavu kyeki. Olina definition ye ey'obwavu nange nina eyange. Nyinza ogamba ndi mwavu naye ng'ate ggwe toli okitegeera. Kaakati gwe nga journalist olina okumanya nti omuntu asinga okubeera affected yalina okuterenga eyo story according to kye kyategeeramu mu bwavu. Kati so tulekere awo ogenda eri gavumenti okutubuulira ki ekihappeninga n'abantu about poverty, wabula tugende eri bo bennyini batubuulire biki bye bayitamu.
Weewaawo awo wennyini waliwo munnamawulire omu Joseph Elunya yavuddeyo n'ategeeza nti nno bwe twogera ku bwavu tutunuulira nnyo Kampala ng'ekibuga ekikulu nti obwavu buli wano ne twerabira bannaffe abali mu byalo nti nno abantu b'omu byalo we batunuulira wobeera wano mu Kampala olaba gwe buli kimu okigula, naye ate bw'otunuulira abantu b'omu byalo balima beetuusaako ebintu ffe bye tugula wano mu kibuga. Kati ffe ne tulowooza nti ffe abali mu kibuga ffe abaavu nnyo singa ate abali mu byalo, so ng'obwavu buli mu byalo waliwo n'ebitundu ebimu nga bo bwafuuka bwansikirano oba nga kyafuuka kya buwangwa nti nno bakikkiririzaamu nti ffe baffe okutambula bwe tuti oba okubeera mu bulamu bwe buti kintu kya bulijjo tekirina makulu.
nanti nze nkyenzikirizamu nti obwavu abantu abasinga badefininga obwavu okuba nti omuntu talina kyakulya. Omuntu ayinza obutatunuulira factors endala ez'obwavu n'atunuulira mbu talina kyakulya. Kati ekyekampala omuntu asobera Kampala nga talina kyagenda lya ekiro. N'ova wano eno ku MCI n'oddayo ewuwo naye nga tolina kyogenda lya ekiro. Naye ate ow'omukyalo abaalima abaakola ki omuntu asobola obutamulaba nga mwavu kubanga ye alina kyagenda olya. So definition of poverty nti ye obwavu omuntu abulaba atya.
So buli muntu alina engeri gy'alabamu obwavu era alina engeri obwavu gy'abutwala. Waliwo omwavu bayibuli erina engeri gye-interpretingamu obwavu oba engeri gyebutaputamu gye saagala ate kugenda nnyo kuba naye nga obwavu omuntu waaba talina kintu aba mwavu waakyo. Kati wemba situukako bulamu bulungi mbeera mwavu wa bulamu obulungi. Wemba siina mmere mbeera mwavu wa mmere kuba mba sigiina. Wemba siina byambalo mbeera mwavu wa byambalo. Kyova olaba mu kiruubirirwa ekisooka kino bongera okukigamba nti nno okubeera nga bamalawo obwavu obwa buli ngeri nti tebulina definition emu oba tebulina kintu kibwogerako kimu nti buli omu mwavu mu ngeri ye. Nandibanga wano nyambadde bulungi naye nga waliyo eyo omwana alya anywa naye nga talina kyakwambala. So obwavu bwe bwebwo. Kakati mu ebyo byennyini eby'obwavu ng'era tukyasimbye amakanda ku bwavu nti okubumalawo. Bannamawulire osuubira kiki kye bakoze okulaba nga obwavu buno ffe nga bannamawulire kiki kye tukoze okulaba nga obwavu buno tubumalawo oba nga tugatta ku bukiruubirirwa kino okulaba nga kituukibwako mu ggwanga lyattu Uganda?
Kati nze ekyendaba nti tugezezaako okweteeka mu bigere ebyabo abayita mu mbeera ezimu nti nyinza oba sikiyitamu naye wensanga omuntu ng'akiyitamu nsobola okweteeka mu bigere bye ne ngamba okay kyekino omuntu kyayitamu so mpandika story eyo oba kyonna kyonna kyenkola oba video oba audio nenkikola nga nkikola mu perspective y'oyo omuntu nti neetadde mu bigere bye wadde sibeera mu situation eyo ye gy'alimu.
Kaakati tutunuulidde COVID-19 kubanga ye baana baliwo era nga lubaale w'omulamu tasamirirwa. Saagala kwogera nnyo ku COVID-19 ye yeeyogerera ki kyakoze mu ggwanga era nga COVID-19 tanyigiriza bantu bokka tugeze abali mu byalo wabula n'abali mu kibuga n'ensi yonna okutwaliza awamu. Kati nga tutunuulidde ku kiruubirirwa kino ekisookera ddala ekyokumalawo obwavu COVID-19 kiki ddala kyazze naye. Omanyi buli Omuganda agamba nti nno empewo y'okumakya erina kyekusuuza. Atakulekera tomulekera empewo y'okumakya ekusuuza.
We have come from far as the Media Challenge Expo competitions, and this is once again to remind you the 5th edition of that. It is the first Media Challenge Expo that we are having at our new home.
I am particularly excited for the Expo theme this year because our belief as young journalists or as an organization is that we want to use journalism to make the world
so COVID-19 yenga ye ayongedde nkulu n'ambeera
weebalire ddala mu kaseera kano nga tetunaba kubeera nga tweyongerayo twegatiddwako omwami era nga azze anekaanekanye anyidde kamasiki kubanga COVID-19 yajja nga bwe nkutegeezezza buli kimu kijja n'ebyakyo yajja n'obukookolo. Ngenda saba atwegasseko mu studio abeere nga yeeyanjula ate tubeere nga tweyongerayo.
The Sustainable Development Goals in Uganda have a secretariat called SDG Secretariat, which considers the media a very important partner in our sustainable development journey.
What the media gets to do is we continue to highlight the challenges that are happening Because when we report and because we report, that's how the policymakers get to know what's happening, but it's also information that we give to you. If we tell you that schools are going to be opening and you're required to vaccinate and you should have double vaccination, and we keep reporting this is the number of teachers that are vaccinated and other teaching staff, and this is the gap that is remaining, it keeps the conversation going and it helps everyone to know what's supposed to be done.
Someone will say government failed us. No, as a parent, you yourself, you failed your cousin, you failed your niece, you failed your daughter, you failed your son, because there is so much we can do to improve how we get our children to learn. No wonder some of them have sat home for 2 years and they are more green, others are pregnant, just because we didn't do what we had to do as parents, as teachers, as community leaders, opinion leaders, as teachers, as journalists. And that is why we get it wrong, because every other time we blame the government. Let's begin looking for solutions. And the solution with us.
Learning is about acquiring knowledge, and it can happen in a physical school, but it can happen outside a physical school. It can happen under the tree when the teacher and the learner meet. Some people have reached a level where they can do their own self-learning, but not everyone can do self-learning.
I've seen that the SDGs were translated into 10 local languages. They are now 13, I'm corrected. So I think we need to work more with the local language media, just because they have a big audience, but also many of us think, regardless of where we've been and studied and everything, we still think in our mother tongues anyway. So let's try that as well.
Primary, nova mu primary n'ogenda mu secondary. Naye bw'ova mu secondary waliwo amatendekero awo agaddako nga aga diploma go nti embeera eno okutondawo engeri abaana gye bayinza okusigala nga basoma.
We have come from far as the Media Challenge Expo competitions, and this is, once again, to remind you, the 5th edition of that. It is the first Media Challenge Expo that we are having at our new home.
I am particularly excited for the expo this year because our belief as an organization is that
era bw'otunuulira ensonga eyo yennyini ey'okubeera nti amatendekero gassibiddwa kyongera okukaatiriza ey'okubeera ekintu nti covid-19 oba ssennyiga ono lumiima mawuggwe talina kyagasseeko kubeera nti nno ekiruubiriro ekisooka ekyokugobawo obwavu kuba kyekisookera ddala ki tetulina lugendo lunene lwe tutambudde tuzze buzzimabega kuba abantu kati emirimu giweddewo abagezaako okuyiiya bw'otunuulira ebyenfuna tebinnatiriira bulungi nga bwe byandibadde mu biseera ebyemabega abo nno nga bw'otutegeezeza nti nno ebyensoma tutunuulira
In Uganda have a secretariat called SDG Secretariat, which considers the media a very important partner in our sustainable development journey.
What the media gets to do is we continue to highlight the challenges that are happening, because when we report and because we report, that's how the policymakers get to know what's happening, but it's also information that we give to you. If we tell you that schools are going to be opening and you're required to vaccinate and you should have double vaccination, and we keep reporting this is the number of teachers that are vaccinated and other teaching staff, and this is the gap that is remaining, it keeps the conversation going and it helps everyone to know what's supposed to be done.
Someone will say government failed us. No, as a parent, you yourself, you failed your cousin, you failed your niece, you failed your daughter, you failed your son, because there is so much we can do to improve how we get our children to learn. No wonder some of them have sat home for 2 years and they are more green, others are pregnant, just because we didn't do what we had to do as parents, as teachers, as community leaders, opinion leaders, as teachers, as journalists. And that is why we get it wrong, because every other time we blame the government. Let's begin looking for solutions. And the solution with us.
Learning is about acquiring knowledge, and it can happen in a physical school, but it can happen outside of.
Tunibajagala oba bwe mba nina okukola story nina okuba nga nina ebinnyambako okukola story eyo equipment ebikozesebwa nti neetaaga kamera nene neetaaga ate ng'osobola okukozesa essimu osobola okuwandiika osobola okukozesa eddoboozi lyo nti bw'otunuulira ebizibu okusinga n'otatunuulira biki abantu bye bakola okusobola okuva mu mbeera eyo biseera ebisinga abantu bajja kugamba eno emboozi ya bulijjo naye bw'otunuulira ebintu abantu ab'enjawulo bye bakola okusobola okutondawo embeera eyeeyagazwa nsuubira abantu bajja kuba basobola okukola ki bajja kuba basobola okwagala emboozi eyo n'okuginyumyako nga baginyumiza abalala nti nno waliwo ono akola kino na kino okuyamba abantu bave mu bwavu Ligani Kiyimba akola kino na kino okuyamba abaana okufuna ebyenjigirizwa ebyenjigiriza beetaaga waliwo mu lockdown waliwo omusomesa omu eyo manyi bino ebizindaalo bye bayita megaphone nga bw'ogenda mu byalo gye tubeera omusomesa ono yasalawo okukozesa ekizindaalo kino okutuusa ebyenjigiriza eri abayizi ababeera mu kitundu ekyo nga kyakola essaawa emu ey'okumakya akwata ekizindaalo kino n'atandika okusomesa ekyalo kino kye baakola baddira akalongooti kawanvu ne bawanikayo ekizindaalo nti abantu abali mu kifo ekyo basobola okuwulira bulungi nnyo omusomesa ono by'aba asomesa nti omwana tukikwetaagisa kuva waka ky'oba olina okukola kusembera kumpi
n'omuzindaalo
si n'omuzindaalo kusembera kumpi w'osobola okuwulira eddoboozi ly'omusomesa ono n'oba ng'osobola okusoma nti bw'okola story kati nga kw'oyo omusomesa biki byakola mu lockdown okulabika nti abaana basigala bakyakola ki bakyasoma simanyi maaso naabo mupaddeko omukisa nja kuba nsobola okwogera ku byobulamu naddala well-being tusobola kubeerawo tutya ekyenzikiriza nze ddala nti kiva ngeri ebintu bye tulya
kituufu ekyo
nja kuba mbyogerako mu maaso abwe munaaba munzikiriza
obudde tubulina mwami kiseera
ng'oyogedde ku byobulamu nzijukizza omukyala omu ku babadde bacontributing olunaku olwaleero ababadde bakubaganya ebirowoozo mu session ey'okubiri gye tugenda okubeera nga twogerako nga ono atujjukiza nti nno woddira omuwala n'omugamba kankutwaleko out ebifo byalonda agamba KFC Cafe Javas ebifo ebyo ebirimu fast foods oba emmere
etambulirawo ey'amangu eyo
kakati Shadia kansooke ate nzire obwo ku nsonga eyo yennyini tugenda mu session yaffe eyabaddewo ey'okubiri ey'okubeera nti nno eno yabadde etunuulidde ekiruubirirwa namba 3 nga kino kitunuulidde byabulamu nakubeera nti nno abantu babeerawo mu bulamu obweyagaza era nga obulamu bwabwe bulungi ddala nga muno twabaddemu n'abantu ab'enjawulo era nga baakubaganyizza ebirowoozo bingi nnyo wenjagala awo tusimbulire gwenga gwe mu session eyo ng'oggyeko okubeera nti nno weewala emmere eri omukyala gye yayogeddeko eya KFC njagala ombuli gwe nga munnamawulire kiki ky'olowooza ku byobulamu n'embeera ennungi naddala mu kaseera kano aka COVID-19?
Nze nga munnamawulire nsobola okugamba nti yes nti tufaayo ku bantu abalala naye nze nga munnamawulire nina nange okwefaako ne mental health oba mwami mujja kunyamba okizzaako mu lulimi Oluganda naye nga oba weetaaga n'oba nti mental health eri stable ne wadde ebyokulya wabadde nga mbivuddeko naye nga nakyo ndaba nga kintu kikulu kubanga nga tonaba kuteringa story ya muntu mulala olina osooka ne weefaako ng'omuntu n'omanya what you're eating what you're thinking n'oba mu mental state eri good enough for you okubeera nti osobola okwogera ku muntu omulala
kubanga bingi ebibaddewo mu kaseera ka COVID-19 era nga abantu obatunuulira bingi ebibadde bireeta obutabanguko nga naye tebuva nti omuntu aba yeeyagalidde wabula nga kiri mu bintu bye bayitamu ebinyigiriza obulamu bwabwe oba obwongo bwabwe n'endowooza zaabwe ne zibeera nga omuntu alina stress, alina ebirowoozo bingi byatasobola kubeera nga ate alaba essuubi mu maaso kuba COVID-19 abadde talaga nti naagenda nkya ate ne mu kujja teyalanga nti nzuuno nzija. Kakati njagala awo wennyini we mba nkyukiza obufumbuze eri omwami Antonio Kisembo. Gwe ng'omwami abadde nzikiriza obadde obulamu ogoberera ebigenda mu maaso mu ggwanga. Tulaba nti ebyobulamu okubituukako obulungi birina ebintu bingi ebigattwako okubeera nga tutuuka ku bulamu obulungi obwo oba okubeera nga n'ebyobulamu birungi. Gwe nga munnamawulire oba omuntu abadde alaba embeera ebaddewo mu COVID-19, kifaananyi ki ky'oyinza otusiigira omuntu ky'ayinza okubeera nga ayambako oba ne munnamawulire ali eyo ayambeko okulaba nga ekiruubirirwa kino kituukibwako?
Ekiruubirirwa kino nga bw'okinnyonnyodde naddala ekikwatira ddala ku byobulamu. Nsuubira nze ebintu byonna tubyogerako tukola ku biruubirirwa bino 17. Naye nzikiriza ddala nti n'ekyobulamu kye kimu ku ekyo we tusaanidde okusimba essira ery'amaanyi okusomesa, okutondawo embeera esobola okumanyisa buli omu nti ebyobulamu bikulu nnyo. Singa essaawa zino tubadde tetuli balamu bulungi twandibadde tetusobola kwogera. Atuwuliriza yandibadde tasobola kuwulira emboozi eno gye tuli ssaawa zino okwogerako. Naye nze nzikiriza nti ebiseera ebisinga tunenya gavumenti zaffe nti gavumenti tezikoze kimala. Nsobola okukkiriziganya nabo abagwa ku luuyi olwo nti gavumenti ekoze kimala. Naye njagala kujjukiza nti ebyobulamu bitandikira ddala ku ggwe Ssekinnoomu. Nti olwaleero bw'osalawo n'ogamba ngenda kukola kino okusobola okubeera obulungi, ojja kubeera bulungi. Kiva engeri gye tusula, kiva engeri gye tulowooza, byonna lwansonga bya bulamu. Bw'okeera olwaleero n'olowooza n'ogamba saawa zino nina kulya ebintu byebayogeddeko,
emmere
etambula amangu. Jjukira nti n'emmere etambula mangu naye
byeyitamu okutuuka awo girabe mu bwangaawo.
Nti kyandibadde kirungi buli muntu yenna okusobola okugoberera ennyo emmere gy'alya. Lwansonga emmere gy'alya yeeyambako okuzimba omubiri. Kati omubiri w'oguwa ebintu ebitasaanidde kugenda mu mubiri, bw'obwo obulwadde bw'ogenda okufuna. Kati ne gavumenti oba tugiyambye, lwansonga gavumenti tejja kusobola kubeera nti kuteeka eddagala erimala mu malwaliro. Naye bwe tuba tusobodde naffe kennyini Ssekinnoomu okutunuulira ebintu bye tulya, tukendeezaako omujjuzo ogubeera mu malwaliro. Mu lockdown abantu bangi nnyo. Katonda nno yatuyamba nti twasobola okuba nga emmere yaliwo. Kintu kyokka kye neebaliza Katonda nti wadde twali mu lockdown naye emmere yali weeri. Nti n'enkota y'ettooke ng'osobola ogifuna ku 3,000 eza Uganda wano.
Amagi tulwe ng'ogula ya 2.
Weebali. Amagi kati nga ggwe bashaddi abantu baasobolanga okugula amagi ku 10,000 ne bagenda ewaka nga omanyi okukaada nga bakaada nguze tule y'amagi. Naye ekyo kyaliwo nti okufuna engeri gy'oliisaamu omubiri kikulu nnyo. Neera abasawo bakugamba nti bw'oba olya bulungi osobola okwewala endwadde ezisinga.
Abantu abamu wano mu Uganda okulya obulungi tebakutegeera bulungi. Kuba
si kugaaya bulungi, seyogera kugaaya bulungi, seyogera kulya nkoko gye basiise.
Kati abantu awo wennyini we njagala obeere nga ottaanyiza ddala. Kuba nze ewaffe okulya obulungi wenfumba enkoko neiba n'awulira nga entamu ekola awo mba ndidde bulungi. Naye bwensiika entula oba entula n'enzitokosa awo mba ndidde bubi. Njagala oyongere okuttaanya abantu awo.
Waliwo ebintu nti teweetaaga kuteekako 70% nga ki biri ebirala naye bw'oddira greens n'oddira nga ensujju n'oddira ebintu ebyo bitonotono n'obigatta ku mmere eyo kiba kitegeeza omubiri gwe oliguliisa bulungi. Abali enkoko bajja kungamba ye musajja ono tatwagaliza n'abakwata ku kantu kali bajjaga musajja tatwagaliza.
Akantu ako bakaŋŋambako ko nti abantu bakalya olw'okuba balowooza nti nnyama njeru white meat. Naye omusawo Dr. Kaserene waliwo session emu gye yali alimu n'agamba nti abantu baleke okulowooza nti kamunaabagookya nti nnyama njeru olw'okuba bagiraba njeru ne bagirya baleke kugyettanira ate ya bulabe nnyo n'osinga enkoko.
Kankubire nti buli bw'olya ennyama eno oba ennyama yonna nti mu mubiri mwokka emalamu ebbanga gwanvu. Njagala kuwa ekyokulabirako. Buli bw'oli ekyoggulo n'ogenda ne weebaka ku makya n'okeera nga oli mukoowu osuubira ki ekireeta ekyo?
Emmere yasuze, olubuto lwasuze lukola ku mmere gye walidde.
Digestion simanyi engeri gye muyinza giyita mu Luganda eba eri kukola nti system Katonda agitonda nti bwabeeramu ekintu kyonna baba balina okukikuba okusobola okigonza kibe nga kisobola okukuwa bye kirina okukuwa. Naye bwe mu kiro digestion bwegenda mu maaso kuba emmere gye walidde kiba kitegeeza ku makya ogenda kukeera ng'oli mukoowu, ogenda kukeera ng'ogamba kiki nabadde nkola ki, nabadde nnima, bantambuziza mu kiro baakoze ki. Okwewala embeera eyo ebiseera ebisinga nti amagezi nze gempa abantu bonna abatuuliriza n'abatulaba mpulira MCI Radio muli ku mikutu egyo gimukwanira wala nti kyandibadde kirungi bw'oba ozuukuse n'ofunayo giraasi zo nga 2 ez'amazzi agabuguma n'oganywa. Ogenda kutandika olunaku lwo bulungi, ojja kuwulira ng'owulira amaanyi. So nno ebiseera ebimu bwe nkikola ekyo ndaba bannanga abamu ne baŋŋamba nti olina amasavu
n'ekirala bakayita kajanja.
Abamu ne bakayita kajanja naye olunaku bwe lukya ng'ogenze mu ddwaliro ne bakugamba olina okuva ku nnyama, lwaki ogivaako?
Kubanga ya bulabe eri obulamu.
Lwaki essaawa zino okulinda ogende mu ddwaliro bakugambe ove ku nnyama? Lwaki totandika olunaku olwaleero gikendeeza? Lwaki totandika okukendeeza sukaali n'oba ng'ofuna sukaali ava mu bibala? Lwaki tokikola kati?
Sukaali kyoyava mu bibala.
Sukaali nga osobola okulya ffene, osobola okulya ekikajjo.
Ate mu caayi.
Mu caayi teweetaaga kunywa sukaali. Nze naleka
mwakwatanga omummonde ogwo ne mugunywerako caayi alimu omujaaja. Kati omummonde guno engeri gye guwoomerera, buli we waluma omummonde n'owutawo ekizzi kya caayi ng'awo nno owulira obuwoomi, tosobola nawulira nti temuli caayi. Naye wano omuntu kimugamba akikole.
Ate nze nsuubira ekyo kiri mu bwongo bwaffe okulowooza nti nno buli gwokeera ku makya olina kunywa sukaali. Tandika olwaleero okiteeke mu bwongo ogambe nti ne bwe mba sinywedde sukaali ngenda kuvaawo. Waliwo ekintu ekiyita kiringa bano abalaba omupiira Arsenal oba ne bagikuba oba maaniyo, naye ogenda n'owooza naye lwaki ndowooza ku kino? Wa obwongo n'ebirowoozo emirembe, ebintu bijja kwanguyira.
Kwegamba obulamu butambulira ku bintu eby'amakulu ennyo, obwongo bwo n'ebintu by'oyingiza mu mubiri gwo. Obulamu bwo kwe businga okubeera nga butambulira. Awo nno ngenda kubeera nga ngattako eddoboozi lyange nti weewaawo waliyo bannaffe ate ab'emputtu olw'okubulwa ekigambo ekituufu batunuulira nti ebyobulamu obulungi bye bizimbe. Gavumenti ezimbye amalwaliro ameka, bintu ki, facilities meka ezitutuusaako ebyobulamu, ddagala mwe liri mu ddwaliro, abasawo balabiriddwa bulungi. Wano wengenda okubeera nga nkubira omulanga nti gavumenti yaffe, yes, nga bw'omanyi nti waliyo abamanyi ekituufu ekyokukola, naye ate waliyo ajja osigala kanyama nga ye agamba kwe kuli obulungi. Nabwe kityo gavumenti weebeera ng'etaddewo amalwaliro, ate effeeyo nnyo okulaba nga abasawo baffe bafuna facilitation ebasaana. Ntwaliko awo ku terefayini emu nga paliamenti egamba nti nno abasawo kati abagema abantu mu kaseera kano aka COVID-19 facilitation yaabwe yasalibwako. Baali baweebwa emitwalo 2 naye kati baweebwa 15,000. Parliament yali eyagala babawe emitwalo 2 baleme kuggwamu maanyi kugema abantu kuba kati tutulabye abantu nga okugemebwa bakakabakake mugende mwegeme
mwe babagemamu abali wano.
Nze ni mugeme bulungi namalayo jaabu zange.
Ekirungi ekyo.
Nga munnamawulire nga Shadia bwe wattegeezezza munnamawulire sooka weefeeko kuba gy'olaga ogenda mu bulwadde ate edita ajja kugamba sitooli eriwa. Tojja muga nti nasanze nga oli wa COVID-19 oba olina okuba nga omuwa sitooli. So nga nzeeyo ku nsonga yange ey'okuba nti gavumenti efaayo nnyo okulaba nga ebyobulamu biri mu nteeko, abasawo gye bali mu malwaliro, eddagala gye liri, naawe kennyini munnayuganda nga weefuddeko tujja kubeera nga ekiruubirirwa kino tukiggusa ate era nga tukituukako mu kiseera ekitali kyawala nnyo. Tutunuulidde 2-3 naye ate kisoboka okutuukibwako mu bbanga ettono ddala ne tubeera nga tukwata ku bintu ebirala. Obwavu bukyaliwo, ebintu bingi nnyo bikyaliwo, naye byonna tulina okubeera nga tubituukako. Shadia, obadde olina ky'ogamba ku mental health?
No.
Okay. So nga we lubadde olunaku olwaleero tusinze essiro disimba ku ebyo ebitundu. Maaso awo tuvuddeko mu lunch nga tumaze okubeera nga obulevu bwaffe buzinamuko ku mazina. Tugenze mu ze wandiise okubeera nga abantu boogeddeko eri bannamawulire ababadde mu kitundu. Nga tusoose n'omwami Raymond Mujuni abangudde bannamawulire ababaddewo mu investigative journalism nti tutunuulidde mu kaseera kano munnamawulire akuwa ebintu ebiri awo nga biringa mazzi ku nva aba talina kyakoze. Weetaaga munnamawulire gwe nga gwe yeetabye mu mwoleso guno ogenda ovaamu nga ddala oli munnamawulire ow'enkizo ng'oyize okubeera nga ogya ebintu buziba. Bw'oba ofunye eggulire totugamba nti gundi yafudde, tunnyonnyole yafudde ki, yafudde atya, kiki ekyakoleddwawo ng'afudde era biki ebisuubirwa okukolebwawo. Kwegamba tuwe story ng'erimu ebyobuziba nti n'omuntu alaba amanyi obukugu bwo. Nabwe kityo omwami Raymond Mujuni asobodde okubeera nga abangula bannamawulire mu kubeera nti nno bagenda maaso n'okubeera nga basaka amawulire agatali ga kiboggwe wabula amawulire agalimu ensa ate agagenda okubeera nga gayambako Uganda ng'etuuka ku biruubirirwa 17. Ani awo azzeeko we tubadde awo mu lightning talks oba mu kwogerako kw'abakugu nga batubuulira okusinziira ku bintu byabwe?
Tubadde tusoose ne tubeera ne lightning talks ne tubeera ne omwami gwe bayita Caleb Okereke nga ayogedde ku reduced inequalities okuba nti okubulwamu obwenkana
obutali bwenkanya okuggwaawo. Ne tubeerako ne session ebadde ku by'enkyuka y'obudde era ng'ebaddemu omwami gwe bayita Alex Talemwa ng'onaatulaze ekifaananyi ekya ensi weefaanana era n'atulaga Africa weefaanana, n'atulaga engeri gyeyonooneseemu kubanga tulemeddwa okutegeera enkyukakyuka yaffe ey'obudde n'engeri gy'otereezaamu obudde climate yaffe nga Uganda. Then tubadde n'endala eya Sustainable Cities and Communities eya Pamela Akora. Okay. Weebale nnyo weebalire ddala Shadia. Kakati mu lightning talks ezo zigyemu ebibuuzo ebyenjawulo byenjagala okubeera nga tukubaganyako ebirowoozo. Mwami Antonio Kisembo tutunuulidde nti abantu obutali bwenkanya bweyongedde ate era nga ekimu ku biruubirirwa kwe kubeera nga obutali bwenkanya buno buggwaawo mu bantu aba buli ngeri. Leero ku makya oba obaddeko ku mikutu gimugatta abantu wabaddewo omwami abadde atambula ka vidiyo nga kalaga omwami yakubye omukyala, yavudde ku mukyala n'akuba omwana oluyi nga olwavuze nga laddu. Kati omuntu nga munnamawulire abadde mu sessions zino oba azze mu mwoleso guno, kiki ddala ky'oyagala abeere nga asaako oba agatta ku gender okukendeeza inequalities oba obutali bwenkanya?
Obutali bwenkanya buli mu bintu bingi naddala mu ggwanga nga eryaffe erya Uganda erikyakola. nja kuba mmenya engeri nga bwe ndabamu nze obutali bwenkanya naye nti nga munnamawulire tukakaatikako okubanga stories zino ez'obutali inequality nga bwokyogedde nga tuziteekako essira nti ebiseera ebisinga olaba gino emikutu gimukwanira wala obutali bwenkanya bwe tubwoleseza eyo naye bw'ogenda mu main media houses zaffe oba emikutu gino eminene nga bwe nnyinza ogiyita gye tukolera nti ebiseera ebisinga nno essira tuliteeka ku bintu birala simanyi lwaki naye obutali bwenkanya obwo twandibadde tubuwa nabwo ekifo mu mawulire gaffe tugamba nti obutali bwenkanya bwe buleeseewo embeera yonna gye tulina mu ggwanga nze nno ng'omuntu ntera okugamba abantu abasinga nti obuntu bulamu bukulu mu bintu byonna bye tukola bw'obeera muntu mulamu ojja kuyamba okuggyawo obutali bwenkanya otya nti bw'olaba nga ekyokulabirako kyotuwadde awo bw'olaba waliwo omusajja oba ayisa bubi famire ye osobodde kukola ki bw'owaaba ku poliisi yeekoze eki nga munnamawulire ensonga zino ddi lwe tuzoogerako nti ebiseera ebisinga obutali bwenkanywa bwe tubwogerako ng'abamawulire tubwogerako mu lusaago kusaagirira negamba oyo omukyala bamukubye abadde tasobola kukola mirimu gy'awaka netukireka awo ntutabeera na mulamwa guli ogukubaganya ebirowoozo ku butali bwenkanya netusobola okulaga nti kibi ate bwe tuba tulaze nti nno kibi abakwasisa empisa oba abalondoola ebintu bino ebigenda mu bitundu mwe tubeera nga poliisi kiki kyekola nti ojja kwesanga mu ripooti ezisinga zetusoma tino poliisi nayo yemu ku eyo
ekola ebintu ebyo
bitali bya bwenkanya
nti otwala omusango ku poliisi ne basooka bakusaba ekyoja mu miro we bavaawo ne bakutambuza okumala wiikisi 2 ezo wiikisi 2 ne zifuuka emyezi ogenda owunzika nga tofunye kye wali onoonya ku poliisi
ate nno obutali bwenkanya bweyolesezza nnyo ku nguudo kati gwe bwoba kangereza oba ovuga emmotoka yo ng'otambula kafyu etuuse nga tolina abamu kye bayita ekikonde nga tolina abamu kye bagamba nti gwekasawo nga tolina abamu abagamba mwenya ogenda kusigalawo naye oli afunyizza ekikonde bajja kuba basobola okukola ki okumuyisaawo nti ebyo byonna butali bwenkanya naye nga ggwe omuntu kigambe gundi bamukwatira mu butali bwenkanya kikino ekyamutuukako
weebale nnyo weebalire ddala mwami Kisembo Antonio weewaawo kakati gwe munafu abadde atuwuliriza ne munnamawulire eyasobodde okwetaba mu mwoleso guno bingi by'oggyeemu era nga ngenda kugamba nti nno bise mu nkola tusobole okulaba nga ebiruubirirwa bino 17 tubituukako Shadia ngenda kusaba otubuulire obiyitemu lukwayokwayo ebigenda okubaawo olunaku olw'enkya ate tubeere nga tuva wano
olunaku olw'enkya nga bulijjo tugenda tandika ne morning show yaffe nga tulina bahosti baffe tugenda tandika ne morning show y'oluzungu nga eri hosted by Yada, Joseph, El Shaddai, Kenan ne Bella Twine. Tumale tugende mu session yaffe ya gender equality and women gender equality for women and girls in Uganda. Ngeno session egenda bekwatagana ku bwenkanya eri abakyala n'abawala mu nsi yaffe ya Uganda ngegenda beera moderated by Patricia Kisesi, CEO Chikazi. Then tugeragena mu lightning talks zaffe about nga zigenda beera ku consumption and production, industry innovation and infrastructure munansonyiwa nnyinza obutasobola biza mu lulimi Oluganda. Life on land. Then tugenda beera ne follow up discussion in one mu MCI broadcast live studio, and then tubeere ne after lunch tujja beera ne workshop workshop session ey'abaana baffe abali okuparticipatinga mu Expo 2021 and then tubeere lightning talks neera tumaliriza olunaku lwaffe.
Weewaawo kakati no gwe yeetabye mu mwoleso gw'omulundi guno nkusaba olunaku olw'enkya tosubwa beerawo kubanga bingi bikyajja tugenda kubeera nga tukutambuliza naye nga sinaba kubanga nva ku mpewo nze ne Shadia twali tubaddeko mu expose ez'emabega njagala ombulireyo kintu ki ekyenjawulo ky'olabye mu expo eno n'eri n'ezize zibaawo.
Kyendabye mu expo eno simanyi oba nze akirabye wano buli omu akirabye naye sirabyewo pressure. Sirabyewo pressure nga ffe gye twalina nga tuli ku Zanadu nga okeera ku makya n'ojja nga abantu bangi there is a lot to do kwegamba nga okifiiringa muli nti kyaddala nti olina pressure naye ekiri a bit relaxed naye akansubira nti bali very well prepared okupresenting.
Ffe katulinde lunaku lwe bagenda okubeera.
Mpozi pressure ine emitendera. Kiyinza okuba bono mwalina pressure lwa nsonga temweteeseteese nakyo kisoboka. Ne wabeerawo pressure gy'olaba ku muntu. Ne wabeerawo pressure omuntu gy'amira obumizi neba nga eri munda eyo. Nze nno ssebo nayitiddeko eyo mu newsroom. Nasanzeeyo waliwo abantu abakaaba. So kasimanyi pressure etya oyinza okuba wano bwe bakolera ebintu togiraba naye eyo
munda story ezibulanga bwe zaabulanga
weebale nnyo
kakati nno mugumire ku ffe naffe ezaffe zaabulanga so tolowooza kisookedde ku ggwe naye togwa mu maanyi sigala ng'olemerako osobole okubeera nga ate obaako kyolaga olunaku luli olw'oluvannyuma. Nze Regan Chimba obadde ate owuliriza MCI Radio nga sikoze nzekka mbadde n'omukyala Shadia Naziwa nga twegatiddwako omwami